Volume 15, Chapter 450 Changes, please. Saris was still as stone as Aludari pawed at her, his expectant, pleading face turned upward. It seemed like something out of a nightmare. No piece of reality as I had been made to understand it fit properly with what I was seeing. I have so much work left undone. Aludari whined, his spiderish fingers kneading at Saris's robes. There are layers and layers and layers to the world, just waiting to be peeled back one by one, but not if I'm gone. Agrona thinks he's the only one who knows, but I've seen the shadows, I've felt the rising surface tension of a bubble ready to burst. The sovereign choked on his own whimpering and began to cough, his shoulders shaking. When the fit passed, he drooped like a wilted plant. Blinking as if waking from a deep sleep, Saris glanced around at the frozen crowd, then at Silrit, and finally to me. For half a second there was a question in her eyes, one I had no clue how to answer. What do I do? Her eyes were asking, but even as they touched mine, her expression hardened into resolve as she came to some answer of her own devising. Slowly, Saris pressed her hand against Aludari's cheek. Calm yourself, sovereign. Aludari suddenly took 2 fistfuls of Saris's robes and pulled her down a few inches. Help me, hide me, the dragons, the lance, you. You know them, you fooled him before. I don't understand how, but you have. I command you to do it again, so has the lance. Yes, take me to him, to Arthur Leywin. Saris firmly wrenched herself free of his grip, then with the suddenness of a striking thundertail slapped him hard across the face. The sovereign's head snapped to the side, his blubbering cutting off sharply. How dare you, get yourself together, Saris said, seeming more in control of herself now. She held out her hand, and Aludari took it, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. The spell over the crowd broke, and most began hurrying away, disappearing into the village. Udan rushed to his brother, helping him up and brushing dirt off his clothes, but Idir pushed him off, hurrying to one of the other farmers. That farmer, like all the others, was prone, unmoving. I could already feel it in the fading of their mana signatures. They were all dead. I looked away, angry and frustrated, but unsure how to channel my emotions. The carelessness of the Usura. More than a few people lingered, slowly coming closer, their rapturous gazes locked on the sovereign, apparently oblivious to his current sad state. Sovereign, please forgive us. Take us home. Only what we must to survive, sovereign. Silrit slashed his hand through the air, and the rambling pleas went silent, and the people fell back. All except for Lars Eisenhert, who rushed toward the sovereign. Aludari's eyes went wide, and mana spilled out of him. Eisenhert was lifted from the ground and sent hurtling back into the crowd, knocking down a couple of others. It was enough to finally break their rapture, and they practically stampeded over one another to escape, leaving Lars moaning on the ground. Corbett, Ector, and a woman I recognized as one of Lars's soldiers hurried to his side. Saris shot me a look. We need to get the sovereign somewhere more safe, for everyone. She trailed off, her focus shifting past me into the distance. I turned to look and my blood ran cold. On the horizon, the grand mountains cut the Elenwar wastes and the beast glades off from the rest of Dicathen. Only moments ago, the snow-capped peaks had been lost in thick white fog. Now a low black cloud was racing over the mountains. Even as I watched, though, it dipped down the steep cliffs, cascading to the flat ashlands below and billowed toward us at great speed. No, Aludari moaned. No, he knows. He found me. Aludari took Saris by the hand, squeezing so tightly that she winced. Wraiths. Saris breathed, pulling herself free of the sovereign and taking a few halting steps so she was next to me. Her hands clenched into white-knuckled fists at her sides, my frayed nerves shattered. Moving as if in a dream, I turned away from the cloud. My gaze swept across the panicked village, taking in all the people I had worked so hard to protect and help to thrive after the war, people I considered my friends. Family even, to use the Dicathen word. A better word than blood, my near-delirious mind offered up. Among them were those who had lived these last months in the wasteland, building homes here, learning new skills, putting their hard-won magic to work as farmers, hunters, and craftsmen instead of soldiers. Killers, people like the Planesrunner brothers like Baldur Vassar, like the children now huddling around the golden-haired frost girl, green with fright. I looked down at Seth, who was still lying on the ground at my feet, his glasses askew. He, like everyone else here, would become nothing but compost to feed the infertile ashen wasteland if caught in a battle between a Vritra clan basilisk and a battle group of wraiths. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. I had power, incredible magic, and yet next to these beings I was no more dangerous than an unad slave. Ira. The shouting of my name cut through my brain fog and I jerked spasmodically. Saris gripped my arm, pulling me to face her. Find your calm, Lyra, your courage, discard the rest, it won't help you now. I stared into her eyes, wondering not for the first time where this inner strength of hers came from. I hadn't known Scythe Saris Vritra well before the war. As a wartime nomination for the position of retainer, I hadn't been in that club prior to being sent to Dicathen. But I had proven adept at getting the Dicathenians to fall in line with minimal bloodshed, and that had aligned with Agrona's goals for the continent. During those couple of days working alongside Saris, I had felt repeated pangs of jealousy at the relationship between her and Silrit. My own scythe Cadel had been cold, distant, and violent. In 2 days, I felt like I knew more about Saris than I ever had Cadel. My relationship with him had been a matter of military necessity and nothing more, although I had foolishly coveted his strength and the latitude with which the High Sovereign allowed him to do his work. Doing as Saris said, I layered these thoughts around myself like a weighted blanket, the mental equivalent of a child pulling her comforter up over her head to hide from the mana beasts under the bed. But it worked and I felt myself calming. Saris may not have been my scythe Abyss, she wasn't even a scythe anymore, but she had already inspired me, being a better mentor than Cadel or any other teacher or trainer I'd had in my ascension through the ranks of power. There was no time to do anything else before the wraiths arrived. The cloud split into 4 distinct forms and several spells rained down on us at once, aimed at Aludari. I hurled out a barrier of void wind to block a gout of black fire, the collateral damage of which was set to overtake not only Saris, Silrit, and me, but a dozen other Alacrins who were still trying to get away. The Wraith's soulfire ate through the fabric of my shield, but a second barrier appeared within mine, and a third supported that, redirecting the soulfire to roll harmlessly over us before spilling across 3 freshly built houses and engulfing them instantly. As we struggled with the flames, twin bolts of lightning flashed, one striking the ground in the midst of the fleeing crowd, sending up a spray of dark ash and throwing those nearest to the ground, including Corbett and Ector. The other hit Aludari squarely but deflected off his mana barrier before crashing into a distant tree, splitting it in 2 and causing the dry leaves to burn like so many little candles. The noise of splintering wood and roaring flames was still ringing in my ears as I felt the surge of mana from below. Saris and Silrit were already moving, flying into the air and conjuring shields over the screaming bystanders. I grabbed Seth and pulled him into the air just as the ground around Aludari surged upward, a field of blood iron spikes stabbing through as the wraith struck from every direction at once. Aludari clenched his fists, and the blood iron shattered with an ear-splitting shriek. His face was taut with panic and desperation, his intent cascading through the village like a hurricane. A shadow manifested between us, and the sun glinted off carved blades as they cut toward the Sovereign. His hand snapped up, catching the sword, and with a jerk of his closed fist he shattered it. His bleeding hand knifed outward, releasing a wide crescent of soulfire that only barely missed me and Seth, but the wraith had already vanished again. There was a lull. Aludari glared into the sky where the 4 wraiths encircled the village at a distance, their killing intent like 4 raging bonfires closing in on us. The Sovereign grimaced, opening and closing his hand as blood seeped from the small cut he had taken. Sickly green tendrils discolored his pale flesh around the wound. Poison, I whispered to myself. Aludari snarled, quickly scanning his surroundings, looking for a way out, his demeanor hardened, fear being pushed aside by the will to fight. Grimacing, he shot up into the sky past me. His body lengthened, swelling with mana as the monster hidden within the humanoid form burst out. He seemed somehow even larger than before, the beating of his wings so fierce it knocked me off balance, his squalling roar enough to take my breath away. His tail lashed like a giant whip and a wraith dipped beneath it. His jaws snapped, closing just short of a retreating shape in the sky. The third wraith came from the side, taking advantage of Aludari's distraction to land on the basilisk's back with twin blades of black ice gleaming in his hands. The last rays of the sun gleamed off the edges as they sheared across the base of an enormous wing. The ice shattered like glass, and the basilisk roared and spun in the air, sending the wraith flying off. Fat droplets of dark blood rained down on the encampment below. As Aludari thrashed and roared, a black web knit itself into the air right in front of him, thin filaments of blood iron affixed to points of condensed shadow. The basilisk tried to veer away, but too late, and crashed at full speed into the webbing. His bulk drove him through, shattering the construct, but even from below I could see the network of thin, bloody gashes left all over his serpentine face and body. The blood iron net caught in Aludari's wings and jaw, sawing back and forth with every movement, cutting more deeply. A dozen bolts of lightning converged on the metal, racking Aludari's transformed body with spasms as the lightning raced along the metal and into the hundreds of little wounds, the 2 spells working together to bypass the Sovereign's protective layer of mana. More of the sickly green tendrils were spreading from the cuts on his wings, and heavy ice was condensing along the metal, the weight of it dragging the Sovereign down. The blood weeping from the cuts suddenly lit on fire, soul flames burning away the blood iron and black ice and sealing the wounds. On the ground, everywhere a drop of flaming blood fell, it roared and caught alight everything nearby. A black mist appeared to hover over the crowd, shifting rapidly to absorb as much of the raining, burning blood as possible, Saris's nullification magic eating it away before it could spread any further. Still, half the village was already a conflagration. The streets were full of running people now, going every direction in their confusion, leaderless and rudderless as each was left to fend for themselves. Contradictory orders were shouted with a dozen disparate voices. Helpless nobles wailed for their guards and attendants, and through it all were easily discernible the keening of the wounded and dying as vitreous sulfur coursed through their blood. The only leader worth her salt was the Frost Girl, who had taken the group of children in her care and was leading them toward the beast glades and away from the battle. Shaking free of the enthrallment I had felt at watching the sovereign battle these wraiths, I pummeled the dry, hard soil below with a wave of sonic vibration, simultaneously pulling at the ground as it softened, the ash moving like liquid under my power, and dumped the gray slurry atop as many flames as I could, burying entire houses where I could sense no mana signatures. Above, Aludari closed on a wraith, his jaws opening to unleash a torrent of black flames. The wraith launched upward over the fire, spun, and plunged down atop the speeding basilisk, dozens of knives conjured from dark ice hailing down around him. Those that didn't strike Aludari pummeled Saris's spell, most dissolving harmlessly, but enough still made it through to shred the buildings and people beneath them. I could do nothing but watch as bodies tumbled to the ground, blood running freely from holes punched through them. Aludari screeched, his long neck and head twisting at random as sulfur continued to spill from his jaws. Below, another house went up in flames, then another. The wind kicked up by the battle sent sparks drifting all the way to the beast glades, and I could already see little lines of smoke curling up from the dense forest. Everything had happened so quickly, people were still picking themselves up from the initial lightning strike. Hector stumbled away from the crater, his hand pressed to his ear, his eyes unfocused. Something exploded. Almost as if in slow motion, I watched as he was lifted up off the ground, a jagged shard of broken blood iron piercing his chest. His body tumbled over the ground when it landed, and by the time it stopped, I knew he was dead. The faces of the crowd blurred, the details lost among the smoke and the shadows. Someone else went up in a gout of black flames, their scream choked out as the oxygen burned from their lungs. Another was buried as a house collapsed just as they ran past it, the outer wall swallowing them. On the fringes of the encampment, small figures were pouring out into the flat gray emptiness. I threw up another shield as a gust of wind pushed the flames of a nearby building too close to a group of retreating villagers, giving them time to drag themselves away from it. I searched for Saris through the chaos, hoping to find some guidance or direction, but what I saw instead wrapped an icy fist around my frantically beating heart. Silret was holding Saris up, his arm around her waist as she continued to channel her void spell, one arm wrapped around his neck, the other directing the mist like a conductor with an orchestra, absorbing and unmaking as many stray attacks as she could. But she had arrived in Dicathen weakened by her long trials in the relictums. I had known that, but I saw now really understood it. She hadn't shown anyone the truth, keeping the face she presented to the world stoic and capable. But a lifetime of practice at putting up a strong front didn't correct an overstrained core. And her unique void wind technique took a significant amount of mana to channel, so much that she had already put herself on the edge of backlash countering such powerful spells. And the battle has only just begun. It was at that moment when I truly understood the reality of our situation. Aludari was powerful, a full-blooded Usura, but he was no warrior. Already I could sense his strength flagging, his desperation building. The sickly green tendrils that discolored his black scales radiated a discomforting mana that made my stomach churn, and I knew it must be some kind of poison, perhaps even made specifically for this purpose. It was clear that the wraiths would do what they were trained to do. Even as Aludari attacked 2 or 3 at once, the fourth was always able to land a strike against the sovereign, their offense and defense woven together in a mesmerizing concert of dealing damage and death. There was no way Aludari could win. They would kill him and there was nothing we could do to stop them. Then they would turn on us. A frantic thought to reach out to Arthur for help flailed in my head, but I knew that wasn't possible. He was far away in Ediston and I had no way to Saris. Still holding Seth against my side, I flew up to her, dodging as a broken black spike careened through the air from above. The Tempest Warp, where she pulled a brooch off her robes and tossed it to me. I immediately imbued it with mana, sensing its contents. Among a variety of supplies and gear was the Tempest Warp, and I drew it out and plunged to the ground, releasing the breathless Seth Milview so I could focus on the artifact. It was a powerful one, capable of reaching from one continent to the other. It would have no problem getting me to the palace in Ediston, where I only had to find Arthur. How long would it take? A minute, 2, 10. Will anyone here be alive by the time even as my mana activated and calibrated the Tempest Warp, a shadow appeared in front of me, casting the artifact in a deeper darkness than the cover of smoke and void mist already provided. I had only one painful thud of my heart to consider the narrow, pale, axe-like face in front of me before he lashed out with a forward kick at my chest. The air between us distorted, black lines of sonic vibration rippling visibly for an instant before his blow struck home, shattering my defenses. The world pulled away from me or I from it, and space seemed to rush by in an instant. I hit the ground hard, tumbling like a ragdoll. My core ached from the force of the impact as I instinctively felt for my mana, grabbing the ground and pulling it up and around me, a cushioning barricade to halt my wild roll. Before I could even wrap my head around what had happened, I was back on my feet and flying toward the Tempest Warp and the Wraith standing over it. He raised the index finger of his right hand, shaking it back and forth as if scolding a naughty child. Then his black blades of conjured ice swept down, carving through the Tempest Warp as easily as soft butter. Only a couple feet away, Seth stood paralyzed, but no, he wasn't frozen, he was moving. Casting channeling mana into his runes, blue light spilled out of the boy, creating a powerful magical barrier that extended a few feet in every direction from his core. A shield emblem, but that didn't seem right. The barrier hit the wraith as it swelled, knocking him back half a step. A cold sneer appeared on that axe-like face, and then his blade was swinging. I threw up my hands, drawing stone up from the barren ash outside of Seth's own shield and conjuring a field of absorbing static, but the blade was too fast, too strong. It sliced through both my half-formed spells, then met the blue barrier. Seth's spell shattered, the force of it sending him crashing to the ground at my feet, the blur of ice-formed blades in the air where he had been. In the empty second I had to react, I considered whether I could protect him or not. Was it worth giving up my life to delay his death by the blink of an eye? If I fled, perhaps the wraith would follow me instead of focusing on the boy, who was insignificant in the wraith's eyes. Once perhaps I'd have killed him myself just to remove the distraction. Goosebumps rose up all over my skin and I leaped over Seth and fell into a crouch, holding up my arm and channeling mana without forming a spell yet. I swallowed hard, some well of emotion emptying inside of me. Even though I couldn't hope to protect the boy, I couldn't do nothing. At least he will die knowing I tried. The wraith cocked his head, regarding me. His blood-red eyes, dark and soulless, filled with, was it pity I saw reflected back at me? With another sneer, he shot into the air and sped back toward the battle with Aludari. Spinning on my knees, I felt the boy's face, his neck, searching for any signs of life but expecting the worst. There was no breath, no pulse, no rising and falling of his chest. The faint bump pressed against my fingertips, and I closed my eyes in relief. He was alive but unconscious, his core screaming as he suffered backlash from channeling such a powerful spell through his emblem. A roar shook the ground, snapping my eyes back open and dragging them skyward. Aludari was falling, plunging out of the air, cuts in the fabric of his wings flapping against the rushing wind of his passage, blood weeping from 1,000 wounds across his gargantuan body. No longer intimidating, his wounded basilisk form instead filled me with a deep sense of dread, like a tattered flag falling and marking the end of the battle. When he hit the ground, it was as if a meteor struck. A dozen buildings vanished beneath his bulk before a cloud of dust and ash swallowed him. 4 black figures moved into formation above, encircling where the basilisk had fallen before drifting slowly to the ground. Saris and Silrit did the same next to me. Silrit appeared to be taking the majority of her weight on himself. His gray skin had gone nearly white, and a fine sheen of sweat clung to his brow. He, like the scythe he protected, had pushed himself to the limit. We were alone, or nearly so. Everyone else had fled, at least those who were capable. Many, far too many, had perished in the crossfire. With a weary glance, I found the corpses of Ector Ainsworth, both the Planesrunner brothers and Anvald Torpor. There were others I couldn't identify as easily, and that was just in the space directly around me. How many died across the encampment? I wondered despite myself, then pushed the question away. I sensed the change in the mana as Aludari reverted back to his humanoid form. His silhouette appeared through the ash as he stumbled, coughing, free of the rubble his fall had created. The wraiths were waiting for him. Please, he coughed, sounding utterly pathetic. I'll go back, I will, just don't. He fell to his knees, coughing spasmodically, his thin body racking horribly. He was still bleeding from a dozen wounds, his body completely covered in the green tendrils discoloring his flesh. Don't kill me, he finished weakly. One of the wraiths, a lithe, graceful woman in black and gray leather and chain, clicked her tongue. She brushed jet black hair out of her face, tucking it behind one of the horns that swept back from her forehead, and took a step toward the sovereign. He flinched and she chuckled darkly. Your life is not ours to take this day, O great sovereign. Her hand snapped out and gripped one of his horns. Although we are not required to return you in one piece should you think to challenge us further. Black lightning crackled from her fist to dance down the horn and into Aludari's skull. He groaned, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped to the ground unconscious. The wraith scoffed and turned away, her deep red eyes, so dark they were almost black, searching the village and landing on Saris, Silrit, and me. She started walking toward us, her stride as casual as if she were strolling along Central Boulevard in Carjadan City. The axe-faced wraith who had destroyed the Tempest Warp moved in behind her and scooped up the Usura, tossing him over one shoulder. The other two moved to his side, and I got a good look at them for the first time. One was missing an arm and half his face was cracked, black, and bleeding. The other had tears of blood leaking from his eyes and a vacant expression on his otherwise stalwart face. At least Aludari didn't go down without a fight, I thought vaguely, immediately recognizing how strange it was to find myself on the Sovereign's side, considering. Saris the Unblooded. Retainers Silrit and Lyra. She smiled, revealing elongated canines, then glanced around at the smoldering ruins of the village. This is interesting. Silrit leveled his blade at the wraith, his intent pressing outward to add weight to his words as he said, "Return to your shadows, ghost. The fact that we're still breathing tells me your master hasn't commanded you to bite, only to show your teeth." Her smile hardened into something more dangerous as she ran her tongue over one protruding canine. "You're right, although I wouldn't trust my leash should you keep barking, boy. The High Sovereign's disappointment would be mild at best if I returned with your heads mounted proudly on the Sovereign's horns." "Perhada, quit playing with your food," the axe-faced wraith shouted. "We have what we came for and the others are in need of healing." "It's just an arm," the burned wraith grumbled, looking down at his ruined side. "I could still mop up these three traitors if the woman Perhada raised a hand and the others went silent." Victory ripped from the jaws of defeat, as it were. We hadn't even heard of Aludari's flight from Alacria when we sensed him bumbling about in the beast glades. Had your Dicathen friend, the Lance, not interrupted our previous work, we may not have made it here in time. Her smile sharpened yet further, like a dagger slash across her face. "Really, without this Lance, Arthur Leywin, a couple dragons would be dead, but a lot more Alacrians would be alive," I scoffed. "If you don't intend to kill us, then you better be on your way. After all, you don't want to risk facing off against Arthur, do you?" Saris shot me a warning look, but my blood was burning too hot to feel chastised. "I recognize your name, Wraith." It was one even Cadel said with a note of fear. "Named among the nameless and faceless, you must truly be a terror on the battlefield. And yet I noticed there are only 4 of you, well, 3.5. I always thought there were meant to be 5 wraiths to a battle group. Could even you not defend your battle group against the Godspell?" Axeface took a few aggressive steps forward. "What you've always thought is worth less than the rag I clean my ass with, you slag." Again, Perhada gestured for quiet. She tilted her head slightly as she regarded Saris. When a lock of dark hair fell out, she again placed it back behind her horns. "You are granted a reprieve today. These soldiers still belong to Agrona and you are their generals. Soon they'll be needed again. The time to play farmer and backwater governor is over. When Agrona gives the order, you and your forces will march. They will fight for him, because if they don't, Agrona will burn the cores from every member of every traitorous blood on either side of the great ocean." She stepped forward until Silrit's blade pressed into her sternum. Her presence alone was enough to make my knees quake. Her eyes settled on Saris's. "Personally, I hope you defy him. I'll beg to be the one who gets to return here and rip the core from your chest, unblooded, for you are a shadow of what you once were. But the reality is we all know you won't, you can't. When Agrona gives the order, you will answer. It is the only way." Casually, she reached up and wrapped her fist around Silrit's sword. With a subtle twist, the blade shattered. Silrit gasped and dropped the hilt onto the hard-packed ash, staring at his shaking hand in disbelief. "Soon," Perhada said again, taking a few steps backwards before spinning around and signaling to the other wraiths. The 4 of them flew into the air and sped north over the wasteland, vanishing in seconds. The pressure of their mana, though, lasted much longer, and when that had faded, there was the emptiness it left behind. Saris sagged and Silrit hurried to let her down gently to the ground. Her eyes were closed, her breathing labored. Silrit's eyes met mine. "Go tell Arthur what happened, I will." Saris's hand lifted, silencing Silrit as he kneeled next to her. She opened it, revealing a disc about 1.5 inches in diameter. It was yellow-white in color, and a rune had been carved into it. From the rusty reddish-brown coloration of the rune, it was inked in blood. "Give this." "To Arthur," Saris said, her voice hoarse with fatigue. I carefully took the disc from her hand, remembering Saris's pained expression as Aludari crushed her hand in his. Giving her this, I now knew. Standing, I turned away from Saris and Silrit only to almost step on Seth Milview, who was just beginning to stir. The airwaves vibrated between us as I sent out a pulse of sonic mana, and he jolted awake. I held up a hand, forestalling any attempt he might make to speak. "Seth, the people here need help, every able body. Many have fled into the wastes or toward the neighboring encampments. Some went into the forest. Round up who you can and bring them back to clear the village." His dilated eyes narrowed as he struggled to understand. I responded with a second pulse of vibration, and he yelped and jumped to his feet. "This is important, Seth. Can you do it?" Swallowing visibly, he nodded. I reached out and fixed his glasses, which were hanging half off his face. "Good. My feet left the ground as Mana lifted me into the air, and in seconds I too was speeding over the beast glades in a headlong rush toward the nearest teleportation gate, the wraith's words still ringing in my head. When Agrona gives the order, you will answer. Chapter 451, Changes, Part 2, Just Now, Arthur Leywin. As I led Sylvie and Karab back into the throne room for what felt like the 10th time over the last 2 days, I couldn't help the flash of annoyance that passed through me. Edirith and 2 other young dragons were already there, but Karen and Winsome hadn't arrived yet. I could tell by Edirith's somewhat bored expression that their search had, yet again, been fruitless. The other wraiths, which, if Sylvie's vision had been correct, included at least the remains of 2 battle groups, had melted away entirely. It seems unlikely that they've simply given up and gone home, Sylvie projected into my thoughts. They are certainly out there biding their time, even if we've delayed their attack against Karen and Ediston. Karen had assigned 3 dragons to help search Ediston and the surrounding area. He hadn't actively hampered my work in any way, but he'd made precious little time for a joint strategic conference and outright refused to allocate more resources to the effort. It's almost like they want the wraiths to attack, Regis mused, like they're baiting them out or something. Sylvie shook her head as she scanned the faces of the other dragons with care. No, I think they genuinely believe that the threat is minimal, that their very presence will prevent it. They aren't stupid, they understand their orders and the danger presented, but they can't accept that danger as real. A lifetime of roosting atop the very peak of power and authority in Ephiodus has convinced them that they'll be victorious no matter what happens. You're all talking in your heads again, aren't you? Karas said, her voice low as she paced at my side. I blanched, giving her a guilty look. Sorry, force of habit. Kara waved off the apology, her gaze drifting to the 3 dragons. I imagine I'll get used to it if you keep me around long enough. I don't want you to feel unwelcome, I answered quickly. I only keep asking if you'd like to return to the Alacrian camps because my eyes flicked to the dragons. I know you haven't had the best experience with them so far. Kara gave me a wry smile. I've been sent here by Lady Saris as a representative, so putting my personal experience aside, I'll stay to fulfill that duty. We slipped back into a strained quiet until Karen arrived a few minutes later, strolling into the throne room as casually as if he were out for a leisurely afternoon walk. Curtis Glader was kept pace at his side and gave me a familiar, although not particularly friendly, wave when he saw me waiting. Still no sign of any more wraith activity, Edirith confirmed to Karen promptly, snapping to attention. With all due respect, sir, I think we're wasting our time. Karen stopped and smiled, his hands clasped behind his back. He nodded as if he'd expected this news. It seems your execution of their scout has ended this threat, Arthur. You've scoured half of Sapin by now. With the element of surprise no longer working in their benefit, I think it's safe to say that the wraiths have called off this attack. We can't know that, but... I let out a breath, expelling some of my frustration with it. Perhaps you're right. That, of course, was the problem with visions of the future. Elder Rhynia had tried her best to drill the fact into my head that reacting to her visions, changing what they foretold, carried with it its own inherent dangers. Besides, the search has started to draw attention from the population, Curtis chimed in. People have noticed your presence, Arthur, and it is generating all sorts of worrying rumors after the explosion outside the city. I glanced at Curtis, remembering the vision. Watching the Gladers' deaths had pushed me to act rashly, but I didn't regret it. With no way to know when the attack was going to happen, delaying risked allowing that future to become a reality. On the other hand, lying in wait to spring some trap could have cost me days, even weeks of valuable time. Once I'd actually discovered the Wraith Scout, it was too late to do anything but give chase. Don't be too hard on yourself, Sylvie thought. Hindsight may be perfect, but even visions can't help us see all outcomes. Ah, well, you know what they say, the soldier who never makes mistakes takes his orders from someone who does, Regis added. I'm not sure how that's applicable, I thought back. Regis swirled around my core, his incorporeal form humming with amusement. Nothing, really, I just wanted to feel included since we're doling out little wisdoms, you know. I repressed the building sigh and turned my attention back to Karen. Now, Arthur, I had hoped we might have some time to speak privately. You've kept yourselves so busy, I've barely had any time at all to speak with my cousin. Karen lifted a hand as I began to counter, stopping me. I won't withdraw the extra dragons I've brought to Ediston just yet, but I think the city can live without you and Sylvie for a few hours. In the end, all I could do was agree. Edirith was sent back to his duties, and Curtis bid us all farewell as he hurried off to some other meeting. Offering his arm to Sylvie, Karen led the way, effortlessly making meaningless chatter about the state of the city and the continent, what he thought of everything from the people to the food and other such gossip. The drawing room he led us to was unnecessarily opulent, clearly a holdover from a time before the war. The defensive structure of the city and palace was momentarily left behind as we entered the white and gold chamber, all smooth lines and extravagance. The furniture looked as if it had rarely been used, the plush rugs were as bright as if they'd been woven that very morning, and even though a large open fireplace burned merrily, there wasn't a smudge of dirt or ash on the white surfaces. Winsome stood with his back to the fireplace, watching quietly as we entered. He had given up on attempting to force Sylvie's immediate return to Ephiatus, but I was certain he had already reached out to his master for instructions. If Kezes attempted to force the issue, well, I wasn't exactly sure what I would do yet. I still hadn't gotten a read on Karen, who was either reasonable or just more patient and less obvious in his manipulation than winsome. Not being certain made me more wary of the scarred dragon than of a blowhard like Vajrecker, and yet he made a potentially interesting ally. If he is driven by something other than blind loyalty to Kezes, we could gain a lot by working alongside him, I thought, looking at his back. Loyalty was already proving to be a difficult problem to navigate. In particular, Kathleen and Curtis Glader occupied a worrying position. Specifically, I was uncomfortable with just how close they already seemed to Karen and his soldiers. Already, Sylvie sent, responding to my thoughts. Remember, it's been months for them, and the dragon's powers of persuasion are far more potent than most humans can handle. They do seem problematically smitten, Regis added in reference to the Gladers. We'll see, I sent back. Lady Sylvie, I apologize that this wraith situation has delayed our chance to converse properly, Karen said as he closed the drawing room door behind us. I've looked forward to an opportunity to meet you again since learning of your survival. You are looked at as a bit of an enigma among the clan, and that was before recent events. I let Sylvie take the lead in the conversation. I knew I had been pushing back too hard these past few days, trying to force equilibrium between myself and the dragons. Sylvie was better positioned to speak on equal footing, capitalizing on her relationship with Kezes, but only if I held myself in check. The link between our minds allowed us to speak as one when necessary, feeding off each other's knowledge with each response. That was made pretty clear to me when Arthur and I trained in Ephiatus, Sylvie said lightly as she moved around the room and admired the decor. Kezes insulated me from much of it to keep me focused on the training, but I didn't miss the stares and whispers. A mixed lineage, dragon and basilisk, born outside of Ephiatus and bonded with a human. I am an oddity that has never even been imagined in Ephiatus, or so I was told. Karen's smile was warm if slightly chagrined, true if perhaps not a polite way to phrase things. There were many among the clan that resented Lord Indrath's tight grip on you. I think you would have found your clan quite receptive to your presence had it been allowed. Still, in the end, it only enhanced your mystique. He chuckled airily, then sobered. When it was learned that you had passed well, it was quite a blow to the Indrath clan. I listened intently, absorbed in their conversation. I hadn't given much consideration to what the other dragons must have thought of Sylvie. She was my bond first and foremost. In my head, her mixed lineage and being granddaughter of the most powerful Usra in Ephiatus was always a distant afterthought. As you can see, the rumors of my death were clearly exaggerated, Sylvie said, a note of humor in her tone despite her thoughts pulling away from considering what had happened after she sacrificed herself for me. I do appreciate what you've said, though. I hadn't given much thought to my relationship with the rest of the clan, if I'm being honest. She leaned against the back of a couch and shot me a look. We've been pretty busy fighting a war. Karen cleared his throat. Please make yourselves comfortable. We have much to talk about, and there is no need to be so formal while doing so. Leading by example, Karen moved to a high-backed chair with golden leaves embroidered up and down the arms. Kara sat stiffly at the far end of the couch, away from Karen, and Sylvie moved around it to sit next to her, using her own body like a shield. I sensed Kara relax immediately and had to appreciate my bond's social grace. Regis chose that moment to manifest, appearing from the soft shadows around my feet. He went to Kara and sat at her other side at the edge of the couch. Not being able to help himself, he turned and shot a glare at Winsome before settling in menacingly. Winsome, who stayed by the fire, pretended not to notice. Karen inspected Regis thoughtfully. Sentient achlorite born of Etha, he mused. The three of you are just as unique individually as in a group, aren't you? So, have you thought of proper contingencies regarding the wraiths? I asked, sitting on the edge of a plush chaise lounge. Even if they've retreated from Ediston and called off their attack on you, they're certainly still in Dicathen. Considering my words carefully, I added, who knows how many. Certainly more than a single battle group. Karen seemed to mull over his answer before finally saying, if the wraiths attack me or the other guardians directly, I am confident we will be able to defend ourselves. Seeing the apprehensive look on my face, he continued, I understand that Agrona bills these wraiths as his Usra killers, and no doubt they are capable by Leshuran standards. But I assure you I am not the prey they were bred to hunt. And the dragons out on patrol, I asked, crossing my arms, how many do you even have? It doesn't seem like Kezes sent many of you. Are you willing to let your own people be picked off one by one? Karen nodded slightly as I spoke. I do appreciate the danger there, and I will adjust the patrols to ensure my kin move in pairs. Should the need arise, they can retreat and call for additional reinforcements. He cocked his head slightly. Does that satisfy you? Kara leaned forward on her elbows, her ruby eyes intent on the dragon. What about the people of this land? What's to stop the wraiths from launching hit-and-run strikes across Dicathen to sow discord and chaos? Or, lest we forget why we're really here, attacking the Alacrians consigned to the wasteland beyond the mountains. Saris still needs the dragon's aid to ensure the Alacrian encampments are defended. Karen's brows rose, and a wry smile turned up the corner of his scarred mouth. Spoken like a true Alacrian. And perhaps what you suggest is a possibility, although Agrona has never used his most potent tools for such menial labor before. As for civilian deaths, Lord Indrath's orders are to prevent Agrona's forces from destabilizing or destroying this continent. The emphasis of our protection remains on the largest, most influential cities and the nobility that rules them. It was never part of his agreement that we would attempt to protect every single Dicathian life. Oh, come on, I said, leaning forward and twining my fingers together. You have taken pains to involve yourself with the Dicathian public. All I asked was that Kezes help me protect this continent, and you could have done that from behind the scenes, but you've chosen to work directly with the people, building relationships and trust. I paused for a moment, then took a risk. You're clearly pushing to turn public perception away from me and toward the dragons and your allies, such as the Gladers. If you allow wraiths to roam freely and attack the continent, what will happen to the goodwill you've been trying to foster? This question gave him pause, and Karen didn't answer right away, so Winsome stepped in on his behalf. I have guided the people of Dicathen for generation after generation. Always we have sought to ensure that they were on equal footing with Agrona's people. That's what we're still trying to do. I looked over Kara and Sylvie to match gazes with Winsome. You concentrated power in a few families that you could control and handicapped our growth through the Lance artifacts. But then you did so silently. This playing for public perception is new. What are you getting out of it? Surely it's more than the old stories of deities gaining power through the belief of their subjects, I added, my tone biting but amused. Nothing so crass, Karen interjected, giving me a tight-lipped smile. But it is important that the Dicathians have hope. What good would it be for us to keep them safe if they themselves have succumbed to the bitter darkness of living without belief in their own future? As for your popularity. His smile tightened yet further, looking almost pained. Kezes rightly saw that split loyalty between you as this deified protector and my kin would potentially engender hostility between Dicathians. We have attempted to mute this by reinforcing the leadership of people like the Glader siblings. I nodded along, not buying a word of what Karen said. His excuse was as well-spoken and sensible as it was complete bullshit, but I felt no desire to fight him on the subject. My motivations to grow stronger had never included the adoration of Dicathen's populace, and I'd actively pushed back against the deification that Karen mentioned. Regardless, Kara inserted into the brief moment of silence following Karen's speech, your Lord's strategy seems to rely on your mere presence being a deterrent, but what we've learned proves that strategy has already failed. We've been here for over 2 days and you still haven't explained what you're going to do to help protect the Alacria refugees in Elenoir. Winsome scoffed, but Karen was more reserved in his response, saying only, you are right. We waited for him to continue, but he didn't seem intent on adding anything. Through the silence that followed, I felt multiple mana signatures moving purposefully toward the drawing room. Karen and Winsome had already noticed as well, and Winsome moved toward the door. In here, a richly feminine voice said, pitchy with panic, and the drawing room door flew inward. Lyra Drade regarded me with red-rimmed eyes, her shoulders rising and falling with each barely controlled breath. She took a couple halting steps into the chamber, her feet dragging across the marble. She was clearly exhausted, her mana signature weak. I pushed myself out of my seat. What happened? She opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat and she looked away. Kathleen was standing uncertainly in the hall behind her. She flew in, claiming it was urgent. We are in a meeting, Winsome scoffed, glaring at Kathleen, who shrank back. Why have you allowed this Vritra pawn so deep within the palace? Peace, Karen said softly. There has been an attack, hasn't there? His gaze flicked to me just as mine went to him, our eyes connected for the briefest instant. The wraiths, I said, the words almost a groan as they escaped my lips. Lyra shook her head, then nodded. Her eyes squeezed tightly shut, her teeth bared in an animalistic snarl. Words strained through those clenched teeth, she said, Aludari and the wraiths. I felt my brows pinched together in confusion. Aludari, one of Agrona's sovereigns, Kara said. Her face was pale, her red eyes locked on Lyra as she half stood, then slowly sank back down onto the couch, her hands going to her face. There was a sovereign here in Dicathen. I felt out of sorts, like I was missing some important context of this conversation. Lyra, I need you to focus. Tell me what happened, please, I added more softly. Karen moved to a low shelf along one wall where a few bottles and glasses rested. He poured a glass full of red liquid and held it out for Lyra. It took her a moment to notice, but when she did, her nose wrinkled in apparent disgust. Her hand flinched toward the glass, and for a moment I thought she was going to knock it out of Karen's hand, but she seemed to realize what she was doing and pulled back again. Swallowing heavily, she looked past the dragon and focused on me. I apologize, Regent, this wasn't how, it hasn't been. She took a deep breath and stood up straighter. Karen slowly lowered the glass and took a step back to give her some space. Sovereign Aludari of Truisai arrived at one of the encampments, desperate for protection, he seemed to believe. His begging was difficult to make sense of, but he was terrified of Agrona, implied that the High Sovereign was behind the death of Sovereign Exeges and would be coming for him as well. My confusion only deepened as she spoke. Why would Agrona be killing off his own allies, especially his most powerful ones? I looked at Karen and Winsome for support. The two dragons exchanged an unreadable look, some hidden thought passing between them. I can't be certain, Karen said after a moment, but the basilisks have never been loyal, not to themselves or the other Usura. He was babbling, said something about his work being unfinished. Lyra's brows knitted as she concentrated. He said there were layers to the world, and that he had felt the rising surface tension of a bubble ready to burst. The ravings of a paranoid lunatic, Winsome said, waving away Lyra's words. It offers no hint of why Agrona might be hunting him. Perhaps he was mistaken. If he is the last of the sovereigns, seeing the others fall one by one likely drove him to desperate madness. Some small fact that I had read long ago jumped to the forefront of my mind. The last, aren't there 5, and then the High Sovereign himself? It was Kara who answered. Sovereign Karnos hasn't been seen publicly in decades. He's sometimes impolitely referred to as the Invisible Sovereign. We believe he is dead, Winsome said indifferently. Perhaps he was the first victim of Agrona's fratricide. I don't know or particularly care. The chamber went silent for a moment, and then Lyra continued her story, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. The Wraiths were not far behind Aludari. 4 of them, they fought. The village destroyed, so many people dead. Lyra's gaze, which had drifted to the floor, snapped up and burrowed into me, desperation written in the lines of her face. You, Arthur, they blamed you, said that. They were there because I diverted the attack on Ediston, I finished for her. She nodded. Finally, she moved, half stumbling toward the nearest chair before slumping into it, her face in her hands. They defeated him, took him away, and they gave Saris a warning. Karen's expression intensified. What warning? That, Lyra ground her teeth together, cutting herself off. Glancing from me to Karen, she licked her lips and started again. That this wasn't over, they left us alive because Agrona wanted to kill us himself. My eyes narrowed as I regarded her. She was lying, I was almost certain of it, but not to me. She doesn't want the dragons to know what the Wraiths really said. Which likely means it is something that would endanger their continued protection of the Alacrians, Sylvie added. For all the good that protection seems to be doing for them, Regis chimed in. There is more, Lyra continued, withdrawing something from her dimension device. She held it out to me. Saris told me to bring it to you immediately. I carefully lifted a small disc from her hand. Judging by the silky texture and the off-white coloration, I was confident it was carved of bone. A blood-stained rune had been etched into its surface, and it emanated a potent mana signature. Focusing on the mana, I probed it with my ether. Immediately, another source of mana resonated with it from a long way away, ringing like a distant bell. Aludari, it's carved from his bone, Regis informed me, sniffing the disc in my hand. Did Saris know what this artifact is? I asked Lyra. She nodded. I ran the pad of my thumb across the smooth surface, tracing the ridges where the rune was etched. Kara, who had waited and watched, still as stone as she listened to the retainer's explanation, took a shaky breath. Is my blood alive? Lyra looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. I don't know, Arthur, we need to return to the Alacrian villages. She paused as if considering her words, almost looking surprised at her own thoughts. I need to make sure Corbett, Lenora, and the others are safe. Give Lyra a moment to rest and she will take you. Kara gave me a strange, crestfallen look but quickly covered it up. Of course, to Karen I said, those Alacrians need help. I understand your hesitation, but an attack is no longer some hypothetical situation we're discussing. They laid down their arms, made homes on Dicathen soil, and risked Agrona's wrath. Karen eyed me uncertainly. Are you worried about the danger they pose? I asked more forcefully. Then consider just how much more dangerous they become if they're forced to turn back to Agrona because we abandoned them on our own shores. Karen's eyes hardened, and through the scars I suddenly saw his resemblance to Kezes. Alternatively, what would happen if we proactively eradicated the potential risk that these refugees pose and be done with it? Karaz and Lyra's heads both snapped around, their faces going pale. General Aldir followed Kezes' orders to shed innocent blood as well, I said, speaking slowly and letting the words hang in the air. How dare you? Winsome's intent flared, knocking the wind out of Kara and Lyra. Regis and Sylvie remained deathly still and calm, their outward demeanor unaffected. Karen gestured winsome for calm, then sighed and nodded. I will send 2 dragons and adjust the patrol routes through the beast glades. But we will be watching these refugees just as much as we are protecting them. I held out my hand and he took it firmly. See that Lyra Drade and Karag get there safely as well, would you? In my head, I continued, sending instructions to Sylvie as well. Karen nodded again, then released my grip. And what exactly will you be doing, Arthur? Turning toward the door, I again pinged the artifact, gauging the location of the distant ringing response. It's what we will be doing, Guardian. Chapter 452, Amongst the Fallen, Lilia. My legs burned as I crested the long incline of the Switchback Mountain Trail. Hands on my hips, I turned to admire the wagon train stretching down the mountainside behind me. Gerard Redner, who had been walking at my side, put his hands on his knees and gasped for air. I don't understand why we're taking this old mountain path, he said breathlessly. Although I knew he was speaking rhetorically, I answered anyway. There isn't anywhere for these people to go in northern Sapin, Valden, Marlow, Elkshire. They can't support them. The farming villages between Xyrus and Blackburn, though, have room, and there aren't any roads through the dense, marshy forest between Marlow City and Xyrus. I know. He puffed, standing up straight and screwing up his face as he tried to control his breathing. A few of the adventurers acting as guards passed us, and then the first cart. A little girl stared forlornly off the edge of the mountain path as her grandfather controlled the reins of 2 large skidders that were pulling their small cart. Her parents had died fighting at the wall. "Hello, Casheri," I said, giving her a small wave. When she didn't wave back, I slipped something out of my bag and tossed it at her. She watched it sail through the air and land on the seat next to her with a vacant expression, then jumped with excitement and hurried to remove the wax paper. Her eyes widened, sparkling with excitement as she shoved the chewy caramel in her mouth. "Poor kid," Gerard said under his breath as the cart rolled past. There were over 200 people in our caravan, people like Casheri who had lost almost everything, and the only hope they had was to escape the smaller villages like Ashbur because they could no longer sustain themselves after the war. Families had been ripped apart, people enslaved, their properties taken from them or destroyed, and when the war ended so suddenly, Sapin had lacked the leadership and infrastructure to send help or rebuild. With countless mothers, daughters, sons, and fathers never returning from the war, too many families just couldn't survive so far away from the cities. Ironically, a few of those in the caravan were people we had helped escape the cities to begin with who hadn't been able to risk making the return journey on their own and had instead waited months for assistance. Some of them would return to Xyrus and Blackbend, but others had no homes, families, or lives to return to. With no hope of their own, they needed someone to step in and help rekindle it for them. Nudging a small rock with my toe, I watched as it bounced down the steep mountain. The repeated clack of stone against stone, quiet under the continuous crunch of wagon wheels and the rumble of so many voices, both human and mana beast. Gerard was silent but kept up a brave face for the sake of those who rolled past in the caravans. Ahead, I heard the guards calling out and turned my ear in their direction. "Just announcing a rest," Gerard said, seeing my worried look. "It'll take a while to get everyone up this incline, so we can take a breather ourselves, right?" I nodded, hiking my pack higher up on my back and continuing up the road, which leveled out as it curved around a broad valley in the mountainside. At least half an hour to get the last carts up here, but we should all fit comfortably on this flat space. Gerard cut through a gap between a cart and the family following it on foot, then beelined for a large boulder that had fallen from the mountain and cracked in half at the road's edge. By the placement, it looked like someone had moved it with magic a long time ago, and now it made a convenience table for Gerard to pull out a few containers of food. I followed, comfortable with the ritual by now. Withdrawing a few things from my own dimension artifact, I laid them out to share, then took up an apple and bit into it with a crunch. A heavyset woman in bright-colored clothes whistled as she passed us by in her small chariot, which was being pulled by a large bird almost as bright as its owner. "Oi, when are you going to ask me for a lunch date, Gerard Redner?" Gerard's cheeks flushed, and his mouth worked silently as he struggled for a reply. "Maybe the day your very presence doesn't redden his face and steal his tongue, Rosellen," I shot back, then laughed behind my hand. "Alas then," she shouted, turning around in her chariot and straightening her tight blouse, "I fear I am doomed to hear only the sound of silence from those wind-kissed lips of his." She gave me a wicked grin. "Unlike you, Lady Helstia." I waved my hand to shush her, then hid my smile behind my apple, slowly taking a bite. Gerard took his time, ripping a strip of dried meat off a slab and nibbling little bites off it, looking everywhere but at me. After a minute, he cleared his throat and said, "Do you ever think about, before, like Xyrus Academy and what life might have been like if the Alacrians hadn't attacked?" "Sure," I answered, absently turning the apple over in my hands. "It's hard not to, even when I know it doesn't help anything." I hesitated, then met Gerard's eye. "What's on your mind?" He paused and took a bite, chewing slowly. Everything that's happened since the attack on the academy has been awful, you know, but he shifted in his seat, his eyes darting around as he searched for the words, and I realized he looked guilty. I don't want to sound like I'm discounting the horror that these people have faced, that everyone in Dicathen has faced, like the elves, like that girl, but he let out a dramatic sigh and finally looked at me. I just wanted to say I like this. I like what we're doing, helping these people, spending time, making a real difference, I guess. If it weren't for the war, if you hadn't saved my life when I literally tried to kill you, I just don't know who I'd have become. Is it bad, I guess, that I prefer who I am now? I felt tears building behind my eyes and quickly blinked them away. No, I don't think that's bad. I cleared my throat but wasn't sure what else to say. Sensing the awkwardness, Gerard chuckled wryly. Speaking of saving my life, I think that's Tanner cresting the ridge over there, see? Who'd have guessed I'd end up working alongside that blade wing rider again, huh? I swear I still have nightmares about Velker. I snickered into my hand. You should show some more appreciation for the mana beast that helped you escape Xyrus. Easy for you to say, Gerard exclaimed, brandishing his jerky at me. You didn't have to ride the beast. I swear I'm still not sure Tanner even knew how to control it really. Well, he seems to have a good enough handle on it now. A gasp burst out of me unbidden, and I jumped to my feet as my entire body went cold with horror. The blade wing was twisting wildly, its flight quick and erratic just moments before a green jet of light lanced across the sky and struck it from behind. Velker and Tanner spun out of control, and the blade wing's distant silhouette vanished from sight as it plummeted out of the sky. Four dark figures, at first only specks, grew quickly larger as they approached, their killing intent expanding before them like a wave of black, crushing mana. Guards, I screamed, breaking into a sprint toward the front of the caravan. Gerard didn't hesitate but followed right behind me, wind wrapping around his arms and legs. The adventurers had already begun to form ranks, some conjuring shields around the refugees, others chanting and preparing offensive spells to launch a counter-attack at whatever approached. But we could all sense the strength of their unconcealed mana signatures, and already I saw the hopeless looks being exchanged between our guards and heard the quavering of their voices. Shouts went down the wagon train, bringing the carts to a halt one after another. Most of the people we were escorting weren't mages, and they couldn't sense what was approaching, nor had they seen Tanner shot from the air, but they saw the defensive spells being cast, and that was enough to send them into a panic. There wasn't time to organize, though. We couldn't turn around, run, or hide. The distance from the road to the ridge where the blade wing had appeared melted away as the figures bore down on us in what felt like seconds. Diane Whitehall, one of the adventurers who was leading the protection of our caravan, chopped downward with her arm and shouted, "Attack!" I held my breath as a volley of spells launched into the air. Not a single one found its target. Black ice crystallized around the feet of our frontline defenders. The ice condensed into spikes and thrust upward, piercing mana, armor, and then flesh and bone with casual effortlessness. I heard chainmail rip and bones break. Men and women screamed, then went silent as their familiar physical forms became a shredded red mess staining the black ice. Behind them, the second line stumbled back, defensive spells flickering out, no barrage of return fire evident as the horror of the display stole the strength from even these hardened warriors. "Fall back," Diane ordered, her commanding tone replaced by a manic shriek, but there was nowhere for any of us to go. Green mist billowed up from what remained of the corpses, engulfing the survivors. I couldn't turn away as their flesh began to run like candle wax down their bodies, their dying screams bubbling with bile and blood. Diane's freckled face and curly hair slewed off to reveal the skull beneath, then she collapsed. The skidders pulling the lead cart scrambled over each other to get away, ripping out of their harnesses and clawing over the driver's seat, ripping Kashery's grandfather to pieces. Then the mist hit the cart, and I finally turned away, unable to watch what followed, unable to even feel my core past the sickening numbness that was gripping my mind and body. Suddenly, Gerard had a hold of me, dragging me back and away from the mist as it devoured the second and third carts in line as well. Everything was screaming. The mountain was tipping on itself, turning upside down as if trying to throw us off into the sky. I fell to my knees and was sick in the dirt. I'd been in the war in my own way, I'd fought, I'd killed, but I'd never seen such casual and horrific death. Even in the worst days of the Alacrian occupation of Xyrus, I hadn't experienced anything like this. "Cast another spell and die," one of the figures said, a woman by her voice. Trembling, I watched as she landed amid the carnage of their attack, the mist dissolving around her. She had jet black hair and red eyes and horns. Of Vritra, I thought, a word that only partially had meaning until that moment. "Bear a weapon and die," she continued, stepping toward the handful of adventurers still drawing breath. "Run and die, irritate me." "And die," she paused, standing over me, her crimson-colored gaze sweeping across the front of the caravan. I could hear her voice carrying down the mountainside, echoing so she could be heard even from the far end a half-mile distant. "Who speaks for you?" I do," I said weakly, although it wasn't true, strictly speaking. Sort of, I guess. Struggling, I wiped my six-splashed hands in the dirt and stood. This isn't a. We're just helping people move to surviving towns, that's all. We aren't transporting anything of value, except human lives. The woman smiled, a cruel expression on her blunt face. Convenient because that is exactly what we need right now. Over her shoulder, she said, Reist, head to the rear of the caravan, ensure no one gets brave. Reist was badly burned and missing most of one arm, but he gave no outward sign of pain as he nodded in understanding and flew off down the road. Varg, give the venerable sovereign over to Ranksy and assist me in the preparations, she continued, her piercing red eyes flicking toward the sky. A second man landed beside her. He had a narrow, sharp face with a long, curved chin, and short horns stabbed up from each temple above his small eyes. Over his shoulder he was carrying a prone form. He stepped up close to the woman and spoke in a low tone that I could only barely make out. You sure this is the best idea, Perhata? We could. She bared her teeth at him, shutting him up. For the moment we have the sovereign but no tempest warp since ours went up with Sethen. We need to send out a signal and these Dicathen unads give us cover in case we have company. Her focus turned to me, sharpening. Your pulse quickens at my words as if they mean hope for you. She bared elongated canines and leaned in close. Know that if you survive this, it will be because you did exactly as I said. It will be because I spared you. Seek no hope from outside yourself, understand. Swallowing past a lump in my throat, I nodded. When she extended a hand toward my face, I flinched away, but she was faster, her fingers clamping around my cheeks. Go, child. Calm your people, explain what is needed of them. Ensure that they understand their continued existence is firmly in their own hands. She gave me a soft shove as she released me, and I nearly tumbled over backwards. Gerard took hold of my arm to steady me. Lilia, are you? He trailed off, then used his sleeve to wipe away a spot of vomit clinging to my lips, whispering, What are we going to do? What she says, I confirmed. Come one, let's keep these poor people from stampeding off the mountainside. Despite my confident words to Gerard, as we began making our way down the length of our caravan, speaking to family after family, I couldn't help but feel fraudulent in my attempts to spread calm. After all, hadn't I just stood frozen as a mere child was casually executed by their cruelty? And now here I was jumping to do the woman Perhata's bidding. It was perhaps a benefit that the four powerful mages were flying around and casting spells, their punishing auras like the weight of an oncoming thunderstorm, because most of the people in our care were too frightened to do anything except exactly what they were told. Just like me, just stay with your family and keep calm, I told a middle-aged man whose 6 children were whimpering from inside their wagon. The 4 aurochs pulling the large vehicle shifted nervously, but he kept them firmly in hand. I'm confident that when they get what they want, they'll leave us be. I smiled and hated myself for it. Was I lying to the man? I had no way of knowing, and that broke my heart. As I stepped away from his wagon, which was perhaps halfway along the line of carts, wagons, and people on foot as they snaked up the mountainside, the ground rumbled and quaked beneath my feet. Stone exploded somewhere deep beneath us. I gasped as my ankle turned on a rock, and the 4 aurochs surged forward toward the back of the small cart ahead of them. The father shouted in panic, jerking futilely at the reins as his children screamed from behind the thick cloth covering their wagon. The lead aurochs dipped their heads and slammed into the back of the cart, splintering wood and sending it careening toward the road's edge. The lone woman on the cart screeched in surprise and terror, and her skidders hissed and tried to surge up the mountainside, dragging the broken cart behind them. The hissing lizards spooked the aurochs even more, and the beasts swerved right to get around the smaller cart, taking them, and the family they were pulling toward the edge of the road and the sharp incline down the face of the mountain. Reaching outward, I took hold of the limited water attribute mana in the atmosphere and condensed it into a wall just before the aurochs plunged over the side. The beasts smashed into the wall and were forced straight, keeping them on the road as they raced along its very edge, the wagon rebounding off the wall of water behind them. Thrusting both hands forward, I sent the wall as a wave across the ground beneath the wagon, pushing it into the dirt and gravel, softening it into a thick muck to catch the wheels. The wagon slid side to side as the aurochs tried to force their way around the next cart in line. I conjured another wall at their side, preventing them from veering too far right and plunging down the fatal incline, but it was clear what was going to happen if the runaway beasts turned our caravan into a full-blown stampede. Gathering as much force as I could behind the wall of water, I condensed it into a scythe, dropping the liquid blade across the harness connecting the beasts to the wagon. Wood and leather splintered and the aurochs bellowed in terror, leaping from the road. For a moment they held their formation, sprinting in unison down the steep mountainside, then one lost its footing. I looked away, unable to stomach the sight that followed. The wagon rested half off the road, the screaming of breathless, terrified children still issuing from its interior. With its wheels stuck in thick mud, it was stable for the moment, but I wasted no time rushing to the wagon's rear and ripping open the cloth covering. 6 pale faces stared out at me even as their father struggled to get to them from the other side. "Come on, out," I urged, waving them toward me. 2 older girls grabbed their 2 youngest siblings in their arms and hurried toward me. The other 2 scrambled to escape out the front, their father dragging them through the opening. As the weight shifted, the wagon slid sideways in the muck. I grabbed the first 2 children and pulled them to safety. As I reached for the second pair, the wagon slid again, and the older child yelled and slipped as the wooden floor lurched beneath her. A gust of wind slammed into the wagon's broad side, pushing it back toward me. The girl lunged, and I grabbed her and heaved, yanking her off the deck and onto solid ground. Gerard ran up, channeling the gust of wind and slowly pushing the wagon back onto the road. Above us, the 2 skidders clung to the mountainside, a half-destroyed cart dangling beneath them. The driver was lying in the dirt a dozen feet away, nursing a badly bruised elbow and cursing her mana beasts. A deadly aura approached, and I looked up to see the one-armed Vritra, Reist, land in our midst. He slowly gazed around, his eyes narrow and hostile. "Keep your folk in line, girl." My anger and anxiety overcame me, and I stepped in front of the cowering family and leveled a fierce glare at him. "Whatever you're doing feels like it's going to bring down the mountain with us on it. Your spells scared some of the mana beasts, and these people almost." I choked on my words as his killing intent wrapped around my throat like a clawed fist. Eyes bulging, I scratched at my neck but couldn't force in a breath. The Alacrian stepped closer. "Do not think that our need for you is so great that it makes us willing to be disrespected, girl. Perhaps the rest of this pathetic lot will be more pliant if I spread your guts from one end of the caravan to the other. Please, that's enough," Gerard yelled, running to my side. "We understand, all right." Reist eyed Gerard with disdain, then flew up into the air and away, his aura receding with him. I sank to my knees, tears streaming down my cheeks, and dragged in a rasping breath. "Stupid." I gasped, shaking my head and angrily wiping my tears away. "So I've been told," Gerard said, kneeling beside me. I wheezed uncomfortably, half laughing, half crying. "Not you." "I shouldn't have, never mind that," he asserted, offering me his hand. When I took it, he helped me stand. "Come on, there are a lot of people here looking to us for some kind of leadership." Knowing he was right, I stood straight and did my best to collect myself. We helped the woman release her skidders. Several other families came forward to find places for the large family to take shelter and redistribute the goods contained in their now useless wagon. Assuming we ever leave this mountainside, I caught myself thinking, but then perhaps it means they still have some hope. Otherwise, why bother? Feeling a little better, Gerard and I continued along the wagon train, doing our best to explain what was happening and offer consolation and guidance where it was needed. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the end of the caravan, where the one-armed mage was watching over the road to ensure no one tried turning around and fleeing. Meanwhile, the mountain continued to tremble like a volcano about to erupt, and our captors offered us no further explanation. A bitter wind had started to blow down the mountainside, turning the air cold, and most of the people had retreated to covered wagons to huddle around warming artifacts or built fires, and set up tents against the base of the cliff that bordered the road. With my cloak pulled tight around my shoulders, I turned away from the last cart in our caravan and began making my way back up the mountain with Gerard. "Do you feel that?" he asked, stopping and looking westward, using his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. "Impossible," I breathed, the word little more than a groan. Mana signatures, just as powerful as those of the Alacrian mages who had taken us prisoner, were approaching rapidly. Within moments, I could make out a cluster of 5 shapes speeding through the air toward us. Perhata and Varg rose to meet them. The 5 new arrivals were all horned and red-eyed, just like Perhata and her companions, and each one felt at least as strong as a white core mage. 9 such powers, I thought in dismay. How is such a thing even possible? "Maybe they'll let us go now," Gerard said hopefully. "If they get what they want, there is no reason for them to harm us, right?" I couldn't bring myself to agree with him, my mind lingering on the quakes that had been shaking the mountain for the last couple of hours. "Maybe I can make out what they're saying," Gerard murmured, casting a spell. A light breeze seemed to turn against the cold wind coming down from the east, blowing only around Gerard. "They, wraiths, I think that's what they're called." "What are wraiths?" "That man they captured, he's a sovereign, whatever that means. They're waiting for one of their teleportation devices, but these new arrivals, they're responding to some kind of signal Perhata sent, they don't have one. They're arguing now and oh no shit." There was a wet whisper and bright blood bloomed like an opening flower across Gerard's chest. He looked at me in surprise and confusion, his mouth opening and closing, then he sank to the ground. Somewhere a scream sounded like a distant alarm, made muddy by the pounding of my own pulse in my ears. Gerard." I fell to his side, pressing my hands to his chest. There was a small tear in his shirt, and beneath it a clean hole in his flesh. Blood was pooling underneath him. His hand reached for my cheek, smearing blood across my face, then slowly fell back to his side. A pained moan escaped his lips, and then he was still, the light fading from his eyes. All I could do was stare in horror at my friend's body. With painstaking slowness, my head turned to where the wraiths flew above us. They weren't even looking. People were moving around me, coming to see only to halt and step back as they realized Jarod was already dead. But I couldn't take my eyes off the wraiths as they flew away, landing near the head of our wagon train. Only then did my tear-filled eyes turn back to Jarod. He stared blindly up at me. Shaking, I pushed his lids closed. I suddenly realized that, although I was surrounded by people, I was completely alone. I'd known some of the adventurers who were guarding us, but they weren't my friends, and most of them had died in the initial attack. The people we were helping relocate were nearly all strangers to me, at best people I had found and helped escape from Xyrus. Father and mother were a long way away. Vaincy had helped organize this journey, but there had been no need for her to attend personally. I was all on my own, and I had no idea what to do next. My stomach twisted as a Wraith Mana signature approached, their intent lashing at me like a whip. The one-armed Wraith was drifting in our direction yet again. There was an awful smirk carved across his burned face. Perhata said it, didn't she? Cast a spell, die, fools. All you need to do is sit still, shut up, and stay out of our way. I had no strength to exchange words with this fiend out of my worst nightmares, but he wasn't listening anyway. His head jerked up, his grotesque, blistered nose sniffing at the air like a beast. A low growl emanated from his throat, and he glared balefully down at me. Silence. Say nothing on pain of death. Then, one by one, I felt the Wraith's presence vanishing. Even as I stared at Reist, I lost all perception of his stifling mana signature. In the space of a few breaths, it was like the Wraiths had disappeared. Blindly, my hand groped until it closed around Jarod's already cooling arm. What the hell is going on? A distant but swiftly approaching emanation answered my question even as I thought it. Spinning where I knelt by Jarod's body, I stared without comprehension into the sky, where three massive winged shapes had appeared over the mountains and were flying directly toward us. Dragons, 3 dragons. Breathless, I hungrily absorbed the sight of them. 2 beautiful crystalline white beings with ice-blue webbing in their wings and gleaming spikes along their backs, led by a third, black as midnight, and seething with a killing intent unlike any I'd felt before. I considered Reist from the corner of my eye as the dragons slowed, wheeling around to the west and investigating our caravan. He wasn't watching me but had hunkered down beside a cart, his bloodshot eyes locked on the dragons. No, I thought, suddenly desperate, my fingers going white around Jarod's dead flesh. They'll think we're just us. They won't know the Wraiths are here. They'll leave. I swallowed heavily, steeling myself for what I needed to do. The Wraith would kill me. I saw that as clearly as I did the dragons in the sky, but I'd been dead since the moment the Wraith shot down Tanner and his blade wing. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to cast a spell. Chapter 453, Amongst the Fallen. Part 2. My heart fluttered inside my chest, hardly daring to beat as I reached for the mana necessary to cast a spell. It didn't have to be complicated or even strong. A jet of water condensed to burst like a firework, just enough to get the dragon's attention. If they flew away. Even though I couldn't feel his manifested intent, I knew the monster named Reist was barely a dozen feet away. He'll sense what I'm doing, I thought hopelessly. There was no way I could hide the spell from someone as powerful as him. Even if I suppressed my mana, he would see right through me. Despite his missing arm and cracked skin, he could cross the distance and break my neck without revealing even a blip of his mana. Read at readland.org. Although I wasn't looking at it, I could feel Jarod's lifeless body next to me, and I knew it didn't matter if Reist managed to reach me. Not if I could fire of the spell first. I jumped with fright as the air crackled with power and a voice like thunder boomed across the mountainside. Agents of Agrona, the voice said, resounding as if projected by every bare stone. We know you're here, so-called Wraiths, and that you have the sovereign Aludari of the Vritra clan. Guardian Karen Indrath is offering you this one opportunity to turn yourselves over to our authority and release your prisoner to us. The black dragon swept low, flying past our caravan of wagons beside the road, its bright yellow eyes scouring us in search of the hidden Wraiths. The wind of its passage made my hair fly back, and his aura at such a close range stole my breath. The spell I'd been stealthily attempting to form died on my fingertips. Awe and relief overwhelmed me. I leaned against Jarod's body, still clutching his arm with one hand, and wept silently. Consider yourself fortunate, dragon, the harsh, bittersweet voice of Perhata answered. Her words were disembodied, emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once, giving no clue of her physical location. We aren't here for you, not today, but that won't stop us from delivering your wings to Agrona if you interfere. The black dragon wheeled high above, reconvening with the 2 white dragons, their wings beating slowly to keep their enormous bodies in the air. Don't be absurd, it said, its tone thick with disbelief. Your flight is over, your incursion into Dicathen failed, you can no longer run nor can you hide from us. You insult yourselves by not accepting reality. Someone farther up the caravan cheered, exulting in the dragon's presence. Several people quickly joined them, and my relief took on a tinge of fear. Be quiet, I pleaded, not wanting them to draw attention to themselves. Perhada's disembodied laughter echoed across the mountainside, drowning out all other noise. You have yet to mention that we hold not one hostage but a couple hundred, yes. I have been trained since birth to kill your kind, Asura, but know that in the process of fighting this losing battle, you would be condemning all these people, the very people you claim to protect, to a grisly death. You know as well as I that, if this mountain becomes a battlefield, you cannot save them, not even from your own powers. I swallowed hard, my swollen eyes instinctively tracking across the nearby wagons and carts and the faces of those who rode in them. The dragon was silent for only a beat before answering. You are cowards, claim to be our equals all you wish, but the fact that you hide behind magicless lessers to save yourselves tells us everything we need to know. It twisted its long neck, giving the other two dragons a meaningful look. As if reacting to a command, they both descended, transforming as they did so. The gleaming white scales melded together and formed shining plate armor, the reptilian features flattening and becoming humanoid. By the time their feet touched the ground, both dragons wore the forms of severe but beautiful women, long blonde hair streaming down their backs from beneath scaled helmets. Each bore an identical tower shield and long spear. See how heartless your saviors are, Perhada's voice oozed from the air. We were prepared to let you live, only desiring the return of one of our own. But these Usuras, they think of you only as a flock of woggarts to be tended and maintained. If a few here and there need to be slaughtered for the good of the herd, though, they won't hesitate. You all should have bowed to High Sovereign Agrona when you had the chance. Read at readland.org, the two Asuran women landed on a flat outcropping above the caravan. They remained there only a moment, searching the wagons below, before one of them leapt off, carving a graceful arc through the air and landing light as a feather near the end of the train. Only a few wagons down from where I knelt, and the wraith Reist hid. Although unlikely, if any of you manage to survive this, tell your kin, Perhada continued, her words an intrusion I couldn't block out or escape. Share with everyone you encounter the cruelty of the Indrath clan and the kindness of the Vritra. Lying, manipulative witch, I thought bitterly, but at the same time I knew she was right about the dragon's willingness to sacrifice us. Squeezing my eyes shut tight, I pressed outward against my despair until my ears rang and my face burned red. These refugees, most women and children, need me to have hope, to care if they live or die. Because I might be the only one here who does. My mind went inexplicably to Kashuri, the little girl who vanished in an instant of spellfare collateral damage as the wraiths exterminated our mages and guards. I couldn't save her. And I knew I wouldn't be able to save everyone now cowering in fear on this mountainside either. My gaze dragged down to Gerard. My fingers slid off his strangely still flesh, then curled into white-knuckled fists. One. Just help one person, that's all it takes. The Asuran woman was approaching, walking along the inside of the carts as she searched them one by one. The men, women, and children occupying them seemed frozen and slightly unreal, like the blurry figures in the background of a painting. Their eyes followed along with the Usura's progress, but they otherwise remained unnervingly still. Reist was ever so slowly shifting around the cart as the Usura approached. Even though I knew he was there and could see him with my own eyes, my attention wanted to slip off him, to look anywhere else. My breath caught as the wraith and the Usura maneuvered to opposite sides of the same cart, Reist's steps falling in time with the dragon's to hide even the whisper-quiet sound of his slow shifting. Everything seemed to be happening so slowly. Where are the other wraiths? The second dragon? What are they waiting for? Suddenly the long spear was carving downward, leaving a blurred silver crescent in its wake. Read at readland.org, the weapon shattered the heavy cart, sending shards of broken wood and personal belongings flying in every direction. At the front of the cart, a man and woman were propelled off as if they'd been fired from a catapult, so sudden and violent they didn't even have a chance to scream. On the other side of the cart, Reist threw himself to the side, so fast I could hardly see his movements, and still that wasn't fast enough. The long spear sliced down the side of his leg with a spray of blood even as he breathed out a cloud of noxious green poison. Conjuring an orb of water, I caught the pair of farmers who had been tossed from the wagon, but there was nothing I could do as their two Orachsen were inundated by the cloud, which dissolved both the long shaggy fur and the flesh beneath, so that their pockmarked bones splashed into the muck beneath them. Silver light radiated out of the dragon's shield, wrapping her in a moving barrier that repulsed the fog, but the cloud was spreading quickly. "Run!" I screamed even as I scrambled back from the expanding mist. In a moment of hesitation, I reached for Gerard's arm, wildly thinking I could save his body for a proper burial. That moment of hesitation nearly cost me my life. As I slowed and my hand reached out, the fog caught up with me, oozing around my fingers. I was already moving again, hurling myself away before I registered the pain. The skin of my right hand cracked and blistered in an instant, entire patches sloughing away like shed snake skin as it melted. Biting back a scream, I cradled the wounded limb to my stomach and sprinted away, lacking even the chance to honor Gerard's sacrifice by watching as the flesh-decaying fumes subsumed him. The two farmers and I bolted past the next wagon in line, just as the large feline mana beasts pulling it lunged away from the noise and flaring mana, screeching as they jumped off the road and tried to sprint down the mountain in panic. And perhaps they could have, if not for the wagon connected to their harness, which crashed down on top of them, mana beasts and riders alike vanishing into the wreckage. Then the noise hit me. The screams were first and loudest, then the explosion of spellfire farther up the caravan. All the mana beasts were the worst though, terrified, senseless, and shrill enough in their panicked howling to cut through the rest. Still running, I looked over my shoulder at the fight. Read at readland.org. Beyond the thick green cloud, I could just make out the shadows of others sprinting away down the mountain road, abandoning their wagons and carts. The Usura's shield continued to repulse the spells as the Wraith launched attack after attack, pounding the silver spell with condensed spikes of foul, poisonous magic. The longspear thrust outward, but at the same time the entire road fell. The sudden jarring motion pulled the Usura off balance, and the thrust went wide. Then I saw no more as I toppled forward, the solid ground I'd been running across vanishing from underneath me. I landed hard, crashing forward onto my elbows and the side of my face. I sucked in an agonized breath as dirt and gravel was embedded into the ruined flesh of my hand, and would have screamed if something heavy hadn't landed on me a second after. Even as I turned to see the panicking man I'd saved flailing to get off me, a boulder as large as he was crashed to the road beside us, bounced, and struck him directly, missing me by inches. Boulder and man alike sailed over the edge of the road and vanished into the cloud of dust that now obscured everything in all directions. Unsure what had happened, I blearily stared around from my back. A small chariot beside me was overturned. A large lupin mana beast was snarling and tearing at the leather straps connecting it to the wreckage in an attempt to be free. There was no sign of the driver. A woman's shouts pulled my attention away. It was the dead man's wife. She was crawling toward the road's edge, repeating a name I couldn't make out through the ringing in my skull. "Stop, don't go close to the—" A sudden burst of wind blasted away the dust for 100 feet in every direction, revealing Reist pinned to the ground with a dragon longspear embedded in his chest. His one remaining arm was clutching the spear as he gaped up at the Usura. The mountain shook from the force of the blow and the edge of the road crumbled yet further. The woman's shouting turned into a scream as the rock gave way beneath her, and she was pulled into the dust-choked void beyond. The scream cut out a second later as I heard the wet impact of her body striking rock and tumbling down the steep slope. The ground trembled again, and I realized the entire mountain was quaking. Rocks were raining down from above and bouncing over the path, and entire sections of the road were caving in and spilling down the mountainside. "Get up," I told myself, reaching for the strength to do so. "You have to keep going." Shaking violently, I used my injured hand to push myself to my feet, then froze when I realized the Usura was striding toward me. All around her, the wreckage of her brief battle against the Wraith painted a dire portrait. The hairs rose up on my arms and neck as her bright yellow eyes moved straight through me. "You're supposed to protect us," I said, my voice a wheezing gasp, no thought of what I was saying. "Help us?" She barely took notice, her searching gaze skating over me as she strode past, leaving the few survivors of the surrounding carts to fend for themselves. There weren't many, only those whose mana beasts had stayed within their control or who had abandoned their vehicles. I could still hear the sounds of battle from farther up, but the Usura moved with unrushed purpose, her gaze sure and confident. Another survivor grabbed me, and suddenly I was being dragged along even as the road shook and threatened to give way beneath our feet. Over my shoulder, though, I was watching the dragon. Gritting my teeth, I pulled free of the hands holding me up. I recognized faces, but names escaped my frazzled thoughts. Questions, pleading, but too much fear to force me or to stand and wait. Because, even as the survivors sprinted headlong down the road and away from the battlefield, I turned and followed the Usura. Read at readland.org. She must have sensed me because she glanced back. "Go, I won't be responsible for you, and there is nothing one of your kind can do here." I wiped blood from my eyes as I kept stumbling after her. "I'm responsible for these people. I need to help whoever I can, not to fight just." She shrugged. "You are free to choose your own death." Her steady strides carried her ahead of me even as I jogged to try and reach a crushed wagon that she passed by without a second glance. Each jarring step was pure torture on my hand. Conjuring a sort of gauntlet of cold water to ease the flesh, I firmly put the pain out of my mind, or I tried at the very least. Beside the wagon, which had been cracked open like an egg when the road collapsed, an older woman lay with a man pulled into her lap. Tears spilled down the crags in her aged face, and for a moment I feared the old man was dead. As I approached, his hand patted hers and I realized he was speaking, but the words were too soft for me to hear. Behind the elder's broken cart, another man, brawny with deeply tanned skin, was attempting to get his family over the edge of the road and down the steep incline. "Hey," I said loudly, waving my uninjured hand to get his attention. "There are more people over here they need." The brawny man looked right at me, shook his head, and began climbing down after his family. Taking a steadying breath and trying not to blame the man, I instead kneeled down beside the elders. "Never mind then, let me help you up, we need to move." "He can't walk," the old woman said plainly. "Got a bad back." I think something broke when the road jumped. I flinched as Mana burst somewhere ahead of us, shaking the ground again. I was afraid the mountain would come down around us. "Perhaps your Mana beasts," I cut myself off, realizing the moon ox connected to the wagon was lying broken in its harness, having been struck by a large stone. "Someone else's then, there are so many." The woman was looking at me with such a heartbreaking combination of appreciation, understanding, and acceptance that I couldn't continue. "We're not getting out of this, child," she said, her tears now dry. "But you can. And don't go trying anything silly. I'd rather not leave this life knowing there is blood on my hands, understand?" I shook my head vehemently. "I'm a mage, I can." I trailed off, biting my bottom lip hard enough to draw blood. I didn't want to admit it, even to myself, but I knew there was nothing I could do for them. The old woman tried to give me a fierce and determined sort of look, but she couldn't manage it. Instead, she looked away, leaned down, and kissed her husband on the forehead. "You are free to choose your own death," the dragon's words echoed in my head, accompanied by the taste of blood. Read at readland.org. Running footsteps were approaching, and so I stood, giving them a small bow as I prepared to address more survivors. The mountainside behind me shattered in a burst of mana. A shard of stone cut the air so close that I felt my hair move with its passage, and I jerked and fell again, slamming my wounded hand hard on the ground. One of the adventurers, a quiet boy younger than me, had just appeared out of the thick wall of dust, pelting as fast as he could down the treacherous path, a few others behind him. The force of the explosion lifted their bodies off the ground, a spray of stone shrapnel ripping them to tatters. I stared at the bodies, my breath coming faster and faster. What am I supposed to do? One small figure moved, shuffling and moaning in pain. I sprinted forward and scooped up a small boy into my arms. His face was covered with dust and blood, and he pulled back from my touch as I put pressure on his shoulder, which I thought might be dislocated. His eyes moved to me, his thin brows pinching together, but his expression was vacant. I could recognize the signs of shock well enough, but my own mind was a disordered blur. Standing, I turned in a slow circle, searching for a way to help this poor child. Ahead of us, a wide, flat cart had overturned, blocking my view of the road. When it exploded, I jumped so hard I nearly let the child slip out of my hands. So wholly was I startled that I barely registered the figure smashing through the cart, passing by a few feet in front of me and slamming into the ground. The impact shook the mountain, and the road beneath my feet slid away. Read at readland.org. Gasping, I half ran, half jumped across the sliding rock and dirt, scrambling for solid ground. For a moment, every other sound was lost beneath tons of rock crashing down the mountainside. Unsure what else to do, I threw myself behind the elderly couple's cart, which had miraculously remained on the road. My stomach turned as the figure rose from the sinkhole, a wicked blade of black ice held in each hand. Varg, I remembered, the wraith who had argued with Perhata. Gravel crunched behind me and I spun, the Usura. She advanced with her shield out in front of her, the long spear extended out over top. "You went to all the trouble of hiding among this lot just for a scratch?" the dragon asked, and I noticed the faintest cut beneath her eye, barely more than a red line drawn across her pale skin. "If you are the best Agrona has managed in all these years, I find myself in wonder that this war still continues." Varg did not bother with a retort but flew out into the open air, keeping well back from solid ground. The dragon wasn't bothered, of course, lifting up and floating out into the dusty void after him. And as she did, I got a closer look at her face, her wound. Something was wrong with it. Already, green tendrils were expanding outward from the scratch, discoloring the flesh around it. Moving with such sudden speed that I could not follow, she flashed across the space between them, her long spear a blur in the air as she lashed out in several entwined strikes. The wraith didn't attempt to fight, instead retreating and dodging so that her strikes always just barely missed. The speed of their conflict kicked up a wind that pushed back the dust, and I squinted down at the cloud's edge. Beneath them, nothing more than a silhouette, a second figure waited, hidden. The boy whimpered in my arms, and I shrank down and held him tight, my attention locked on the fight unfolding before me. Each of the dragon's attacks came faster than the last. Lines of silver light following each movement, and pillars of dark ice formed to deflect the blows or cut off her momentum. But Varg was beginning to appear strained, his face a mask of dire concentration. There was another tremor, and with a jolt of fear, I hurried up the road, picking my way through the wreckage. I didn't dare to look back to see if the elders were still lying in the dirt beside their cart. My vision wavered and my joints seared with every movement I made, the boy's weight only adding to the pain. A cut on my side I didn't remember receiving bled freely, while the agonizing pain of my hand helped to blunt the pain from the rest of my injuries. A massive shadow cut off the diffused glow of the sun, made blurry and orange by the dust rising from the mountainside. A beam of pure mana split the sky, so bright that I had to stop and look away. By the time I could start moving again, the black dragon was wheeling away again, 5 figures darting around it, spells striking with clockwork coordination. Cart after cart had been left empty and abandoned. Some mana beasts lay dead, others had ripped free of their fittings and fled. Scattered throughout the devastation were dozens of bodies. I quickly checked each one, looking for any survivors but only finding corpse after corpse. One, just one, I murmured to myself, my search becoming more and more desperate. Then, as my shadow crossed over the face of an armored woman, her eyes blinked open and she stared up at me. I gasped, reaching out a hand only to pull back when I saw the stake protruding from the side of her armor, the wood having hit her with enough force to twist steel. Setting down the silent child, I took hold of the stake. This is going to, I jerked upward, unsure if the strength of my wounded hand would be enough. Hurt. The woman gasped with sudden pain, but the piece of wood pulled free. I tossed it aside, then conjured a spell to clean the wound of dirt and slivers. Withdrawing clean bandages from my dimension artifact, I did my best to stop the bleeding, then stepped back. By then, the child was beginning to whimper, and although my body screamed in protest, I picked him back up. The woman groaned as she stood, then she conjured stone around the damaged section of her armor. Thank you. Of course, I'm just glad. A sudden sonic burst popped my right ear and I wobbled unbalanced. The child let out a cry, and the adventurer beside me winced and clutched the rock-covered wound. Glancing out over the dusty void, I saw only the white-armored Usura, her bright yellow eyes seeming to pierce the dust like spotlights as she searched for the wraith who had vanished. Suddenly the dragon winced and pressed the back of her spear arm against the cut on her face, which was now half green from whatever rot the wraith had infected her with. In that moment, Varg dove out of the dust, one blade cutting down from his right, the other thrusting up from the left. The dragon was not caught off guard, and her spear slashed through the air, shattering first one sword, then carving through Varg from shoulder to rib cage, and finally crashing into the second blade, which exploded into a fine, glittering cloud. But from the spray of blood, a dozen black metal spikes thrust out, growing rapidly. Most impacted harmlessly against the dragon's shield, and one glanced off the side of her helmet. Another, however, pierced the inside of her spear arm, pushing through and out the other side, then expanding yet farther, so that in the blink of an eye the arm was ripped free and sent spiraling with her spear down into the unseen depths below. The dragon spun away from the attack, her shield sweeping like a blade and unleashing a crescent of white light, which carved into the dust in a circle around her. I fell to my knees, the boy pulled tight against my chest, just in time for the spell to part the air above me before slamming into the cliff face and carving the solid stone like so much soft winter snow. Something hard hit the back of my head, and the world swam as the explosion of pain nearly ripped me free from the thread of consciousness I had been hanging onto. All I could do was blink as I pressed my head down onto the back of my arm and breathed through the nausea. Stay awake, I thought. Stay awake, stay awake. Glancing blearily around, I saw a nearby cart and began dragging the boy and myself across the ground until I was lying beneath it. As I rolled over onto my back, the child whimpering in the crook of my elbow, I saw the woman I had just saved. She was lying almost exactly where had been when I first found her, severed cleaning in two by the Usura's spell. I stared at her for a long time, unable to process what was going on around me. Read at readland.org motion caught my pain-blurred eyes, and I watched through the spokes of a cartwheel as the second white-armored dragon woman flew out to the other. They looked nearly identical, though one was now missing an arm and had green tendrils spreading from her cut cheek, so that nearly her entire face was sickly looking. Despite the rumble of the mountain warning me that this section of the road might collapse at any moment, I couldn't look away from the divine beings. Even taking the form of humans, there was still something otherworldly about them, transcendent, even. I wondered what such beings talked about. I could see their lips moving, but the distance and noise were far too great to hear. Was she wondering what sort of creatures these wraiths were, that they would sacrifice their own merely for the chance to wound her? I swallowed hard. How much is my life worth to beings like the dragons and wraiths, or how little? To them, I knew perhaps the answer was nothing, but for myself, I couldn't comprehend the value of the human lives lost in that battle. Just help, one more person. As the ringing in my head began to subside into a steady but painful throb, I dragged my aching body out from under the cart and stood, painfully scooping up the boy once the stars behind my eyes faded. It's going to be all right, I said, talking as much to myself as to the child. Two people were standing at the edge of a collapsed section of road, staring down at the scree-strewn hole that had earlier been passable ground. They both jumped when they heard me scrambling out from under the cart, and the man spun and pointed the tip of a sword at me. The path's fallen down, I said, my tongue feeling numb and drunken. I gave a little shake of my head, which I instantly regretted when a lightning bolt of pain struck out from the knot growing on the back of my skull. Sorry, that's a bit obvious, isn't it? Lady Helstia, the man said, lowering his sword. By the abyss everyone there's no time, I cut in, sobering as I thought of Gerard and the adventurer I had just helped only to see her cut down again. You'll have to climb, shimmy along the cliffside there. That rim of ground should hold, but grab onto the wall too. The woman pulled a bundle in her arms up to her chest and it squirmed and gave a small cry. A baby, I realized. She was carrying a baby. Behind the family, I saw the black dragon sweep back around, having flown up over the high peaks. None of the wraiths were in sight. I glanced at the boy in my arms, his eyes unfocused, his mouth open with a bit of drool dribbling down as he regarded me nervously. Down then, I said. I struggled to channel mana through the fog, still muddying my thoughts, and had to set the child down to focus. After a moment, a wave condensed out of the air to hammer into the cart I had hidden under. Already half broken, the bed of the cart rolled off its axle, coming to rest at the very edge of the road. Go on, get in. What? The man asked, his face pale. You can't expect we'll be crushed to paste. The mountain quaked yet again, and high above, a peak collapsed as a stray spell lanced through it. You won't, I assured him, but if you don't get out of here, this mountain might come down on all of us. Not waiting for a reply, I knelt beside the now isolated cart bed, gently pulling the boy with me. Without its wheels and harness, the vehicle looked not unlike a small raft. Focusing on the point where the road had collapsed, I felt for the distant atmospheric mana trapped within the stone. There wasn't enough by itself, but with the help of a competent water attribute conjurer. Slowly at first, then faster, water began bubbling up from the cracks in the stone. Soon it was gushing, then finally the stone broke open, releasing a flood that ran down the steep ramp created by the rock slide like a rushing river. Tentacle-like protrusions reached out from the water and wrapped around the cart. I met the woman's eye, then looked pointedly at the squirming bundle in her arms. I can control the flow until you reach a safe place below, but only if you go now. She gazed at her baby for a few very long seconds, her face pale as death, then took a step toward the broken cart. The man grabbed her arm and she leaned forward and rested her head against his chest. What other choice do we have? He stared at me with raw, bloodshot eyes. Please, don't let us die, don't let our baby. Read at readland.org. I nodded, all my concentration on the huge quantity of water I was attempting to control. The couple finally got up into the cart, sitting on the floor and wedging themselves between the two benches, their arms around each other and their precious cargo. And I need you to watch after this little one, I said, lifting the boy with my good arm while my ruined hand stretched out in front of me to help focus the spell. The boy yelled out as I set him in the cart, and the man, despite his fear, pulled the boy close, wrapping his arms around them all. It's going to be okay, I assured the child as he began to cry, squirming in the man's arms. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but I'm Lilia, and I'm going to get you out of here safely, okay? The boy was too deep in shock to process what I was saying, but the man understood. Thank you, Lilia. The watery arms dragged the cart into the little waterfall. I nudged the water so that it pulled the cart into itself, keeping it in the center and preventing it from just plunging to its doom. Still, the flow was fast, and the cart took off with such sudden speed that the woman gave a short, sharp scream. The cart wobbled, catching air and being pulled off course, but I held it in position with the flowing water itself, so the makeshift raft was carried rapidly but controlled down the steep slope. In an instant, they vanished into the dust, which was so thick now that I couldn't see more than 30 feet down the mountainside. The battle, which had for a few moments calmed, erupted again in a wave of black fire that spiraled through the sky above. I couldn't be sure where it was coming from or who the target was. An instant later, there was a countering flash as the black dragon swept down from nowhere, unleashing a deadly breath of silver flames. Light and darkness danced against each other, swallowing up the sky. Closing my eyes, I put all my mind and energy into the water itself, feeling its course, keeping the raft tucked into it. Somewhere below, a fireball impacted the mountainside. I felt the river buck as the couple's screams drifted up out of the valley, but I pulled the raft down tight against the water and held on for dear life. After a few seconds, the water began to slow and spread out. That was the edge of my strength, and with a gasp, I released the spell. Instantly, the river slowed to a trickle. My skin was warm. Eyes still closed, I turned my face to the sky. It felt like a midsummer sun was beaming down on me. Just help, one more person, I whispered, hoping beyond hope that the family had made it because that hope was all that I had. My eyes blinked open. The sky was nothing but fire, and the heat had pushed back some of the dust. All up and down the line of carts, fireballs were raining. Rocks were tumbling down and dragging away entire swaths of the road with them. The air was so hot my lungs felt as if they were burning. The ceiling of fire rippled, giving way from the center out, the flames untangling and then sputtering and coming apart. A dark humanoid shape fell through. Even from a distance, I knew it was a wraith, though I couldn't be sure which one. The black dragon's huge head followed, appearing from the center of the dying vortex as if from a portal to the abyss. The The jaws opened wide and the wraith vanished with them. I heard the snap of their closing even from where I kneeled. Suddenly the air cleared, a blast of icy wind sending an enormous cloud of dust out over the dense, marshy forests that grew along the base of the Grand Mountains in Sapin. With flame and dust both gone, the full scope of the battle was visible to me. The two white dragons remained in their humanoid forms. The injured Usura was wielding her shield to defend her twin, who focused on sending bright, silvery attacks at the wraiths harrying her. Both were now spotted with green discoloration. Three more wraiths still swarmed the black dragon, each one attacking in concert with the others, keeping the dragon's attention divided between them at all times. The black dragon flew low, banking so his back and wings were facing me, and I saw for the first time the network of dark green veins lacing through the black scales. Something has poisoned the dragons, and yet they survive while three wraiths are dead, I thought, but I was too battered and weak to take any comfort in the thought. Shifting, I looked around, again taking in the wreckage of the mountain and feeling the rumbling of the rock slides. A war of attrition, I realized. The wraiths can't overpower the dragons, but if they sacrifice a few of themselves to land a poison-laced blow, then they can keep their distance until the dragons are too weak to finish them. And the dragons get no closer to finding this sovereign they're searching for. As I watched the black dragon closely, I saw how it wobbled as it banked tightly and snapped at a wraith, and how when it missed, the silver flames of its breath gleamed less brightly as they chased their target through the air. Just one more, I muttered, my feet slowly starting to move again as they took me up the road. I had to navigate around another slide that had wiped out 50 feet or more of the road. On the other side, I nearly tripped over a prone body. Leaning down, I felt the face of a young woman I had only met briefly. There was no sign of breath in her body. Moving on, I found another corpse, then several more, and came to a place where a circle of black iron spikes had stabbed up from the ground. More corpses were pinned to them. I stopped, growing momentarily woozy, and my gaze returned to the sky. Spell after spell shattered against the black dragon's scales as it chased after the wraiths, unleashing its deadly breath at intervals. The two Asuran twins seemed to be arguing, but as I watched, they suddenly separated. The wounded Usura pulled away from the other and flew toward where I had stopped. At the same time, her twin lunged at Perhata, the long spear thrusting with blurring speed. A beam of pure mana erupted from the spear's head, carving through the air just past Perhata's horns. One of the wraiths broke off and followed the wounded dragon. A dark cyclone was blowing around the wraith, and from it issued missile after missile of ash-gray mana, each one pelting the Usura's back with a low hum. She spun to face him, catching the last few missiles with her shield. Read at readland.org. The cyclone grew, and as it did, more and more missiles poured from it, dozens at a time. Through the nimbus of swirling magic that was now crashing into her from every direction, I saw the dragon lift her shield. It was glowing brightly, and getting brighter with every attack it blocked. Feeling a sudden knife of panic in my ribs, I dropped to the ground, closed my eyes, and shielded my head. Even so, the flash that followed nearly blinded me, burning right through my eyelids. Peeking out from under my elbow, I just saw as the wraith's spell came undone, the cyclone tearing itself apart as the mana spilled away in every direction. The wraith reeled, and the Usura lunged forward. Mana formed a softly shimmering silver arm where her missing limb was. This conjured fist wrapped around the stunned wraith's throat and erupted into red gore. Spinning, she hurled the wraith back against the cliffs, his body cratering stone and triggering yet more collapses all along the road. A beam of white light channeled through the shield and poured into the crater after the wraith until all hint of his lingering mana signature snuffed out. Above, the remaining wraiths fell back to regroup, allowing the wounded Usura to drift to the road, where she collapsed onto her knees. Her twin and the black dragon seemed satisfied to watch the wraiths from a distance, biding their time as well. Uncertain, I stood and approached the Usura. Somewhere ahead, someone was shouting. There are still survivors, I thought, no particular emotion springing to the forefront of my fatigued brain. So you have not chosen your death yet, the Usura said, her voice creaking with wariness. I am. Almost impressed. No one here chose death, I said through clenched teeth, my lips curling back into a grimace. To say otherwise is an insult to all those who survived the hellish war only to become collateral damage here today. Biting my tongue, I took a deep breath to steady myself before continuing. Was it worth it? Have you even found what you wanted? Letting out a pained moan, the dragon forced herself to stand. She was a full head taller than me, and her bright yellow eyes seemed to burn right through to my core as she looked down on me. The fate of worlds outweighs the lives of a couple hundred lessers. She cocked her head, turning to look westward over the steep incline to where her companions were hovering between us and the wraiths. Or even three dragons. Chapter 454, Amongst the Fallen, Part 3, 39 minutes ago. The Usura strode past me, and I couldn't help but take a step back as my stomach churned and my strength wilted from her aura. Despite my best efforts, I'd been trying to avoid turning my thoughts inward to examine my many wounds. But the crushing force of the Usura's presence made my own pains inescapable. Every inch of my body was battered and bruised, my ears rang, and there was a consistent, angry throbbing coming from the back of my head. I couldn't even bring myself to look at my hand, much of the flesh of which had sloughed off to reveal the discolored meat beneath. Ahead of me the dragon looked up, but her gaze was aimed away from the stalled battle above the mountain. To the south, a small cluster of dark shapes was approaching rapidly over the mountain peaks. They weren't bothering to hide their mana signatures, and there was no mistaking them for anything other than what they were. Every nerve in my body began to unravel at the sight, and I felt truly hopeless for the first time since the dragons arrived. Was it all really for nothing? I asked, the words a whisper on my lips. The weight of the dragon's mana swelled, the air thick with it, her pressure palpable on my skin. Pain racked me as I fell to my knees and stared up at the inhuman entity, sure that her mere presence would destroy me utterly. The Usura sighed. Tears streamed from my eyes, and I involuntarily turned away, unable to bear the sight of the Usura's raw power, only to see a streak like a black star bearing down on us. Unable to even utter a cry of alarm, I felt my body go rigid. Then the dragon's aura manifested as a silver shield, capturing me within it by nature of my proximity. A seething morass of black metal spikes churned around us, chewing at the barrier like 1,000 grinding teeth. With a grunt, the Usura shoved outward with her shield. Beams of silver light pierced the cold metal, and the spikes all burst at once, the dust of their remains drifting out over the valley below. I had a second of pure terror to watch as the ground cracked open beneath me before I slid backwards, being swallowed by an enormous earthen maw. Broken stone, rock, half a carriage, and several tons of dirt collapsed all around me. Reaching out, I clawed the air and watched as the one-armed Asuran woman floated into the air and sped toward Perhata. Then everything but the falling mountain was gone, and darkness closed in above me. Desperately, I struggled to conjure a protective barrier of water around myself. The mana sputtered and stalled as my broken concentration flailed, then swelled into existence, embracing me in a cold but buffering sphere. I bounced around as gravel, stone, and soil battered me from every direction, only intermittent flashes of light visible through the cascading rubble. Then, with a suddenness that made my head spin, I came to a jerking halt. The noise of the mountain's collapse continued everywhere at once, the rumbling inside my head, my chest, my guts. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. My barrier was collapsing, being crushed inward toward me by the weight of the mountain. I was trapped by my own spell, pinned, paralyzed, my concentration fractured. The spell burst. I wrapped my arms around my head and the dirt and rocks settled on top of me. Something heavy crushed down on my leg. I screamed, but the soil swallowed the noise. My heart was beating fast, so fast I felt like it would run up my throat. This was it. Everything I had done, learning magic, rebelling against the Alacrians, surviving the war, had brought me here to my literal grave. Buried alive, better to have died alongside Gerard, I thought wildly, bitterly. At least it would have been quick. Then, though, I remembered the man climbing down the mountain with his family. I remembered the couple with the baby, and the boy. They had struggled to survive, not giving up during the war or after, even continuing to fight for their lives as deities rained death and destruction down all around them. Regular folks, farmers, herdsmen, crafters went through all that and chose to keep trying to live. I wriggled my arms, careful to protect my head, and made just a little bit of room for myself. Then my shoulders and hips, and made just a little more. The protective spell had prevented the soil and small stones from compacting around me, but something both hard and heavy was pressing down on my leg. I closed my eyes, even though it made no difference to what I could see. Taking a deep breath of the thin, musty air, I listened and searched with every sense available to me. My breath caught. Below, not far, I could sense mana, a large collection of atmospheric water attribute mana. Shaking with nerves, I carefully, very carefully, began using what little mana I still had to spray jets of high-pressure water into the ground, carving out a little space. The ground that was pressing in all around me gave way little by little. Afraid to be careless, and yet knowing there was no time to collect myself, I used small bursts of water to carve down toward the atmospheric mana I could sense, trying to make enough room to crawl forward in my little cave. But the boulder on my leg was holding it fast. I couldn't move an inch. Closing my eyes, I stopped moving and casting for a moment, focusing on my breath. My head was foggy, my body had dissolved into one connected agony, and my core was nearly empty. Pushing up onto my elbows, I gathered my strength and cast a jet of water at the stone, trying to shift it. Some chunks of rock flaked away, but the boulder didn't move. I gathered my strength, then struck it again and again, each jet in the same spot, until with a muffled crack the boulder split. The halves slid just a little, and suppressing a scream of sheer agony, I yanked myself free. Dirt rained down on me, then small pebbles as the ground all around me shifted as well. Gathering what felt like the last of my strength, I blasted downward with a powerful jet, and the floor of my little hole gave way. I plunged into open air. There was a brief sensation of light against my eyes. Then I hit solid rock with a jarring impact that knocked the breath from my lungs and all sense from my skull. My senses flitted in and out as I struggled against the impulse to go to sleep, then something jolted me back to awareness. I stared up at the ceiling, which had partially crumbled where I'd blasted my way through. What had that been? Something experienced on the outer edges of my failing senses. Turning my neck was pure torture, but I had to find whatever had jarred my senses back to life. Next to me, only a couple feet away, a spike of black metal protruded from the floor and up into the ceiling, with a network of filaments extending from it to keep the ceiling lodged in place. As I looked farther, I saw another and then a third black spike. Then it happened again and I realized what it was, a voice. Despite the bone-deep pain, I turned in the other direction, rolling onto my side and propping myself up on one elbow. In a dim, sourceless light, I could just make out the shape of a man curled into a fetal position next to the glassy black of an underground body of water. Red eyes stared back at me, glowing in the gloom. I sucked in a breath and my ribs gave a stab of pain. Squinting, I realized he had long corkscrew horns that poked up from his head, and there was a sharpness and definition to his features that made him look inhuman. "The Sovereign," I muttered weakly. "Ah, you know me, good, that's good." He tried to give me what he must have thought was a disarming smile, but it only made him look even more predatory, except something was wrong. He has no mana signature. Looking more closely, I realized that he was tightly bound with heavy chains and cuffs. "You're a Dicathen lesser, yes, but a mage at least." A dark tongue flicked across his pale lips. "I'm in need of your assistance immediately, as you can see. Release me at once and I'll—" "What?" I yelped, unable to help myself. Irritation flashed across the man's face. "Do not be stupid. I am no longer an enemy of your nation. If the noise out there is any indication, your dragon allies are currently fighting against the soldiers who abducted me. Release me, and I'll turn myself into whichever lizard is in charge and you'll be a hero." I blinked, unable to process what was happening through the pain and exhaustion pressing on me like the fallen mountain above. "Excellent," he huffed. "After all this, a breathing magic user falls into my lap, so to speak, and she is an imbecile or concussed." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Lesser. You do speak this language, yes." I swallowed and eased myself into a sitting position. My wounded hand jumped to my ribs, which I thought must be broken. "Yes, of course," I said through gritted teeth. "But I don't think I can help you." "You're a coward," a new voice said, a voice that had been ringing across the mountainside all throughout the battle. I froze, unable to turn around, but then I didn't need to. "Sovereign Aludari Vritra of the Dominion of Truatia." Perhada's feet crunched across the sediment, dusting the bare stone of the floor. "Sworn in service to the High Sovereign Agrona Vritra, father of our nation and our people." "Betrayer, traitor, failure," Perhada materialized out of the darkness. "Have I missed any of your titles, Sovereign?" He seemed to deflate as he released a deep sigh. Perhada kneeled beside me, took my chin in her hand, and pulled me around to face her, examining me closely. "If it isn't the girl I promised to let live, have you been a good little girl?" I suddenly felt like I was back in the lightless hole, trapped and waiting to die, blind and suffocating. A cold chill trembled through my body, offset only by the wet warmth spreading through my stained and ruined pants. Perhada regarded me with disdain. "You have survived, which I suppose should be worth something, and yet." Her brows pinched together and she pursed her lips thoughtfully, then stood and moved to Aludari. There was a spark of mana and she set a device down on the ground next to him. "Sorry for the delay, Sovereign. We were waiting on this, which Colleen's battle group was kind enough to bring for us. With 5 more wraiths on our side, the battle above should be about over, don't you imagine?" She sucked in a deep breath and released it with almost giddy energy. "If there has been one good thing about your fruitless attempt to defect, it was that my purpose was fulfilled this day." Dragon blood spilled. One elongated canine bit down on her lower lip as she suddenly closed her eyes and turned her face toward the ceiling, visibly tensing. Then her smile faded, her eyes snapped open, and Perhada spun around, staring up through the mountain as if she could see the sky beyond. Even in the colorless light, I could see her face turning pale. It took a moment longer before I sensed the approaching intent. A seething, furious anger seemed to harden the air. 3 more mana signatures, even more powerful than the dragons already there, and among them something else. Something cold and rageful and dangerous. Perhada spun, diving for the device. Aludari squirmed in his chains, lashing out with a knee and knocking the anvil-shaped artifact sideways. It slid in the dirt, rocking toward the water, and Perhada scrambled to get hold of it, mana building up as she tried to activate it. "Lesser, the Tempest Warp," Aludari urged. "Disable it." Perhada, who had for a moment seemed to forget my existence, flicked out her hand in irritation. A dark streak sped toward me, so fast I didn't even have time to close my eyes. There was a bright purple flash in front of me, and then someone was standing between us, a figure wreathed in violet arcs of lightning. In the figure's hand, little sparks of the purple current jumping around it was the spike that had been aimed for my throat. Violet flames licked between his fingers and the black spike burned away to nothing. The burning silhouette of a wolf burst from him, launching itself at Perhata, while his head turned slightly mid-length blonde hair waving like a curtain, and a single gold eye meeting mine as his profile was revealed. "Go," Arthur said, his voice, like his expression, dark and solemn, but beneath that, frosted over with such a bitter, cold fury that it sent a shiver down my spine. Even as Perhata struggled against the creature in the background, spells starting to flash and fly all through the cavern, I reached out and clutched his arm. The dragons, they didn't care, they let us. That boiling, wrathful intent I had felt flared and Arthur's eyes blazed. "I know." Before I could say or do anything else, Arthur blinked away, his arm melting from my grasp as he reappeared on the other side of Perhata, cutting her off from the sovereign and the artifact. A bright beam of amethyst light swept across the dark cave, and the wraith threw herself back, dragging the lupin mana beast with her. A spray of black metal spikes filled the cave, launching outward from the wraith. My senses weren't quick enough to follow them all, but at the same time, several swords molded from violet energy appeared in the air, slashing in several directions at once, each one deflecting or destroying a spike. One speared the ground beside me, barely missing my leg after one of the swords parried it aside. Shaking loose of my paralysis, I tried to stand only to realize that my crushed leg wouldn't hold my weight. The pain of it was a distant echo that only manifested as I began to move, but it contained no strength. Instead, I rolled over and crawled desperately toward the underground body of water. More projectiles cracked the stone all around me, and with each agonizing jerk forward, I expected one to pierce my flesh and pin me to the ground. It was almost a surprise when my body slid down the wet slope and entered the cold water with a small splash. Shoving out with mana, I projected myself along the narrow river, pushing the current to carry me even faster. A second later, I slipped into a crack where the water drained out and was quickly pulled away from the battle. The underground stream wasn't large, and I had to navigate entirely by my sense of mana and the current. There was no way to know if there was an outlet ahead or I would find myself trapped in a continually narrowing gap, but I knew I couldn't stay in the cave. When the stream became too narrow, I shoved out with as much water attribute mana as I could still manage, breaking away outcroppings of stone that created impassable pinch points. I swam for a minute or more, until my head began to feel light and my lungs screamed for air before I reached the end of the crevice. Freshly churned dirt and stone blocked the way forward. In a sudden panic, I clawed at the dirt with my good hand, but it was no use. Digging through might take hours, but I had mere seconds. Conjuring bullets and beams of water, I blasted the obstruction. Each spell was weaker than the last. Again and again I struck it, until the water turned to mud and my core cried out with each spell. Realizing I wouldn't make it, I tried to turn and swim back upstream, but the crack was too tight. I couldn't reverse direction, and I didn't have the strength to send so much water coursing against gravity to pull me back. My need to breathe was overpowering my ability to hold my breath. When it did, I would choke down lungfuls of muddy water and drown. I felt my mind sliding toward unconsciousness, and I was thankful. At least I wouldn't be awake for it. Even as I accepted my fate, a sharp force tugged against my body and I slammed against the rock wall. I was moving. The crack was so tight I scraped constantly against the walls, but the current was once again flowing, pulling me forward at increasing speed. A few desperate seconds passed, then the walls widened before vanishing. I opened my eyes. Murky water surrounded me, but I could see light and I swam toward it, my movements wild, no wherewithal left to cast a spell to speed my ascent. It seemed so far, and I felt certain that I would still drown, that I couldn't possibly make it such a distance. My head burst from the water and into open air, and I took the most painful breath of my life. Somewhere very close, a child screamed. Coughing wildly, I flailed to keep my head above water. On the shore, several figures rushed about in hurried movement. There was a splash, and strong hands took hold of me, pulling me towards solid ground. I collapsed into soft soil, heedless of the muck molding around my face. All I could do was gasp for breath. There were voices, several, all around me, but I couldn't process their words. A shadow passed over me, and I instinctively focused on its source. Everything was blurry, and it was loud. So loud, the mountain, the sovereign, Arthur. I sat bolt upright, searching my surroundings. I was on the edge of a murky, slow-moving river. Tons of stone and dirt have collapsed into it from the mountain above, nearly stopping the flow. I was in the valley at the base of the mountain. Above, it was still collapsing in on itself, the cacophonous grinding of stone on stone loud enough to make me ill. But it was above that, far above, where my eye was drawn. A truly enormous dragon dominated the sky. The battle-scarred monstrosity had bone-white scales and vibrantly purple eyes that I could see even from the ground. His wings, though tattered and worn, stretched so wide that their beating cleared the dust from the sky. A smaller dragon, black as night and almost lithe in comparison to the big white one, flew at his flank, staying in formation. Just behind her was a man, No and Usra, I thought, keeping pace through the air, flying like he had wings. The three were wreaking havoc among the wraiths while defending two of the original three dragons that had arrived in search of the sovereign. I quickly counted 7 wraiths, though it was difficult to keep track of them as they flitted about faster than my eye could follow. Despite his size, the scarred white dragon moved with incredible speed and precision, dodging the wraith's spells or batting them away with his wings as he shot dense silver beams of energy from his mouth. The humanoid Usra didn't attack but seemed entirely focused on protecting the black dragon, countering any spell that came even close to her. I couldn't be certain what the black dragon was doing, only that her mana signature seemed to fluctuate strangely. I had only seconds to take everything in before the figure crouching next to me pulled my attention back to the ground. A painful gasp burst from me. Tanner, but what? The Blade Wing Rider, who had worked for Vainacy Glory throughout the war, was bloated and discolored all down his left side. His skin was mottled smoky gray and green, and open sores wept thick yellow fluid. Before the wraiths had first arrived, Tanner and his blade wing had been struck by a spell and knocked from the sky, and I had assumed he was dead. Looking at him now, I was even more surprised to find him alive. "Nice to see you too, Lady Helstia," he said with a somber smile wrapped simultaneously in grief and relief. "How'd you get, never mind, we need to move." As he said I focused on the other people standing around. There were at least 20 people hunkered on the river's edge, all staring at me. I immediately saw Rosellen, the boisterous beast tamer who had teased Gerard at every opportunity, and her stoic Bond, a large bird-like mana beast. The brawny man who'd ignored my pleas to help the elders was there, as was his family, and I nearly burst into tears as I saw the couple with the baby that I had helped escape the mountain. And I felt a sudden spark of hope and pride when I saw that the boy I'd rescued remained with them. "It's a few miles to the north and west before we reach road again," Tanner explained, offering me his hand to help me up. "We need to get farther away from the mountain. You can see how far some of these rock slides are reaching." The gears of my mind suddenly began turning again, and I realized that below all this stone and dirt not so far from where we stood, I could feel the bursts of mana as Arthur battled Perhata. I grabbed Tanner and he winced. "Not north, west, deeper into the marshes as far from the battle as possible." Tanner looked uncertainly past me at the river. "I don't know if we can." The ground shook more so than it already was, and a towering obsidian lance at least 40 feet high thrust out of the base of the mountain less than 100 feet away. It arced through the air above us before crashing down unseen in the valley beyond. Just behind the spike, a shadowy figure sped out of the resulting hole at impossible speed. Perhata, who clutched her side, her face twisted in a grimace of pain and fear, didn't make for the battle above but veered south and flew at all possible speed. The air in front of her crackled with amethyst lightning, and Arthur appeared as if from nowhere. A cone of energy roared from his hand, and the wraith dipped beneath it, unleashing a barrage of deadly spikes back at him as she flew past. But Arthur vanished, once again appearing in front of her, this time conjuring and slashing with a blade of pure energy. Perhata screamed in frustration and rage as an armor of hundreds of small black spikes appeared around her, and she caught Arthur's wrist while blocking his blade with her upper arm. The two remained suspended for an instant before Arthur's blade reversed, the sword end shrinking as a blade grew from the other end of the handle and drove into Perhata's sternum, sparks flying where violet energy impacted the black metal. Black flames erupted around her, throwing Arthur back and sending metal spikes raining in every direction. Even as they fell, though, they were swarming together, combining and building on each other to form shapes. Arthur vanished again, reappearing in the air where Perhata had been, but the wraith was no longer there. Instead, Arthur was surrounded by several dozen armored forms, each one identically molded out of hundreds of tiny black spikes. Even as Arthur's gaze swept across them, each figure darted away, flying in a different direction. Arthur flashed to one retreating figure, conjured a blade, and sliced it in half. The spikes splashed apart, falling to the ground below like deadly hail. There was no flesh beneath them. As the rest of the armored figures spread out across the sky, a couple dipped lower, flying directly toward our weary group. Beside me, Tanner shouted. Someone else screamed, and everyone began to run, splashing into the water or sprinting along its shore. I could only watch until Tanner's arm wrapped around my shoulders and he pulled me to my feet, supporting me, but it was already too late. Tanner spun me away from the nightmarish amalgamation of black spikes, putting himself between me and them. Time seemed to slow. I felt the trembling of his tense body, saw how the spikes seemed to flow over each other like liquid, pulsing with such monstrous mana. But my eyes were drawn to Arthur in the distance. He was falling through the air as if sinking down through water, his eyes closed, his expression focused, thoughtful, almost peaceful. His eyes opened with a golden flash, and his blade blurred in a sweeping cut. A bright beam of violet energy stabbed out of the air, slashing sideways and bisecting the armored figures. Black spikes burst apart, spraying the ground in front of us and churning the soft soil to mulch. Similar violet flashes appeared all across the battlefield, and a dozen other retreating forms came apart. The blade reversed direction, cutting back across the air in front of Arthur, and I saw this time as the blade itself seemed to vanish, and a few more of the conjured suits of armor collapsed as they were simultaneously struck all across the sky. But some, too many, were still escaping, flying over the mountains and across the lowland marshes. And none of the forms Arthur had struck down had contained the living, breathing body of Perhata. Arthur's expression tightened with frustration just before he vanished from sight, crashing to the ground some distance away in the valley. Taking a steadying breath, I tentatively put weight on my crushed leg, reinforcing it with mana, then pulled away from Tanner. "Come on, let's get everyone out of here." Sylvieleywyn. Despite everything, I felt a spike of relief as Arthur's weight pressed down on my back, the pulse of ether released by his use of God's step rippling against my scales. I kept tight against Karen's flank, not allowing the wraiths to separate us. Winsome was still sticking to me like my very own shadow, all his energy spent protecting me from the wraiths' flailing attacks. My link with Arthur told me he was scowling despite my not being able to see his face. "Go after her." "Which one?" I asked, still sensing the remaining blood iron formations escaping in different directions. Forced to dip down to the right, I avoided a jet of greenish-black mana and breathed out a bolt of pure mana back at the caster. Arthur didn't answer, but he didn't have to. There was no way to know, and no reason to chase an empty suit of armor halfway across Dicathen when there were several wraiths right in front of us, even if that meant this one escaped. But I didn't offer my bond any words of advice or comfort. It was neither the time nor the place for such futile gestures. Until the battle ended, I knew Arthur needed the armor of blistering fury that he had wrapped himself in, and so I remained silent. Even Regis's thoughts were quiet as he guarded over Aludari Vritra below the mountain. I sensed Arthur's intention before he acted. His weight left my body, and he appeared midair 30 feet in front of a wraith. Ether condensed in his fist, forming a weapon. Several more appeared around him, folding into being, each one a physical representation of the apoplectic rage boiling barely contained below the surface of his composure. The floating swords all lashed out simultaneously, sweeping through the air to slightly different points. At the same time, his primary ether sword, the one in his hand, thrust forward. The wraith predictably dodged the handful of flying swords, putting him in place just as another thrust through the etheric pathways and into his line of retreat. Even for a wraith, there was no time to react as the blade thrust down through his shoulder, heart, and core before blinking away a half-second later. Gravity had barely started to pull Arthur earthward before he was on my back again, his cold fury unabated by the calculated death. Arthur's arrival on the battlefield finally broke the remaining wraiths' will to keep fighting, and all 6 of them split off and attempted to retreat in different directions. "Get those 3, Karen thundered, banking sharply left and giving chase. "Winsome, stay with the patrol." I hesitated, knowing we were doing exactly what the enemy wanted of us. Winsome also clearly wanted to argue, but Karen was already speeding away, and Arthur's focus was entirely on our targets. I let his fury guide me and wheeled about, dipping my head and wings and flying at top speed. One was heading south, the other 2 southeast over the mountains. I felt their mana signatures melting away as they focused all their energy on shrouding themselves from me. "I'm ready," I thought, holding the spell I'd been slowly weaving since our arrival. "Now," Arthur ordered, and I pressed outward with the tentative new ether art I had been trying to learn. The air rippled in a nova around me as my magic spilled through the atmosphere. I sensed as everything except Arthur and I began to slow. In moments, the speeding wraiths had oozed to a crawl, looking like 3 flies trapped in clear amber. Arthur and I dropped suddenly, and I took a deep breath as I remembered to beat my wings. The spell took all my focus, so much that even breathing, even the beating of my heart, seemed difficult. Arthur didn't teleport away again. Instead, he stood and conjured his weapon. I felt myself shiver at the intensity of his focus. He carefully adjusted his stance, his form, the angle of his blade. I knew I could only hold the spell a few seconds total. Already the ether was fighting me, time unwilling to be bound in this way. But I didn't hurry him, didn't break his concentration. It would be enough. So complete was his focus that I couldn't help but be drawn into it with him. Ether channeled into the god step Godrune burning on his back, and the etheric pathways lit up in our vision, painting the sky with jagged amethyst lightning bolts. Beyond the barriers of mana cladding their skin, past clouds of poisonous mana vapor and burning soulflame auras, into the points between armor and skin, that's where Arthur focused. His concentration clicked into place, and the blade slashed from left to right. I felt it slipping into the etheric pathways, first one, then a second and third, all within the space of the blade's near-instant movement. Deadly, chaotic as a maelstrom, and the sluggish, oozing wraiths flashed with violet light. My spell released and I wobbled back and forth, struggling to keep us in the air. 3 streaks of bright blood sprayed across the horizon ahead of us. Chapter 457, Equivalent Exchange, Arthur Leywin. I watched the wraiths fall detached, the spells that had been protecting them molting from their corpses as they plummeted toward the ground. A fine mist of blood hung in the air, marking where they each had died like incorporeal gravestones. As the red mist faded, I dug my fingers into my sternum, the discomforting itch in my core a reminder of my failures even as I should have felt the flush of victory. Behind me, Winsome led the 2 wounded dragons to the ground, while Karen was still chasing the other 3 wraiths north. "Should we go after him?" Sylvie projected, her voice uncertain in my mind. "No, land by Winsome," I thought, careful to keep my anger from spilling over onto her. To Regis I added, "What's the sovereign's status?" "Pissy," Regis sent back, along with a mental picture of the bound and monosuppressed Vritra glaring up from the ground. Sylvie landed roughly, her claws sinking into the soft soil of the lowland valley. I leapt off her back, hitting the ground with a wet squelching, and started marching toward Winsome and the other dragons. "Arthur," Sylvie thought in warning. "Which of you is the leader here?" I asked, though my eyes searched Winsome for answers instead of the 2 battle-worn dragons. The large black dragon had transformed, resuming his humanoid form, which was tall and broad-chested with dark, battle-mussed hair and a short growth of beard. He had faint green traces of discoloration around his eyes and down his neck. He straightened, bristling at the tone of my question, and took a sure step past Winsome to face me. "I am. And you must be the lesser who, oof." The back of my hand struck the side of his face with a crack like thunder. The Usura reeled backward, stumbling. The silence that followed was deafening. Winsome regarded me impassively, the only outward sign of his surprise the slight raising of his brows. The female Usura's mouth hung open, her red-rimmed eyes staring in disbelief at her captain. The black-bearded Usura himself seemed dazed, one mud-stained hand pressed against the side of his face where I'd struck him, his eyes unfocused in my direction. The woman, whose white armor was stained with blood, snapped out of her stupor and took an aggressive step toward me, a long spear manifesting in her grip. "How dare you, lesser? My sister has just laid down her life in pursuit of your goals, and you show such disrespect to one of the Matali clan." Winsome rested a hand on her arm, holding her back. "Do not forget yourself." He regarded me in silence for a moment. "What is the meaning of this assault, Arthur? I'm all too aware of the circumstances and the decision that needed to be made here," I said, sharply enunciating each word. "I know what needed to be done, what the stakes were. But did the thought of saving any of those you were entrusted to protect not cross your mind? As dozens of lessers perished from the mere clash of your attacks, did their deaths mean anything more to you than a statistical sacrifice that you deemed profitable?" "Save them," the downed Usura repeated. Instead of standing, he flew up into the air, hovering so he could look down at me. The stakes were far too great to focus on anything but the battle. Capturing this Vritra, destroying these Lesherin wretches, changes the face of the world. The deaths of these lessers, for better or worse, changes nothing. And how many more of your lesser lives might be saved by what we've done here?" The woman spat, turning away. "I need to go find my sister's remains. One of the Matali clan will not be left to rot here." Winsome moved between us. "These dragons just sacrificed one of their own to hold the wraiths here long enough for us to arrive. It would do well for you to remember our greater purpose, Arthur." "I'm not blind to your sacrifice," I said, addressing my answer to the Asuran woman. "But your actions today were cold and counter to the mission that brought you here. After your callous disregard for human life here today, do you expect the families of the dead will mourn your own loss?" Her head dipped slightly as her eyes skated off me, then she was flying away. The black-bearded Usura shook his head. "You may pretend to be an Usura all you wish, Arthur Leywin, but it is clear that you still have the short-sighted view of a lesser." "Thankfully so," I answered, feeling some of my anger cool, pushed aside by a bitter melancholy. The truth was, these guards didn't bear the full responsibility for what had happened here. Only one person could claim that dubious honor, and I would take it up with him soon enough. First, though, there were other important details requiring my attention. The black-bearded Usura flew after his companion, and I turned my back on Winsome and began marching away through the swampy morass. Sylvie had transformed and joined me. Winsome said nothing, but he fell into step at Sylvie's flank. Not far away, on the edge of a small river that had been all but strangled by the rockfall from the collapsing mountain, Lilia Helstia had gathered a number of people, survivors of the group caught in the crossfire of this conflict. They were struggling to collect their wounded and get moving again, but all of that ground to a halt as I approached. Lilia looked like she was at the very threshold of death's door. Her long brown hair was matted with mud and blood. Most of her visible skin was covered with lacerations and the start of dark bruises. and to my horror, she was missing much of the skin on her right hand. I found myself suddenly transported back to my boyhood in Xyrus, living in her family's manor, teaching her and Ellie magic side by side, ensuring that they both awakened and formed a core. Lilia had been like a sister to me then, and I owed her more than the feeble protection she had received from the dragons. And yet, I didn't go to her. As the eyes of all those present settled on me, I knew my role here wasn't to offer comfort to her alone, but to address everyone as a lance of Dicathen. For those who do not know me, my name is Arthur Leywin, I started. I'm truly sorry for what you've experienced here today, but I also find myself glad to see so many survivors of this terrible battle. General. Looking to my left, I saw a man horribly disfigured by the effects of some spell. He didn't look as if he'd survive another 10 minutes, but somehow he was still standing. It is. You're the Lance, he looked around at the others, tired but revitalized. It's Lance Godspell, the spell that my arrival had cast over the other survivors broke, and a few surged toward me and Sylvie, some thanking me, others pleading for me to get them out of there to save them or heal them. Worst of all were those who begged me to seek out their loved ones in the wreckage of the mountain passage. Sylv, I need you to stay with these people, help them however you can. My bond stepped forward immediately, seeming to shine with an inner light that drew all attention to her and silenced the survivors. Peace, friends, please, we want to get you all away from here and to emitters. Now let's take stock of everyone's health. Winsome, stay and help me, be efficient but thorough, we must. My attention strayed back to Lilia. She gave me a small, almost imperceptible nod, and I tried to express with my eyes alone my sorrow for what she'd experienced. Then, stepping back a few paces as Sylvie and Winsome became the center of attention, I activated God Step, following the etheric pathways back into the cave beneath the rubble. Regis was sitting on his haunches and staring down at the Sovereign. You should have hit that prick with a fistful of ether, he said, turning to look over his shoulder at me. I needed to send a message, not start a fight, I thought back. Out loud I said, you've arrived in Dicathen on a tide of blood, Aludari. Dicathian and Alacrian alike. I am not here to negotiate or barter with you, Vritra, and I'm not yet convinced that the best course of action wouldn't be to simply kill you. Convince me I'm wrong. Perhaps, if you were to release me, we could converse in a more comfortable manner. My etheric intent pressed down on the bound Usra like a vice, stealing the breath from his lungs. We're off to a bad start. All right, you are just as bloodthirsty and cold as your display at the Victoriad suggested. He breathed a little easier as I eased back on the pressure I was exuding. You're intelligent enough for a lesser, shouldn't you have figured all this out by now? Didn't you yourself see Sovereign Exeges' remains? I had no intention of falling victim to the same fate. You think Agrona killed Exeges, I said, pulling from what little detail Lyra Drade had been able to provide. Why would he do that? Aludari's eyes narrowed, perhaps less intelligent than I've been led to believe. He cleared his throat, shooting me a nervous look. For the same reason you slurped up all the mana from Retainer Udo's horn. I kneeled next to him, not bothering to hide my irritation. Speak plainly, Vritra, you don't seem to understand. You are an enemy and a threat until you prove otherwise. Keeping you out of Agrona's hands is in itself a victory, and I will kill you to do that if you don't prove your intent. Scowling up at me, he took a moment to collect himself, then said, above all else, Agrona seeks the concentration of power. He thought to find it in the relictums, among the bones of the Jinn, but all they had left behind was old baubles and their damnable labyrinth of tedious puzzles. He wasn't left empty-handed, however, as he discovered the use of the runes with which he could build his own nation of mages powered by basilisk blood. I already know this, I said acidly, sensing that the Vritra was dancing around whatever point he was trying to make. Of course, he wheedled, his conversational tactics changing by the second as he sought to placate me. Controlling so many lessers and mages in this way concentrated their power, made it his see. Beholden to him for everything, they can't even betray him if they wish. I have long suspected that the slow whittling down of our number in Alacria had something to do with Agrona's lust for individual strength, but now I know for certain. He drained Exeges, took his mana for his own to strengthen himself. He knows, you see. He trailed off, his eyes widening ever so slightly. I raised a brow and leaned a little closer. Knows what? The Vritra rolled onto his back, attempting to look nonchalant but only managing to make himself even more uncomfortable in his bindings. You know, I'm having a difficult time maintaining this conversation. If I were more comfortable, it would be. My hand was around his throat before he could finish the sentence, and I slammed him against one of the blood-iron spikes that had reinforced this cave. Conjuring a sword in my left hand, I pressed the tip against his cheek until a drop of blood ran down his pale skin. Last chance, Vritra. Aludari's facade of dispassion melted away, revealing the terror beneath. When I released him, he collapsed to the floor face down, his limbs pulled into an unnatural position by the chains. You would have made a decent Vritra yourself. He mumbled into the silt-covered stone floor. His head turned slightly and he rocked until he tumbled onto his side. When we left Ephiatis, there were hundreds of Usura among the Vritra clan and our allies. Kezes had long played with the creatures of your continent as his little experiments, but he had ceded Alacria to Agrona's research even before we broke with the Eight. Some grew to regret their rushed flight from our home and attempted to return. Perhaps some were successful. Others were hunted down as traitors. Many more died fighting Kezes's forces when they attacked, and some few were sacrificed within the abattoir you know as the relictums as Agrona tried everything to breach it with a full-blooded Usura. But even those deaths never really explained our dwindling numbers, but as the Vritra grew fewer, the population of Alacria expanded exponentially. Oh, the early days of that experiment. Imagine molding an entire species in your image. He stopped, a wistful smile softening his harsh face. Agrona was an accepting leader and we were free to experiment as we wished. Who had time to wonder why half our population had vanished in the space of a century or two when there were such grand mysteries to unravel? The smile soured, and he shook his head bitterly. The curse of the basilisk mind. It is difficult to see what is right in front of you when your gaze is always 200 years into the future. And you think he's been, what, killing and absorbing his own people since the beginning? I asked. Oh no, not exactly, Aludari continued, shuffling like a worm in the dirt. No, he needed something special for that. The legacy, I said without hesitation. Yes, her, Aludari said it like a curse. The legacy, a spirit that carries its potential from one life to the next. Lifetime after lifetime of growth bound into one being. Agrona theorized that such a being could harness mana freely, pushing the bounds of both lesser or Asuran magic. But they are exceedingly rare. Only one has ever been recorded in the lifetime of Asuran civilization. And so to study one, Agrona needed to bring her here and ensure she would cooperate. I nodded, knowing the rest. So from studying the legacy, he learned how to absorb mana directly from his own people, but that still doesn't tell me why. I already said it, Aludari answered simply, the concentration of power. There are layers to this universe folded over one another like the place where the relictums rests. In Ephiatis, I probed. Aludari hummed, frowning. Not exactly, Ephiatis is something different. It is no longer here, but it is not entirely there either. A projection of the physical world housed within another dimension. Perhaps the same one as the relictums, but I can't be certain. It is interesting, but you have, without knowing it, spotted the connection. What do you mean? Aludari sighed and closed his eyes, looking resigned. I don't know everything. Agrona has proven quite adept at distracting and compartmentalizing, but I will tell you what I can. After you release me and help me escape this place, take me to Kezes. I will tell you both everything and you can push him to allow me back into my home. I can be useful to the other basilisk clans, I can— No, I interrupted, taking a step back and turning around to stare into the smoothly flowing black water of the underground river. What? He asked incredulously. But why? Karen is on his way, Sylvie sent at the same time that I felt the dragon's mana signature approaching. Once again in his humanoid form, the dragon swept down the tunnel left by the escaping wraith and landed lightly in front of me. He seemed to shed his own cold white light into the dim cave. I would have preferred you wait to speak with the prisoner until I arrived, he said without preamble. I waited a moment, sensing Winsome coming after him. Winsome's feet touched the ground with a whisper and he moved past Karen to inspect the sovereign. He desperately wants to be taken to Kezes, I said. Winsome started to agree, but I interrupted him, saying, which is exactly why we won't be doing that. Winsome scowled and looked at Karen for support. The scarred Usura was frowning, but he didn't immediately counter me. Does this lesser speak for the great dragons of the Indrath clan? Aludari snapped, spitting on the ground in his anger. Truly you are a pathetic lot. Winsome's foot pressed down on the Vritra's neck, choking the words from his throat. Until we know more, Aludari doesn't get what he wants, I continued. That was only half the truth, of course. Really, I didn't want to give Kezes any additional insight into Agrona's plans until I was certain that knowledge would be shared. Or at least until I had managed to acquire it myself first. That isn't up to you, boy, Winsome fumed. Aludari Vritra is too valuable a prisoner to be left here where he might be sought again, resulting in more attacks and more casualties. Which is why I'm asking for Karen to take personal authority over safeguarding Aludari. Make him too difficult a target to be worth the trouble, or even better, parade his body around and claim he was killed along with 3 battle groups of wraiths, Agrona's elite forces, while they attempted an incursion into our continent. Karen took a moment to roll around his response before he spoke. So that Agrona's spies will report the sovereign's death, and we dragons are able to present this as a victory to the people. Clever, and where will you be? Winsome is going to take me to see Kezes, I said firmly. Now, Winsome glared first at Karen, then at me. I knew when I first met you that you'd be an obstinate creature, but a life in the spotlight of this lesser continent has given you the false belief that the entire world, the universe, even revolves around you. The truth is that you are a very small piece on a very large board, and the game does not hinge entirely on your every move, Arthur. Unfazed, I leveled a steady gaze at the Usura. Fine, he said at length, standing up straight and brushing dust off his uniform. I eagerly await hearing you explain these decisions to Lord Indrath. After sending some mental instructions to Sylvie and Regis, both of whom would be staying behind, I repeated my expectations for Karen, including that no more Dicathians be endangered, then bent down in front of Aludari. I would suggest trying real hard to remember everything by the time I return if you want to see Ephiodus again, Vritra. Finally, I stood and regarded Winsome expectantly. Winsome looked back and forth between me and Karen, irritation carved into every line of his face. He let out a huffy scoff. Come then, Arthur. It would seem I have been reduced to a mere taxi service between realms. Wasting no more time, he withdrew a round, flat object and set it carefully on the floor. Drawing a drop of blood from the tip of his finger, he let the blood fall onto the disc. The disc expanded, projecting a column of light, just as it had all those years ago when he first took me to Ephiodus for training. Be careful, I thought to Sylvie. Karen's still acting the role of reasonable leader, but I don't know if we can trust his intentions yet. You too, she thought back. Things are progressing rapidly now and there is still so much we don't know. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the portal. The air grew cool as I appeared atop the mountain, just as I had the first time. Indrath's castle loomed over me, magnificent and ominous, a structure carved from the land itself and gleaming with 1,000 sparkling gemstones. The many-colored, incandescent bridge spanned the two peaks as before, and a light breeze blew through the swaying pink petals of the trees covering the mountaintop. When I'd been brought here the first time, I had been filled with a sense of otherworldly awe. Now, though, the cold fire of my suppressed anger burned away anything except the desire to get this over with. Winsome didn't wait for me, but marched away and across the bridge, not even looking back. I followed but remained all too aware of the probing tendrils of magic that writhed over and through me as I crossed the bridge of precious minerals. We reached the front door, which Winsome himself opened. When I stepped through, the expansive hall beyond twitched uncomfortably, then seemed to collapse in on itself, taking me with it. I came out stumbling in a much smaller round room. I spun around, trying to get my bearings, an etheric sword already clutched in my white-knuckled fist. Winsome was no longer with me, but after a second I recognized my surroundings. The well-worn path of insight dominated the center of the tower chamber. A powerful presence clamped down on the ether in my fist and expelled it by sheer force. There won't be a need for that here, Kezis's voice rang through the room. I stared around, not seeing him at first. Then, with a disorienting suddenness, he was standing on the opposite side of the circle worn in the floor. He was playing a game of power, I knew, trying to unbalance me and make me uncomfortable. I took a firm grip over myself, my breaths coming out calm, my heartbeat slowing. Regarding him casually, I let out a soft sigh. Do you already know what happened? Kezis cocked his head slightly, sending a wave of motion through his light-colored hair. Winsome has explained some of it. The rest, he said you would tell me. Hardly welcoming of you. How long have I already been here? Surely you understand the importance of my expedient return to Dicathen. He examined his fingernails, pointedly not looking at me. Perhaps you would be in less of a hurry had you brought my granddaughter and Aludari of Clan Vritra with you. I let only a small frown show through on my face. You promised protection for Dicathen, guaranteed that the conflict between the Usuras wouldn't spill out into the continent. But I have just come from a battleground that left over 200 Dicassians dead, and I have no idea how many Alacrian refugees before that. How can I trust you with Sylvie or Aludari if you aren't going to hold up to your end of our bargain? Yes, the Wraiths and their attack, an attack you warned Karen of days ahead of time, Kezis mused, motionless, his bright amethyst eyes sharp and serious as the edge of a sword. That was one point Winsome wasn't able to clarify for me. How exactly did you know that the Wraiths were going to attack Ediston? Don't change the subject, I countered. I need your assurance that the dragons supposedly guarding Dicathen will have their priorities set straight. We have no use for soulless figureheads. Kezis's nostrils flared, the only sign of his irritation. Soulless figureheads. What's next? Will you snipe at me about my actions against the Jinn again? I told you before, Arthur, I won't hesitate to sacrifice one lesser life for the greater good, or even 200, and neither will my soldiers. But then you understand this well. Was it not you who said you wouldn't kill millions of Alacrians to save thousands of Dicathians? You've done the moral arithmetic just as I have. I'm not here to exchange barbed words despite having plenty of choice ones stored up, I said after a few seconds of silence. What matters is our agreement. Your soldiers aren't doing what you promised, and you yourself aren't telling me everything you know. I saw how Karen and Winsome reacted to news of Aludari's ramblings. They knew more than they wanted to let on. Kezis's posture softened as he relaxed. You are right. Your insight into Etha will be of little use to me if Agrona wins the war in your world. I cannot afford Agrona to learn everything I know or even what I guess at, and so I have insulated you from certain information. I will continue to do so, but I can see now that there is a need for certain things to come to light. I crossed my arms and leaned back against the wall, relaxing slightly. Maybe you can start by telling me why you've allowed things to come this far. You could have washed Alacria away in a tide of blood centuries ago. An army of Usra against one clan. Agrona left Ephiatus with his entire clan in tow, yes, and that was part of the problem. And not just the Vritra either, but some allies as well. Kezes began to walk slowly around the worn circle that was the path of insight. This action was an existential threat to all Lessers and Usra alike. A conflict of that scale on your world would have been devastating. The Lessers, yes, but for the Usra as well. I frowned and shook my head. What's the part you're not telling me? Agrona was practically daring us to go to war, Kezes answered, staring down at the path as he walked its slow circle. His clan and their allies had been placed very strategically to ensure that any battle would almost certainly result in the destruction of your world. I was careful to control my tone and facial features, suppressing a disbelieving scoff. Assuming that is true, you had already committed genocide against the world's dominant culture. Where is the line? What stopped you with Agrona but not when the Jinn? Everything, he snapped, his mask of complete control slipping for an instant. Everything I've done has been to keep this world alive, and it would be wise for you to place that firmly at the forefront of any further assumptions you make about me. In the silence that followed Kezes's unexpected outburst, remembered words echoed back to me from the last Keystone trial. He told the Jinn that their use of Etha was a danger to the world. And Lady Saerim said he'd given them some kind of warning, something that prompted them to search beyond the borders of our world, but what had that been? Despite the desire to press Kezes further, I kept my thoughts to myself. I needed to understand, but I had to be careful. Kezes stood taller, his back straightening. The tension seemed to release from his posture all at once, and he began his pacing again. Instead of fighting a cataclysmic war, regardless of our ability to win, I sent assassins, as many and as powerful as I could risk. Many Vritra died, but Agrona proved impossible to reach. This, at least, aligned with what I'd been told before, but the words of Saerim and of Sovereign Aludari were still bothering me. So what does Agrona really want in the end? What has all this been for? Kezes ceased his pacing and faced me. Let me share with you a bit of our history, Arthur, so that you might better understand. When Ephiatus was still a third continent in the ocean between Dicathen and Alacria, the Usra were much like the elves of Elenoir. Our ancestors were a people beholden to the natural world around them, in balance with it. But balance means strife, and through constant struggle, growth. Such was our growth that our magic surpassed the limits of our physical forms. When this happened to the Jinn, they adopted the use of spell forms, empowering their bodies and enhancing their connection to mana and ether through runic tattoos. But for the Usra, it was quite different. We sought out new forms, physical manifestations of the raw magical ability that we had honed over many ages. We became the dragon and the hamadryad and the pantheon. And over many more ages, those traits evolved to be an inherent aspect of our races, which drew apart from one another, each branch of the Asuran family tree growing more unique with time. We became masters of the world, subjugating both magic and the natural beasts, creatures far more terrible than those now occupying your beast glades. And then, as our resources ran dry and our constant eagerness for growth expanded, we began to subjugate each other. The Wraiths, not Agrona's Lesheran soldiers, but an ancient branch of the Asuran family tree, were the worst offenders. They were a race of war, and they built themselves up on the bones of those they conquered. Eventually, every race, every clan, was drawn into a war that scoured the world clean, sinking continents and burning seas. We forgot that we had once been in balance with the land as conflict pushed our magic to greater and greater devastation. It was only when the very last of the Wraiths fell that the rest of the Usra saw what they'd become. Kezes paused, gauging my reaction. I carefully considered the layers of his story. Is this history or allegory? Kezes gave me an amused smile. Both, I suppose. This is what happened as told by our records, but I am not merely giving you a history lesson. Agrona has forged for himself a nation entirely beholden to him. He has eliminated any rival in Alacria, and with his armies, his rune-covered mages, wraiths, and even the legacy, he seeks to subjugate your world, and then he will come for mine. That, Arthur, is what Agrona wants, to take what your people and mine have built, to conquer our worlds and claim them for himself. He wants to rule all, to control all at any cost. I nodded in understanding, musing over his statement while concealing my growing doubt. Aludari had been clear in one thing. Agrona was seeking individual strength, depriving himself of his most powerful allies in the process. Through my time as a king, it was imperative to understand the importance of those you surround yourself with. And if what Aludari suggested was true, then even the legacy was meant not just as a weapon for Agrona, but a tool for him to absorb the mana of his kin. Agrona had shown himself again and again to be 3 steps ahead of me, turning every situation to his advantage. And I realized then that I had always been missing something essential to any victory in war: understanding. The very thing that Kezes himself was keeping me from. I carefully considered his lies as my expression eased into a grateful smile. Thank you for being honest with me, Kezes. Chapter 458, Remembrance. Kezes's eyes shifted to lavender as he inspected me closely. After a lingering moment, he gave a satisfied nod. Our agreement is one that requires a certain give and take. I trust that what you reciprocate reflects gratitude and not simply empty words. Of course, I answered readily. After all, if I reciprocate your own behavior, there won't be much to owe. Now, perhaps you can tell me more about your conversation with Aludari, Kezes said, leaving the path of insight to stand beside it. He gestured to the worn ring in the stone. And then I think it is well past time that we resume the transference of your etheric insight as agreed. Give and take, I said, repeating his earlier words. With the dragon's failure to protect the people of Dicathen from their own bloody conflict, it feels unjust to ask me to hold up my own end of the bargain. Kezes frowned ever so slightly, and his lips curled as he opened his mouth to respond. I raised a hand, but I don't come empty-handed. Instead, I have a different sort of information. As we'd been talking, I had considered this moment carefully. Outright refusing to deliver Kezes any new insights would lead to a conflict, one I wasn't prepared to push to its conclusion, but if I bowed to his demands without countering, I would unbalance our tenuous relationship and give him more power over me. Sylvie is having visions, I said without preamble. Kezes's eyes darkened as he stared at me, but he didn't interrupt. I explained everything, starting with the vision itself and then going back through the details of the events following her rebirth, including her seizure and what she experienced during it, although I left out the part about how she experienced it in the relictums. When I was finished, Kezes turned away and stared out one of the windows encircling the tower chamber. 3 young dragons were chasing each other around the mountain cliffs in some kind of martial training exercise. You should have brought her to me immediately. Here I might be able to help her, but traipsing around Dicathen as your glorified pet. He spun and his eyes were like purple lightning. Sylvie must be careful. Dragons rarely gain the sort of visions you describe, and any unintentional engagement of her ether arts could lead to dire consequences. From what you've said, it seems as though she was lucky to escape this dream world at all. She has already come a long way in her understanding. I had thought perhaps she could find additional training here in Ephiatis, if we both knew she'd be safe. Safe, Kezes said, the word sharp as a blade. Would my granddaughter be safe here at the seat of my power? What notions you get, Arthur. Do you truly think me so horrible that I seem a threat to my own blood in your eyes? I apologize for my phrasing, I responded placatingly. Of course, what I meant was that she would be accorded the same freedom she has now to come and go as she pleases, to continue participating in the war against Agrona. Yes, I understand, he said, interrupting me and waving my words away. If it will put both of you at ease, then you have my word I will not lock my granddaughter in the highest tower and refuse to let her leave with you again, should you commit to the staggering kindness of allowing her to visit. Kezes took a withdrawn breath and there was a subtle shift in his outward demeanor. I accept this information in exchange for time on the path. In truth, there would be little time for such a thing anyway. There is to be a ceremony of respect and returning here for the dragon who fell in Dicathen. As the Matali clan's lord, I will host the ceremony within my own clan's mausoleum, and then her remains will be returned to their clan home for a proper funeral. I see, I said, my thoughts moving to what was next. Many lost their lives there, but the death of any one person doesn't lessen the impact of any other's demise. I'm sorry for your loss, of course. If Winsome would be so kind as to return me to Dicathen, I will get out of your hair. On the contrary, Kezes said, his brows raising slightly, I would like you to attend. For what purpose? I asked, confused by his unexpected request. As the representative of your people, on behalf of whom this dragon warrior sacrificed herself, it would be a great show of respect, he explained. I considered his words and the meaning behind them. He has now sent 2 Usra to their deaths in Dicathen, I thought, knowing that must have impacted Kezes's relationship with these clans. It would be politically expedient for him to parade me around in front of these Usra, but I couldn't disagree with his logic. Although I was still furious with the dragons for how they'd handled the pursuit of Aludari, they were nonetheless my allies, and a show of respect at that moment could help keep it that way. And although it felt calculating even to let myself think it, I also knew that it was a unique opportunity to gauge how the other Usra felt about Kezes's decisions and the war against Agrona. Of course. I'd be honored, I said after gathering my thoughts. Without bargaining or argument, perhaps we're getting somewhere after all, Kezes said, his brow rising a fraction of an inch. The mausoleum is being prepared as we speak. With those simple words, the tower gave an uncomfortable jerk, and suddenly we were standing within an expansive hall carved entirely of bright white stone. Pillars ran the length, while the walls were all set with statues, paintings, and small structures like tombs. The center of the hall was dominated by a large marble table, atop which rested an armored figure. Servants were hurriedly rushing around the space, but they all stopped as we appeared, bowing deeply. Kezes dismissed their attention with a faint gesture and they rushed back to their work. I watched, curious, as one young Assyrian woman breathed out a cloud of embers. They froze in the air around her, and she began plucking the embers one by one and placing them around that corner of the chamber. The result was dozens of dimly flickering flames providing a gentle but warm light. Near here, a man was flying near the ceiling, dark vines uncoiling from his arm to stick on the stone. As he slowly drifted along, the vines began to grow, spilling down to the floor. Yet another servant came along behind him, whispering to the vines. As she spoke, leaves feathered into being up and down the vines, perfect autumn leaves in muted reds, browns, and oranges. Even more were carting in food and drink of all sorts, some carrying wide golden trays, others with huge casks of drink tossed over a shoulder. One even balanced several dozen golden plates and goblets on small whirlwinds that trailed after him like a row of ducklings. The mausoleum was rich with the scent of food, bringing back long unthought of memories of my training here. I stepped up to the central table, taking a closer look at the fallen Asura. She looked identical to her sister with her long blonde hair and white plate armor. A tower shield rested on her left side while a long spear lay to her right. Kezes rested a hand on the edge of the bier for a few seconds as we stood in silence. Wordlessly, he then turned and began to walk along the mausoleum's outer edge, gazing at each artifact of his clan that we passed before eventually coming to a stop at a large mural of a man who looked a lot like Kezes himself. His hair was cut short and he wore a thick goatee and mustache, but the eyes and facial features were nearly identical. "A relative of yours?" I asked, gazing up at the painting. "One of the ancient members of our clan who brought us into Ephiatis," he said softly. I focused on the nameplate beneath the portrait. "Kezes of Clan Indrath, first of his name. And which one are you?" I asked, cocking a brow. His lips twitched in a suppressed smile. "Too many to count now." He was silent for a while, just staring thoughtfully up at the mural. "We dragons have labored alongside Etha since the days even before Ephiatis was formed. And yet never have we had such an opportunity as now to deepen our insight. This Godrune, Aroa's Requiem as the Jinn called it, was quite interesting, but nothing a suitably sufficient understanding of Etha, time, and the Evam branch couldn't simulate without the Godrune itself. I need to see more." I paced toward the next tomb, an ornately carved structure of pillars supporting a pitched roof over a featureless sarcophagus, all carved out of cool blue stone that twinkled as I moved. "But I think that's exactly the point," I said, letting my eyes drift across the sparkling tomb as my thoughts raced. The Jinn had mastered the art of manifesting magical knowledge in the form of runes. You said it yourself, it's how they made themselves as powerful as they were. The spellforms that Agrona has copied for his people do the same thing for mana, but because mana itself is much easier to directly control, forcing it into shape and capturing it as a rune is much easier as well. "I see," Kezes mused, moving to stand beside me and pressing his palm against a carved pillar. "These keystones, then, are the Jinn's attempt to forge etheric insight into a rune that can be placed by unlocking the stone itself." "Not exactly," I explained, ordering my thoughts carefully. "The keystones themselves don't forge the Godrune. They contain raw information, a sort of puzzle that by working through you gain insight in the Godrune forms, but a keystone isn't required to form a Godrune." His mouth opened slightly, his brows shooting up his face before he could control his expression again, wiping the surprise away. "You have Godrunes that weren't formed by the keystones?" Slowly, I nodded. "The destruction rune." I raised a hand to forestall the coming question. "It doesn't reside with my physical form, but that of my companion Regis. So you can spontaneously manifest a Godrune." He paused for a second. "By gaining sufficient insight into the principle guiding the power gained." "That's my understanding," I confirmed. Kezes's gaze sharpened as he refocused on me. "And that is all?" I gave him a wry smile and continued on toward the next artifact in line. A towering statue of a stoic woman, her likeness captured in a moment of contemplation. The warm, cream-colored marble made her look almost alive. Behind us, a dragon was conjuring down the vines to hide the portrait of Kezes the First. Another dragon had now joined the first two, and wherever they touched the vines, a black flower bloomed. "It is, but hopefully not for long," I continued, circling around to a topic I had hoped to cover with him. "Of the 4 keystones hidden within the relictums, I have found 3. The 4th, however, can't be opened without the 3rd, and that one was taken from its guardian before I arrived, quite some time ago, or so it seems." Kezes's eyes lost focus as he looked into the distance. "I know nothing of these keystones beyond what I have learned from you and your time walking the path of insight. But," he turned, walking away from the statue and across the hall. "There a shrine of sorts was set up. Several silver candles burned, giving off a sweetly scented smoke that rose up to frame a portrait affixed to the wall. The painting portrayed a woman with very light blonde hair done up in a series of braids that wrapped around her head like a crown. She was a very handsome woman with a refined and noble look. I didn't recognize her at first, but as I took in her iridescent lavender eyes, captured with stunning detail in the painting, I realized who I was looking at. Sylvia. I said under my breath, an unexpected wave of emotion washing over me. I never saw her in this form. Kezes gently waved his hand in front of the altar and the smoke coiled and whirled. Through the silver smoke, I saw not the woman but the draconic form I could still picture as clearly as if I'd left her only yesterday, pearl white and covered in glowing golden runes. Then the smoke settled and the portrait returned to its original state. Fate is a strange thing, Arthur, Kezes mused, both his tone and expression unreadable as he looked at the image of his daughter. Despite our inability to communicate or cooperate, I did learn a few things from the jinn. They had discovered the interwoven connection between Etha and fate itself, believing it to be a fourth aspect. I always thought they must have hidden this knowledge in the relictums. I feared, in fact, that Agrona had captured some piece of it. His eyes jumped to my face. I can see it now. 4 keys designed to unlock within the user depths of insight meant to then, in turn, open the way to understanding fate itself. I hesitated, unsure how to respond, but Kezes let out a small, knowing chuckle. No need to deny it now. I've been puzzling over what this Aroa's Requiem meant and what little of the other Godrin you gave me. Realm Heart, an ode to my daughter, I presume. He scrutinized Sylvia's picture for several seconds before continuing. Now it makes sense. The jinn, along with my own daughter, sent you on a journey to gain control over fate itself. Kezes gazed up at the portrait again, and I saw real sorrow bleed through for the first time. Sylvia's final betrayal. Not a betrayal, I said firmly, squaring up against him. She knew who I was even then. She must have believed this was the best way forward. You couldn't have reached the keystones, and neither could any agent you might have recruited from Dicathen. How many people would you have sent to their deaths in search of the keystones had you known sooner? It hardly matters now, Kezes answered, his voice flat. Do you even understand what you're asking me? He turned his back on Sylvia's image. To help you, I am by implication condoning your acquisition of whatever insight the jinn have secreted away. For that level of power to be condensed into one human. He gave a small shake of his head and his voice lowered as if he were speaking to himself. Perhaps it would be more prudent simply to kill you now, prevent anyone at all from gaining this knowledge, just as I did before. My instincts kicked in, urging me to step back and shift my footing into a battle stance, but I held my ground. The room flickered, the light jumping slightly, and Kezes was no longer standing in front of me. I spun, finding him standing 10 feet behind me, his eyes the blazing amethyst of my etheric lightning. The jinn who told me about fate also told me something else. Kezes seemed to crackle with power, a pressure unrelated to his king's force building in the mausoleum. The other dragons seemed momentarily frozen, their gazes carefully averted, their faces blank. A small faction had broken away, was attempting to reclaim this knowledge which he said had been locked away. Do you think one of these jinn might have taken the keystone then? I asked, keeping the tension from my voice. Perhaps, but no sign of such a thing ever came to my attention. If they did, the keystone you seek likely burned with their world. Kezes gave a small shake of his head. Perhaps it is for the better, I stood thunderstruck. I was so certain that it had been some agent of Agrona, one of thousands upon thousands of ascenders he had sent to their deaths in the relictums, who had taken it. Could the answer really have been right under my nose the entire time? After all, who had sheltered the rebel jinn as the rest of their kin carried on with their work, even as the dragons burned their civilization to the ground? Sylvia herself set me on this path, I finally answered, looking back at her picture and trying to reconcile the woman's face with the person I had known. She thought it was so important that she embedded knowledge of how to find the ruins housing these keystones in my core. My daughter had many strange and in the end unfortunate ideas, Kezes said matter-of-factly, his aggression vanishing as quickly as it had surfaced. Do not forget that it was her own uninformed love for a creature as cruel and vicious as Agrona that resulted in her death, but I think we are done for the moment. Before the ceremony, however, perhaps you would like to freshen up. His gaze flicked up and down my clothes, which were still stained from the earlier battle. After the ceremony, Winsome will return you to Dicathen, and I will ensure Guardian Karen emphasizes the protection of your people in future altercations. After being taken to a bath and given a change of clothes in the form of a perfectly tailored suit of some soft black fabric I couldn't identify, I returned to the mausoleum. It was almost gloomy, like a forest at twilight after having been completely transformed. With the tombs and sculptures hidden by curtains of flowering vines, the remaining space was smaller and more personal. Ornate tables were lined with golden trays of food and both bottles and casks of drink. Golden goblets stood like rows of little soldiers between each cask, and every table was flanked by a servant. An altar had been set up at the foot of the dragon's funeral bier, on which sat a shallow bowl of oily red liquid. From the center of the bowl, a bittersweet incense was burning and putting off thin coils of smoke. Winsome was standing at attention by the door as if waiting for me to arrive. His military-style uniform looked even more crisp than usual, and there was an unreadable heaviness to his alien eyes. He gestured me in with a simple wave. "Hello again, Arthur," he began, his voice crisp and devoid of any emotion. "Lord Indrath has requested that you occupy this position of honor with me. As this is a ceremony of returning and is being hosted by Lord Indrath, we act as his envoys, the first to welcome any who attend." Despite my surprise, I moved to stand beside Winsome. My arrival was timely, as the first guest stepped through the door only a minute or two later. The black-bearded dragon from the battle missed half a step as he saw me, his hand going to his cheek. There was no physical mark to show where I'd struck him, but clearly the mental scar was still fresh. He had left behind his armor, appearing in a fine black suit much like my own. "Welcome, Sarvesh of the Maitali clan," Winsome said, extending both his hands. The dragon, Sarvesh, wrapped both hands around Winsome's right. Winsome's left hand then pressed against the back of Sarvesh's right. They held this ritualistic posture for a couple seconds, then broke away. Behind Sarvesh, the other survivor of the battle in Sapin walked arm in arm with another man. She had likewise left behind her bright white armor, as well as her shield and spear, and now wore her hair in a long braid down her left side, standing out in stark contrast to the darkness of her mourning dress. The man holding her arm was slightly shorter than her and much rounder. His own hair was gray-blonde, thinning slightly on the top. He was clean-shaven, revealing round cheeks beneath umbral gray eyes. Baggy black cloth draped from his large frame. "Welcome, Anakasha of the Maitali clan," Winsome said, reaching out for the woman's hands. "Winsome of the Indrath clan, it is a great honor for one of such rank to welcome my fallen sister's return to Ephiatis. On behalf of my clan and clan friends, thank you." "The honor is mine," Winsome replied solemnly. At the same time, Sarvesh reached for my own hands, his nostrils flaring and his gaze focused on the floor instead of me. Copying Winsome, I took his hands. He released me almost immediately and continued into the mausoleum, where one of Kezes's many servants escorted him to the bier resting at the center of the room. Anakasha, the deceased dragon's twin sister, moved from Winsome to me. Unlike Sarvesh, she held my gaze with deadly intensity as we repeated the formal greeting. "I'm sorry for your loss," I said consolingly. A fine line formed between her brows as she gave me the smallest of frowns, then she pulled away. Beside me, Winsome was introducing the third Usura. "Welcome, Lord Anchor of the Maitali clan." They exchanged the formal handshake, and then he was standing in front of me. He held out his hands in an automated fashion, seemingly oblivious to me beyond my mere presence. We shook, but his red-rimmed gaze never met my own, and when he turned away after a couple seconds, he stared around as if lost until Anakasha took him by the arm again. A different dragon bowed to them and then followed after Sarvesh and the other. More dragons arrived after that, some introduced as members of the Indrath clan, others of Clan Maitali. There were a few dragons from other clans and even a couple pantheons, though there were no members of the Thyestes clan, including Cordry. I found my thoughts drifting off. My course after Ephiatis still wasn't clear, and the decision weighed heavily on me. Getting to Aludari before Winsome whisked him back to Ephiatis was pressing, but the keystone was even more so, and this was perhaps the first time I'd had a real lid, shallow as it was. Despite that, I was also separated from my companions and family, and I felt a growing urge to reconnect with them as well. But a decision would need to be made, and soon. "Welcome, Lord Ekalia, representative of the Leviathan race among the Great Eight." I reached automatically for the next pair of hands, then I saw who I was shaking hands with, and my focus was wrenched back to the present. The man in front of me was as different from the dragons as a dwarf was from an elf. He had pale skin, so light it was almost blue, and was so wrinkled he looked to be 100 years old. Which means he's probably many times over that. Ridges ran along his temples, open like gills, and beneath them his eyes were milky white in color. His hands were cold against my own, but his grip was firm and confident. "Ah, the Leywin boy, at last." "Welcome, Lady Zelina of the Ekalia clan," Winsome said next to me, taking the hands of a fearsome-looking woman. She had a similar aquatic look to her as the old man, with aquamarine skin that darkened to a deep navy blue around the ridges that ran along her temples. A shock of sea-green hair grew like a mohawk and floated above her, almost as if she were standing underwater. Her dark garb and her expression, just as dark, both suggested she could be there either to mourn the fallen dragon or to pick a fight. When her stormy blue eyes turned to me, I strongly expected the latter. Lord Ekalia's right hand released mine, and his arm swept around my shoulder with unexpected familiarity. Let me introduce you to my daughter, Zelina. Zelly, this is Arthur Leywin, a human. They're from the land of Dicathen, if you didn't know. Fascinating, isn't it? Zelina released Winsome as if his hands were covered in feces, and she crossed her arms and glowered. I know who he is well enough, father. A muscle in her jaw twitched. The lesser who killed Aldir. Winsome cleared his throat. Please, if you would be so kind, make your way into the mausoleum. You will find the Matali clan over there, as you can see, should you wish to offer your condolences. A bright-eyed young servant bowed and offered her arm to Zelina, but she ignored her, choosing instead to force a falsely sweet smile onto her purple lips. Of course, thank you, loathsome, I mean winsome. Forgive me my stumbling tongue, it is a long journey to Mount Geoluz. The smile slipped away and she shot me through with a blistering glare, then whisked off to Lord Matali without waiting for the servant. Meanwhile, Lord Ekalia still had his arm around my shoulder. Oh, don't worry about her, Arthur. Is she outwardly upset with you? Yes, but as you executed the man she hoped to wed, I'm certain you can understand why. Being magnanimous, you won't hold her hostility against her. Besides, I strongly doubt she'll run you through with anything but her eyes. I what? I blinked over at the Usura. Ah, but although Aldir and I were old friends, I have led my people far too long not to understand such necessities. Lord Ekalia paused and looked at me knowingly, his nose a scant few inches from mine. But let us speak no more of this sad tale, because we are here in support not of the Thyestes clan but of Lord Matali and his people. He gave my shoulder a friendly squeeze. Come join me and I will teach you the traditional mourning words of our race. I'm afraid I can't, my lord. It would be remiss of me to abandon my duties. Oh, I believe we are the last, Lord Ekalia said happily as he steered me away from Winsome. But we didn't approach Lord Matali or his daughter, or even the bier at the center of the room. Instead, we circled around the bulk of the attendees and made our way to the back corner of the chamber. Once there, his thin but powerful arm slid off my shoulder. I scanned the room, but no one was paying us any mind except perhaps for Zelina. I thought I caught her looking away just as I turned. What do you really want with me? I asked softly, quiet enough to make sure we wouldn't easily be overheard. I've met enough Usuras to know this dotty old uncle routine is just a pantomime put on to lower my guard. The Leviathan smiled warmly. I won't blame you for thinking so. Indeed, spending all your time with the likes of the Indrath clan and even Ren-Kine IV, it would be quite unlikely for you to come to any other conclusion. But I assure you, I am not inclined to falsely represent myself, not for you or any other. I am too old for such a thing, and it isn't in the Leviathan's nature. Which is exactly why forgive me, Zelina, will have such a difficult time not outwardly showing her desire to pick her teeth with your bones. I let out a surprised laugh, then sobered. Were she and Aldir really? Lord Ekalia smiled fondly, but I detected a wry bent to the emotion behind it. Ah, well, perhaps it was more complicated than that, but I won't risk her ire further by talking any more about it. It has been a very long time indeed since we Leviathans held the tradition whereby rulership was passed down to the young who proved capable of murdering and devouring their parent, but I would hate to give my daughter reason to resurrect the tradition. His eyes twinkled as his smile softened. Forgive me, I simply wanted to exercise my curiosity about the lesser bonded to a dragon and gifted with an Asuran physique, and all that despite having no mana signature, none at all. You are the most interesting development to come from the old world for a long, long time. The old world? I asked. Most don't think of it as such, perhaps. One side of his browless forehead scrunched up. But then most Usuras don't think of it, or the lessers who live there, at all, despite the connection that still binds our world to yours. But never mind all that. Lord Indrath will be arriving momentarily. He held out his hand, palm up. Resting on his palm were 3 small, bright blue pearls. As I let him roll them into my own hand, I realized they were full of liquid. A gift from the Ekalia clan to the Leywin clan, tears of the mother, or mourning pearls if you prefer, powerful elixirs. Thank you, Lord Ekalia, I said, rolling the marble-sized pearls around on my palm and watching the bright blue liquid inside bubble as it shifted. Varun, let us leave the Lord's stuff for meetings of the Great Eight, shall we? Thank you, Varun, but my clan has done nothing to earn such a gift, I said, trying to hand them back. This is not a gift of earning, he replied, taking half a step back. It is a gift of respect, of acknowledgement. Such things are meant to be given, yes. Before I could respond, there was a flaring of mana and the sudden appearance of a heavy weight on me. Looking around, I immediately found Keza standing beside the bier, his back to me. The pressure receded immediately. Thank you all for coming, he said as all eyes turned to him. And thank you to the Matali clan for allowing Clan Indrath to host this returning ceremony. It is a tragedy of unparalleled proportions whenever a dragon warrior is taken before their due time. And yet we also celebrate those who sacrifice themselves in the defense of their clan, their race, and their home, as Avhilasha did when she faced the soldiers of our oldest enemy, Agrona Vritra. There was some hostile mumbling at Agrona's name. Now join with me in showing our respect for the fallen. Anoint yourselves with her heart's blood so that we may all be, in this moment, one clan, the Assyrian clan, bound together from now back into time immemorial, a single lineage in our remembrance. Kezes stepped around to the front of the bier and dipped 2 fingers into the red liquid. He touched his red-stained fingertips to his temple, then splashed the last couple drops across the deceased dragon's white armor. Stepping aside, he bowed his head. Anakasha stepped forward next. When she dipped her fingers, she touched just below the corner of her right eye, and a red tear ran down her cheek. Then she, too, flicked a few drops of crimson across her sister's armor before moving to stand beside the bier, her hands resting atop it next to the spear. Lord Anchor approached the bowl next, but he only stood there, incense slowly rising to frame his face. After waiting several seconds too long, Sarvesh stepped forward and helped the unusual dragon dab his fingers. He smeared the substance haphazardly across his face, then flicked the remnants all over the altar around the bowl. Sarvesh quickly made his own obeisance, and together they moved to Anakasha's side. I felt Lord Ekalia lean in beside me. Go, they will all expect you to forego this ritual or to go very last per your station as a lesser. It will emphasize that you are here as an equal to show respect to the dead if you do not wait. Not seeing any reason why the old Leviathan would mislead me, I joined a queue beginning to form. More than one dragon gave me a surprised look or did a double take, but no one intervened with my presence there. When it was my turn, I dipped 3 fingers in the liquid. It was thick and oily to the touch, and dragged it across my closed eyes like war paint. I am not blind to your sacrifice, I said softly, repeating the words I had given her sister. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Anakasha's eyes narrow as she watched me closely. Carefully flicking the last couple drops of ointment over Avhilasha's armor, I stepped aside, moving to stand beside Kezes, my head similarly bowed. The ritual continued until everyone had anointed both themselves and the deceased. By the end, her armor was so spattered with dots of red that it looked as though she'd just returned from the battlefield. After the anointing, the remembrance began. It was true to its name. A retelling of Avhilasha's life by her clan, her family, trainers, and friends. One elder joked about her hatching with a spear in her hand, while a young dragon recounted how she had outtrained him every day for 40 years straight, and no matter what he did, he could never keep up. Her sister described their endlessly rivalry for the respect of their parents, and Lord before telling the story of a hunt they had taken together when they were only 70 years old, and how her sister had both managed to save her life and still slay the 7-headed serpent without taking a wound. Over the next 2 hours, these and many more tales were shared, some amusing, others impressive or even startling, but all tinged with somberness and loss. When it was done, Kezes stepped in front of the bier again. And so we remember the fallen warrior, her deeds both great and small, and the shape of her in our shared lives entwined by her heart's blood. Please stay as long as you wish, nourish your body with our food and drink, your mind with conversation, and your spirit with shared mourning. The low hum of conversation that followed his statement was like a dull roar after the solemn focus of the earlier story sharing. I noticed that several Usra immediately went to the Matali clan and handed over a series of small items. Gifts, I expected. Reaching into my pocket, I rolled the 3 pearls around, wondering. A surreptitious glance at Lord Ekalia, who was sampling some kind of rolled and skewered sea creature, did nothing to reinforce my sudden suspicion. What was it he said? Such things are meant to be given. The Leviathan would have known about the gift-giving, of course, had he correctly assumed I didn't and prepared me for it ahead of time, but why would it be an insult to give away what he gave me? I thought about the words again and made up my mind. When a 4-eyed Pantheon stepped away from Anakasha, I approached. Lady Matali, I said soberly, pulling the 3 orbs out of my pocket. I cupped them in both hands and bowed slightly, holding them out. Your sister's sacrifice was made for my people. I know what I give you today in return is nothing compared to the sacrifice of the Matali clan, but I want you to have these. 3 tears of the mother to mark this day of mourning. There was a sudden burst of murmuring from throughout the mausoleum, but the tall Assyrian woman only stared down at my offering, looking shocked. It was Lord Anchor who reached out, but he didn't take them. Instead, he closed my hands around the pearls and gave me a quivering smile, his eyes glistening with tears yet to form. Sarvesh looked pale and crestfallen. Anakasha herself was unreadable, her gaze distant. Neither said anything, and so, with the pearls still clutched in my hands, I bowed a little deeper, stepped back, and turned away, uncertain if I had read the situation correctly. But I caught the old Leviathan's eye for just an instant as I turned, and he winked before stuffing a skewer in his mouth. Suddenly uncomfortable, I moved away from the crowd, contemplating whether to return Lord Ekalia's gift back to him. By the time I tore my gaze from the pearls once more, the Leviathan was gone. Unable to find him through the crowd, however, I made my way along the edge of the dark curtains hiding the Indrath tombs. My mind trying to accept why Varun had given me such a valuable gift. Keeping myself from second-guessing, I imbued the extra-dimensional storage rune on my arm and sent the pearls within, not wanting anything to happen to them. Remembrance, another item in my storage rune, called out to me. I felt a wave of sentimentality wash over me as I considered the item, but I didn't immediately withdraw it. Glancing around, I assured myself that no one was paying too close attention, and I slipped through the black-flowered vines and into the small alcove on the other side. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding, and my shoulders sagged as I relaxed. The noise of the subdued conversations was muffled, the burning sensation of so many gazes following me cooled, and I let myself sink down into the isolation, casting off the obligatory noble veneer like a cloak. Lady Sylvia Indrath watched me from her portrait on the wall. I withdrew her core, holding it delicately in both hands. There was no ether left in it, or any mana for that matter. No message, no hint at how to continue. It was simply the empty, dried-out organ of a deceased dragon. Soon enough, the Usura lying on the bier 30 feet away would be little more than this. But she had been. I'd heard her stories, seen her sacrifice. Despite my rage at how the dragons had failed to protect the people on that mountain, I also acknowledged that they had been ready to lay down their lives to fight the wraiths. The core in my hands wasn't Sylvia any more than the spear and shield resting beside Avhalasha were her. I still couldn't wrap my head around what Nico meant by sending it to me, but I was pretty sure that he himself didn't know. He was fumbling, scrambling to do whatever he could to help Cecilia, just like back on Earth. I closed my eyes, leaned forward, and pressed my head against the core's rough surface. I hadn't been here for her own remembrance ceremony, didn't even know if Kezes had given her one, but she deserved something, no matter how small. There were doors inset in the front of the shrine holding the silver candles. I opened them, and inside was a small bowl full of oily red liquid. An empty incense holder stuck up from the center of the bowl. Carefully dipping in the tip of a single finger, I closed my eyes and pressed it to my forehead between my brows. You opened my eyes to a life I had yet to live, saved me twice from a death come far too soon, trusted me with a vision of the future you wouldn't live to see, and my voice grew rough, most important of all, welcomed me into your family in name and act. I let a single drop of ointment drip on the core and set it carefully on top of the incense holder. I'm sorry Sylvie couldn't be here, but I will bring her someday, when she is safe. I carefully closed the doors and stood, a subtle weight off my shoulder as I left the core behind. The eyes of the portrait seemed to follow me, perfectly capturing that unknowable depth of understanding that Sylvia had reflected when alive. Swallowing the emotion creeping up the back of my throat, I slipped through the vines and met the ocean-blue eyes of Zelina standing a few feet away. She frowned and turned away. Chapter 459, Collisions, Chul Asclepius. I sank back against the wall, breathing heavily and enjoying the feel of sweat pouring down my face. The cavern smelled of ozone and crushed granite, and the resounding noise of our training was still ringing in my ears. Baron leaned forward and rested his hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his nose, each breath laborious. 20 feet to his left, the little one Micah threw herself on her back, huffing and puffing. Only Veri stood straight, her arms crossed as she eyed me thoughtfully. This was better, yes, I asked, going back through in my mind each stage of our sparring. This was unlike the technical training I had done with the Vritra-blooded one, Silrit. The lances had pushed me to work with my body differently, and I had strained them to the peak of their capabilities, at least without threatening their lives. Arthur's guidance about using what little mana I have in the best way is starting to make sense, I believe. Baron let out a scoff that didn't disguise his contented grin as he sank down to one knee, leaning on the crimson Asuran-made spear he wielded. That spell layering technique, was that Arthur? Seems like something he'd come up with. I grinned. The human was right. Arthur was quite good at utilizing small amounts of energy to great effect, an unlooked-for boon in my traveling companion. My body required the mana output of a full-blooded Usura to maintain itself, but my Jinn Father's blood had prevented my core from growing to its full potency. Your control is improving, Veri said, watching me closely. Her gaze flicked to the dull metal bracer on my wrist. I shifted uncomfortably, realizing I had forgotten about keeping up my appearance as a mere human. Ah yeah, this has been good. But you all are making progress as well. Micah slammed a closed fist against her sternum 3 times. I sure hope so. My core aches. Am I the only one? I think it's growing clearer, purifying more. It's been a long time though, so I'm not really sure. Yes, Veri answered, stretching her arms over her head. I feel it as well. Arthur was right. Our exertions are beginning to pay dividends. Baron stood and wiped sweat from his brow. What do the artifacts say, Emily? A small human in glasses came out from behind a barrier shrouding one corner of the cavern. She gave her fellow human a pained smile and shrugged. There has definitely been refinement of your cores, that's easy enough to see. but the enhanced speed of your mana activation and channeling is still too fast for the equipment to make an accurate reading, even with the upgrades. Maybe if I had more time, but Micah snorted and rolled over onto her side, propping her head up on one hand. Yeah, you scientists and your big secret project. Remember when the lances were treated like we actually mattered? She sighed and mumbled. Micah remembers. Emily roughed up her curly hair with one hand, then straightened her glasses. Sorry, it's just. I have heard that Ren kind can be a harsh taskmaster, I said, recognizing that the girl seemed less energetic than before, darker even. Do not let the Titan grind you to dust under the heel of his drive for progress. Her brows shot up as she gave me a startled look. Oh, thanks, yeah, I won't. When is Gideon going to explain what he is up to anyway? It's not like I haven't sensed those mana beasts he had brought in. Micah's eyes narrowed at Emily. For reals. I'm a general, I should be in the know. Emily's gaze settled on the floor, a shadow passing over her pale features. I don't think I'd want to say even if I could. Gideon and the Usura have their reasons for secrecy, Vare said sternly. Don't harass the girl, it isn't her choice and she will do well not to speak of what's happening down there. Wait, Micah bolted upright. You know, don't you? Why do you get to know? Her glare shifted to Baron. He gave her a shrug, resting his spear across his shoulders, and she gasped. You too? What the hell, you guys? Finally, her glare settled firmly on me. Don't tell me that everyone here knows except for me. Pushing away from the wall, I stood straight and cracked my neck, already feeling refreshed from the rousing spar against the three lances. No, Lady Earthborn, I have little interest in the machinations of the Titan. They make good weapons, but I already have one of those. I gestured to Baron's spear. Though not perhaps so refined an implement of destruction as your spear, Baron Wykes. You should listen to it more closely. It seeks to guide you, to teach you to fight like an Usura. More than once, you missed an opportunity to land a blow because you fight against your weapon and not with it. The human ran a hand along the shaft, considering the crimson steel. I am fighting with the spear as I have been for months, but your words make a kind of sense. I can feel the guidance you speak of only. He shook his head, then gave me a suspicious look. You sometimes don't speak like a man, Chul. You speak as if, Micah snorted, interrupting him. You just don't want to admit that we've been training toe-to-toe with one guy, and he seems to be as strong as the three of us together. It's like Arthur all over again. Baron turned in exasperation to Vare. Surely you see it. Vare's piercing eyes lingered on me as I turned away. She frowned slightly. Are you okay, Chul? My fingers dug into my temple as a sudden pressure pinched inside my head. Yes, you three pushed me harder than I thought, that's all. Inside my skull, I heard Mordaine's voice as if through a thick door dulled by distance and my own poor ability to receive it. Chul, forgive this intrusion into your thoughts. I have need of you immediately. Leave what you are doing and return to the hearth at once. Be wary on your journey, the beast glades are not safe. As the message faded, I straightened and shook my head slightly, trying to knock loose the discomfort. Fear gripped me not for myself, but for those I had left in the hearth. Were they under attack, there was no way to know except to leave Vildoriel and return home. I must go. I looked between the lances but settled on Vare. Tell the Leywins, Eleanor and Lady Alice, she frowned. Of course, but the three lances were all looking at me with concern, but I did not explain further, instead hurrying from the cavern, which was well away from where people lived. Still, it didn't take me long to reach the surface from the outer tunnels. None of the Dwarven patrol stations gave me pause, being more concerned with anyone coming in than going out. Less than 20 minutes had passed before I was standing beneath the bright desert sun that hovered over the Darvish dunes. I didn't stop to take in the scene, but lifted up off the ground and pointed myself eastward, flying at speed toward the mountains. I had not expected Mordain to call me back from my quest. In truth, I hadn't been sure he would want me to return. He was a kind man, a good man, but I had never understood his willingness to turn the other cheek, as he put it, no matter what insult was offered. I, on the other hand, knew that sometimes the only right answer was overwhelming force. Some crimes could never be made up for and should never be forgiven. Even as a child who did not yet understand what I was, my fiery temperament had made me stand out from the others. Although traveling with Arthur and fighting back against Agrona was exactly what I wanted, I still wasn't fully certain that it had been allowed because I wished it. Or simply because it got rid of me. This doesn't matter, I reminded myself, crushing the unwelcome thoughts within the vice of my will. Mordain needs me and I will go. And when I am done, I will return and resume preparing myself to devastate our enemies, even if Mordain will not. The flight was long and tiring. It took little mana to sustain flight once it had been achieved, as I only needed to maintain the balance between myself and the atmosphere around me, but it did require a level of focus that I found grating. Growing up beneath the ground, I hadn't practiced often. It was with a grateful breath of cold air that I crested the grand mountains and dipped down into the beast glades. Finally, I slipped free of the uncomfortable cuff Ren had designed to mask my mana signature so that I appeared human even to the dragons. Here, It was more important that I project my own natural mana signature, which would ward off the native beasts. Home was close. CCILIA the air was thick with the buzz of insects and the haunting susurration of some unseen beast. A smell like rotten eggs oozed up from wet, sucking ground. And worst of all, the rift, the connection between the Asuran homeland of Ephiatis and the beast glades of Dicathen, was still hidden from me. It shouldn't be this difficult, I thought, my frustration interrupting my focus. I pulled back from the search, resting my senses. It had been days already. Days spent in the dank depths of the worst the beast glades had to offer with no company but Agrona's wraiths and only a few intermittent moments with Nico. I hope his task is going better than my own. It was, maybe, a less important role, but depending on how everything else shook out, Nico's success would still decide exactly how the next leg of this war would play out. The Elderwood Guardian stirred within me suddenly, and I immediately sobered. The beasts will have been more active since we arrived in the beast glades, pressing on me like a tension held just beneath my skin. Tesha, on the other hand, had been largely silent, the presence of her destroyed homeland looming like a dark cloud over her thoughts. I had expected her to give me trouble, considering. Being in Dicathen was a risk, but it never should have taken so long. But our search was complicated by a number of factors. Gray's attack on the battle group in Ediston had caused a cascading failure of plans that was still rippling around me, and I had to believe that Aludari had purposely chosen that moment to seek shelter with the dragons. Combined with my continued inability to discover the exact location of the rift, it was difficult not to grow frustrated with this mission. It should have been a straightforward thing to find the point where so much power was converging and condensing, but the transmission of mana between Dicathen and Ephiatis was tremendous. The flow of mana was so great that it sent echoes of itself all over eastern Dicathen, and to make matters worse, there also seemed to be several layers of powerful diffusive magic and shrouding spells in place throughout the beast glades, which I could neither explain nor breach. Yet, closing my eyes, I rubbed the bridge of my nose with 2 fingers. Focus, I scolded myself. My eyes snapped open and I unfolded from my floating position before drifting to the ground. No, I don't need to focus. I need a break. Conjuring a bed of soft soil and woven plant fibers, I lay down and closed my eyes again, trying to doze as I waited for Nico and the wraiths to return. I sensed Nico's mana signature ascend from one of the many dungeons he was searching some time later. Flying over the treetops with his escort of wraiths to prevent attacks by the largest of Dicathen's mana beasts, he was quick in returning. The wraiths kept their distance, setting up a meager camp and lighting a fire to heat their food while Nico came to report on his mission. He wasn't having any more luck than I was. The timing of all this is starting to become a problem, he said as he finished telling me all about the last couple of dungeons he'd searched. The tether between Ephiatis and our world, the dragon patrols, the teleportation gates. It all needs to come together just right, otherwise all the pieces collapse individually. Don't you think I know that? I snapped, then looked away from him, immediately feeling guilty. Ever since our fight against Gray, there had been a queasy tension between us. I'm sorry, He waved away my apology. I know I shouldn't focus on the negative. Perhada's group took out a dragon, we know where Aludari is, and so far the wider operation in Dicathen seems to have gone unnoticed. We've got time. Something in the distance, an unusual movement within the mana, stole my attention and Nico drifted off, clearly seeing the distraction of my features. Cecil, Nico asked, what is it? I'm not sure, I said, frowning. The signature was similar to a mana beast's, but it was too concentrated, and it moved too fast and too straight for any of the more powerful beasts I was familiar with. I focused on it, searching the mana. Deep within my core, a familiar aspect resonated. A phoenix, I exclaimed, unable to hide my excitement. Its mana signature is disguised somehow, more like a mana beast than an Usura, but I'm certain it's a phoenix. It must be one of Mordane's people. Spinning toward the wraiths, I gestured to one of the battle groups. You 5 with me. Flying up into the lower, thinner boughs of the canopy, I sped off in the direction of the mana signature. It was coming from the mountains and moving fast, flying just over the treetops. As we moved south and west to intercept, I carefully shrouded even the most minor distortion of the wraith's mana. We flew for an hour or more before our paths converged. The wraiths and I alighted in a tree, hiding within the deep shadows, and waited. A minute passed, and then there was the sudden rush of wind as a large man flashed past above, sending a wave of motion through the broad leaves above. I gave a signal to the others, and we sped off in pursuit of the phoenix. Agrona would be quite pleased if this venture rewarded us with not only the location of the rift between Dicathen and Ephiatis, but also that of the long-hidden refuge of Mordane and the other Usura he'd led from their homes. Finally, something goes right, I thought, carefully ignoring the prickling of Lady Dawn's memories in the back of my head. Chul Asclepius, as I flew deeper over the beast glades and closer to the hearth, A dozen scarlet harpies burst up from the cover of the trees to my right and scattered, their squawking slicing at my ears like razors. I stopped, frowning as they flew away. Scanning the trees below, I failed to see what had caused their unusual behavior. A coven of harpies wasn't easily cowed, they weren't fleeing from my passage, that much was certain. The hairs on the back of my neck rose up as a chill tremor ran along my spine. Flying straight up, I spun around and bellowed, "Come out, I know you are there. If you wish for a battle, you have found one, so come out and claim it." I conjured Suncrusher into my hands and pushed mana through it. Orange flames simmered within the fissures, but I was careful to not let too much mana escape needlessly. The forest below ripped itself apart. Hundreds of shadowy winged creatures exploded into the air, spinning around me like a dark cyclone, and from the shadows dozens of needle-thin black spikes flew toward me. I swung Suncrusher with all the speed I possessed, conjuring a gout of bright orange flames in a thin nova. Phoenix fire collided with blood iron and void wind, and the sky became an inferno. Flames rained down on the canopy, and the forest began to burn. Flying right, I brought my mace up and caught a blurring scythe as it slashed down, the movement so fast I only saw the big, ugly man holding it after our weapons had already collided. Too late, I sensed the hissing cut of another weapon, and something bit into my back. I spun away from the scythe, whirling Suncrusher in an arc around me, struggling to control the flow of mana to reinforce both my weapon and the thick barrier cladding my skin. Both my attackers fell back, melting into the wall of blazing shadow creatures and flame. The shadow creatures were closing in, their spiraling flight speeding as they did so. Putting my head down, I sped onward into the tumult, pulsing mana rapidly into my barrier in preparation for their assault. I came up against an invisible resistance, a repelling force entwining the creatures. My entire body jerked, my force matched by the enclosing cyclone. With a sound like breaking bones, the opposing spell burst asunder, and I smashed through into open air. Two horned men waited for me on the other side, both wrapped in dark mana. One thrust forward with a spear like a black lightning bolt as the other breathed out a cloud of pure darkness. I jerked to a halt, sending the force of my forward progress out in front of me in a controlled burst. The man with the lightning spear twirled around the wave of visible force, but the second man wasn't ready and was batted aside, the spell spilling forth from his ugly mug, clipping off before fully manifesting. Behind the wraiths, the force wave exploded in a series of fireballs. Suncrusher and the black lightning bolt collided, and coiling tendrils wrapped around the haft of my weapon and up my arms, making my arms go numb. My vision darkened as the winged shadows swarmed around me from the sides, seeking to close the loop of their cyclone again. Flying somewhere within their depths, I could sense three more signatures, indistinct and difficult to trace. I dropped my weapon and leaned into the spear wielder's attack, forcing the spear down and away with one arm as I drove my other elbow into the man's mouth, rocking his head back. Despite my numb arms, I spun around behind him, gripped him in my quivering fists, and hurled him bodily at his shadow-spewing companion. Pain ripped through my side, and I looked down to see the black scythe embedded deep into my hip, the long curved blade lodged into the bone. With a roar, I summoned Suncrusher again and slammed it against the scythe, wrenching it free of my body and nearly knocking it from the huge man's grasp. The blow continued into the man's knee, spinning him off balance. Layered beneath the physical blow, I released a bursting nova of force and fire, throwing the man further away and deflecting a barrage of blood iron spears. The winged shadows had congealed around us again, spinning faster and faster, and all three of my attackers backed into the vortex, again melting from sight. I considered their strength, the dark feel of their mana, and knew them to be wraiths. The experimentations of the Vritra clan, bred by generations of controlled entwining of basilisk and Alacrian blood. A battle group of wraiths wielding the decay attribute magic of the basilisks. I let out a booming laugh of surprise, but held back the eager taunts that jumped to my lips. Brute force and a quick end to the fight would not be enough to win this battle. I needed to stay mindful of the lessons I had learned traveling with Arthur, and I had to make my power last. Lifting Suncrusher above my head with one hand, I felt for the 5 half-hidden mana signatures around me, then reached for the atmospheric fire attribute mana that had drifted high into the sky above the beast glades, basking in the warmth of the sun. When my weapon swung down, columns of fire fell with it, scorching the sky like the fingers of an ancient god. The vortex of shadow creatures boiled away, revealing the 5 dark forms it had hidden. The wraiths deflected the attack with outward ease, not bothering to dodge or hide because of its apparent lack of power. As the columns of fire faded, a haze of my mana clung to them, making each wraith glow like a firebug. They would find it difficult to use the shelter of their obscuring spells to hide from me now. Pushing mana into Suncrusher, I held the mace aloft and released a flash of blinding light. Flames cracked as the weapon then carved an arc around me, firing off several bolts of phoenix flame. Mana surged from the weapon back into me, and I released it as a solid beam of force. The spell caught the shadow-spewing wraith in the arm as he attempted to blink away the blinding flash and dodge a much weaker bolt of fire, which exploded in the air as it passed him. His mana crackled against mine, then the skin beneath blackened and broke open. A black spike punched through my barrier of protective mana and then through the muscle of my shoulder. A second ripped through my side and a third my upper thigh. A quickly conjured aura of flame wrapped around me, burning away the rest of the projectiles. Darkness took me. Like a living shadow, it wrapped around my face, covering my eyes, nose, and mouth. I clawed at the black, but my hand came away empty. Suncrusher whirled around me defensively as I struggled for a way to free myself. A jolt struck my left side. A biting pain sliced across my right. Tiny claws of mana raked and bit at me from every direction. My weapon moved faster and faster as I whirled it around me, searching for the right mana signature. They had me on the defensive, having already shrugged off the most potent of my spells, and I could feel their movements slowing, their demeanor growing confident. The Wraith's mana signatures blinked in and out, half suppressed and mudded by the confluence of so many spells, but they hadn't yet shaken off the lingering haze of phoenix fire that clung to them. Something pierced me from above, driving down through my shoulder and back into my hip before leaving my body through the back of my leg. Something flashed through the shadows, black on black, like a bolt of dark lightning, and my body spasmed. Heedless of the pain, I focused on my target. The source of the suffocating blackness was nearby, closer than he should have been, more still, his guard down. I held my strike even as my blood pumped from my wounds. Sagging slightly, I gave a ragged, choked breath through gritted teeth and coughed up blood. The blackness swirled, and I felt the caster, now right in front of me, thrust his weapon casually at my throat. I shattered the inhibiting barrier of control around my core, letting my mana flood into my weapon. In a single motion, I swept Suncrusher upward, catching the lazy thrust of a blade of blood iron wrapped in shadows and incinerating the weapon and arm alike. My left hand grip weak from the spike piercing my entire body, wrapped around an unseen throat, and the shadows distorted, briefly showing me the Wraith's face, his eyes wide and horrified, his mouth open in a shadow-spewing howl of agony. "You have fallen for my ruse," I growled before Suncrusher passed through his skull, burnt black fragments of which sprayed out into the air as his blood-slick throat slipped free of my grip, sending the corpse tumbling toward the forest below. The shadows melted away. The Wraith with the lightning spear hesitated as he turned to watch his companion plummet, while a long-haired woman cursed at the others to close ranks even as her conjured shadow creatures crawled all over me, their claws and teeth making tatters of my skin. Right in front of me, the big one's scythe was slicing down. Releasing Suncrusher, my right hand snapped up and grabbed the weapon just beneath the curved blade, but my left arm quaked and refused to listen. The scythe's tip carved across my collarbone and down my chest, drawing a torn and bloody line. From the corner of my eye, I could see a foot of black iron still sticking up from my shoulder, its length pinning my whole body together like an insect on a mat. I jerked the scythe toward me, and the big Wraith was yanked forward with it. I drove my forehead into the bridge of his nose, then exploded into an aura of flames once against, sending the Wraith flailing away as his weapon burned in my grip. The shadow beasts burned off my body. A bolt of black lightning deflected and arced away. With a twist of my hips and shoulders, I shattered the blood iron spear piercing me, and it oozed from my wounds alongside my own blood. The next wave of attacks came too fast for me even to lock down my enemies' locations, and despite my best efforts to conserve it, I could already feel my mana faltering. Pushing toward the Wraiths, I took advantage of the gap in their number to force them on the defensive. There was no time to slow down or come up with some plan of attack. My thoughts grew slow and cloudy, unable to keep up with the four powerful enemies, and the lessons of my training bled from me. Fire and blows rained down in the direction of whichever Wraith was closest, but the Conjurer's shadowy summons were everywhere, crawling over me, flying between me and my target, and although I pushed them back and prevented them from coordinating their assault, I did little enough damage of my own. The aura of fire faded far too soon. Though my many wounds were of no importance, my core itself ached as if a fist of iron were crushing it. I kept myself from glancing in the direction of the hearth. The Wraiths had been shadowing me and hadn't attacked until I discovered their presence. It wasn't me for which they hunted. It was home. I grinned viciously and spit out a mouthful of blood. "I have taken a life today while you have only managed to shed a few drops of blood. Keep running and you will all join the fallen." The lightning bolt spear flashed toward me. I batted it aside. A large blood iron lance thrust out of a passing shadow at my throat. I caught it on Suncrusher, shattering it. Gouts of uncontrolled flame leapt from my body and weapon, burning away the shadow summons but only hastening the depletion of my mana. A frigid numbness clutched the left side of my body. I stared down at it, not immediately comprehending. Blood drained from me in a curtain, chasing the tumbling arm and leg that had just been severed from me, pumping furiously out of the remaining stumps. I thought I could still see the afterimage of the black scythe in the air where it had swept through me, parting me from my limbs. I wobbled, nearly falling out of the sky, my flight interrupted by the bitter shock attempting to seize my mind. Bah, I spat again, waving Suncrusher before me, the fissures glowing bright orange as air rushed through them. One arm is enough, it is all I ever needed. A ring of blood iron spikes grew from the winged shadows hovering around me. Black lightning struck them, chaining the spikes together so that they formed a solid barrier. Beyond it, the scythe-wielding giant floated into view. He was burned and favoring one side even in flight, but his face was unmarred by the expression of pain. Instead, he was grinning. "You seem eager to die, Asura. Would that I could give you that gift, but such is not my place today." His rasping voice tightened with excitement as he continued. "But how much pain you experience, that depends on how long you keep up this meaningless conflict." Flames blazed across my wounds, scorching my flesh and sealing them, filling the air with the scent of hot iron as my blood boiled. "Do not think you can cow me with these small words. Even your cruel kind has not invented a pain that can break me. Either I will leave here victorious and your ashes will fertilize the forest below, or I will die a warrior's death and my companions will bring down a mighty vengeance in recompense." The wraith scoffed and exchanged a look with the summoner. She tossed her long hair and shrugged. "Then we will take the rest of your limbs one by one," the wraith continued. He gave a signal with his hand and the web of iron and lightning began closing in on me. I knew my strength was flagging, but I had enough yet to use one arm at least. Pushing as much mana as my complaining core would allow into my weapon, I swung with all my might. Flames jumped and curled from the fissures, creating halos of white fire around the round head and leaving a tail of sparks blurred in its wake. Suncrusher met the combined black lightning and blood iron net. Phoenix fire raged against the decay attribute mana of the wraiths. Blood iron twisted and the soulfire deviant lightning splintered. Energy ripped apart at the seams, fracturing outward in the form of mana shrapnel, the ruptured spells crashing over the wraiths like a tide of consuming death. The scythe-wielding wraith reared back even as my momentum carried me through the shroud of shattered mana, my weapon aimed at his head. His scythe came up but too slow. Shadows pulled at my arm, hardened between us and pulled the wraith away simultaneously, but the pure white light of my fire cast them aside. At the last second the wraith dipped down, and Suncrusher collided with the side of one horn, shearing it from his head. Moving with its own hungry lust for enemy blood, Suncrusher swept around again, falling toward the wraith's skull even as shadow and iron crashed all around me then. The light darkened, the weapon slid free of my limp grasp, whirling end over end into the burning trees below. The fire in my core went out and I began to fall as backlash took me. Chapter 458. Lady Dawn's Child, CCILA. As I watched the phoenix slump, his core overdrawn, backlash ripping him from consciousness, a memory that wasn't my own blistered up in my mind. A boy running and laughing, his mismatched eyes, one burning orange, the other icy blue sparkling with joy and wonder. Now those same mismatched eyes rolled back into his head as he tumbled into freefall. I was looking at Lady Dawn's Child, there was no doubt. The taste of her mana lingered in my senses, creating a sort of resonance with his own. I could feel their connection was now a part of it, like there were two magnets linking us. Along with the connection came emotions that also weren't mine, protectiveness, despair, and a bright, blistering fury. Not my emotions. I thought bitterly of all the alien thoughts, memories, and ideas that had been stuffed into my head since being reincarnated. This isn't someone I care about. Taking a firm hold of the surging motherly instincts, I tamped them down, burying them. Koryak swung low and grabbed the unconscious phoenix by the back of his clothes. He shot a questioning look at me where I was hidden among the smoldering branches of a broadleaf tree. I opened my mouth to speak, but before the words left me, the world erupted into fiery hell. The flames started by the battle roared into the sky, painting the world in a red that burned like a falling sun. The air scorched my lungs, combusting into smoke and fire. My clothes smoldered and little flames licked up from the protective barrier of mana shrouding my body. Even my senses seemed to burn beneath the swelling mana, as if I were staring at the sun. Reaching out, I took hold of the mana and tried to smother it, but the will controlling it resisted, driving me back. "But how who?" I gasped out loud, astounded. A man descended into the inferno. The sudden roaring wind seemed to barely ruffle his hair, just as the smoke failed to blind his yellow eyes. The four surviving wraiths all faced the man, but they were having an even more difficult time resisting the effects of the spell. They exchanged uncertain looks and threw searching glances down into the trees in my direction. Servants of Agrona. The reverberation of the man's voice suddenly told me who he was, his identity contained within the memories shared by Lady Dawn. "Your hostility within my own domain will not be tolerated. This place and everyone within it are under my protection," Mordain of the Asclepius clan said firmly. You test my sworn neutrality by attacking here. Give me this member of my clan and go. Koryax's scythe reformed in his hands and he pressed the blade against Chul's throat. It seems to be showering phoenixes on us today, how convenient. Stop channeling this cursed spell and give yourself up, or I open this boy's throat. And huge talons of fire manifested from the heat searing the atmosphere, wrapping around Koryax. The claws burned through his mana and flesh alike, rending him into charred meat before he could even shout out. The half-phoenix slumped into the claw, unharmed. I was still hidden, my control of mana ensuring that I would be unsensible even to one so powerful as this man. I worried the wraiths might give me away, but the remaining three kept their focus on Mordain, their defenses up but making no move to attack. Suddenly the tree in which I hid was engulfed in a fire I could neither control nor sustain. Reacting instinctively, I leapt into the air and flew free of the flames, my skin red and sore even beneath my protective mana. The legacy, Mordain said. His bright yellow eyes were locked on me, his robes billowing around him and melding into the smoke. Even you cannot hide from me within my own domain spell. Do not test your limits against my patience here. My mind reeled. I didn't know what to do. This phoenix was powerful, his grip over mana ironclad. Dragons still swarmed over the beast glades, so even if I did defeat him, could I do it fast enough to return to my task without drawing their attention? It's not worth the risk, I told myself, hoping I was acting logically as a Grona would and not out of fear. Wraiths with me? Suddenly, my body went rigid as a force inside of me thrust itself against my control. My hand raised of its own accord, snapping forward and releasing a whip-like vine that had coiled around my wrist. The whip carved across the space between Mordain and me, a green crescent that seemed to be moving in slow motion. The tip of the vine burst into flames, which raced along its surface, blackening the emerald green of its flesh. The whip blew away to ash just short of Mordain's throat. His expression twitched slightly, but he did not move to counter, hesitation leaking onto his face for a split second. Clenching my teeth until they creaked, I forced my body back into submission, breaking the momentary loss of control, then spun away and flew at all speed, bursting out of the domain spell's shell and back into blue sky and cool wind. What in the Vritra's name were you trying to do? I snarled inside my own head. Tesha didn't immediately answer, and I hurried to put distance between Mordain and myself. The three wraiths fell in behind me, pushing to their limit to keep up. Looking over my shoulder, I realized Mordain's domain spell was a sphere wrapping everything within it in pure fire attribute mana. Within that sphere, his own mana pushed out all the atmospheric mana, amplifying his spells and control while diminishing that of his enemies. You thought he could beat us, kill us, didn't you? Inside that hellish terrain he created. Make up your mind, would you? Really, do you want to live or die? Do you even know? No, I don't want to die, Tesha said softly, her first words to me since entering Dicathen. But I can't help but wonder if I'm a coward not to try harder to make that happen. To hurt a Grona and keep everyone safe, Arthur safe, you need to die. I stopped suddenly, a shiver running down my spine. Mordain's domain spell collapsed. For a moment, the presence of both Usuras was crystal clear, then the atmospheric mana seemed to swallow their signatures as Mordain shrouded himself in Chul from me. And yet, something was still there. No sense of their mana signatures, but the resonance I now felt with Chul couldn't be so easily disguised. Gathering my own mana, I pushed out a condensed sphere and sent it hurtling forward at about the same speed I'd been flying. Follow as long as the spell lasts, then return to the others and resume your hunt. The three wraiths gave me similar looks of confusion. When I waved them on, their hesitation broke and they sped away, following the miniature sun now rushing over the forest's canopy. Drifting down under the cover of the trees, I began slowly moving back in the direction where the wraiths had fought against Chul. The wind carried the smell of smoke and burning, and there was a consistent flow of atmospheric mana back into the void left behind by the domain spell. Anger welled inside me, anger at myself for having to run away from Mordain, for allowing Tesha to take control. If it was your goal to kill us both, you should have let me die during my integration, I seethed to the elf as I searched for the resonance. Was it easy for you, when you killed yourself on Grey's sword? She responded, her voice laced with bitterness and regret. I chewed the inside of my cheek, careful to keep my mana in check in fear of Mordain sensing me. I still did it, didn't I? Yes, you did, but you did it to escape, to run away from what you couldn't handle. A beat of silence lingered before she spoke again, her thoughts growing more confident. I didn't want to die then, and I don't want to die now, but I'm trying to do what I can to help, to fight back, unlike you. Just because you know my memories does not mean you know what I went through, I snapped, pausing my pursuit. You have no idea what I've had to endure, or what I'm willing to do to make sure Nico and I get the life that we deserve. With newfound resolve, I took a moment to align my mana signature with the ambient mana around me and resumed tailing Chul, letting the slight pull from his core guide me. I moved forward carefully, quietly flitting through the lower network of branches, my entire conscious focus on that small tug in the distance. Suddenly, the connection with Chul's mana was completely severed. I felt a spike of fear as adrenaline surged through me, and I increased my speed, aiming for the last place I had felt him. My thoughts started to knot themselves into a jumble, but I tried to let my mind go blank again, remembering only the sense of where that tug had been before it was blocked. I slowed again as I got close to where I thought I'd lost the sense of it and settled down into the roots of a giant, silverbark charwood tree. It has to be nearby, I thought, almost hoping for a reluctant confirmation from Tesha. The entire beast glades were ringing with the echo of all that mana pouring between Ephiatis and Dicathen, but there were multiple sources of shrouding magic at work in the glades as well. Now so close I could feel the edges of such a spell, or rather many layers of the spell. It was subtle, nearly undetectable by design. But I could see the mana, feel the way the shrouding spell pressed against the atmospheric motes, taste the complex compression, smell the hint of that unique attribute that made Phoenix mana different. Mordaine's spell was powerful, it had to be. He'd been hiding his people from Agrona Vritra and Kezes in Drath for centuries. But what mattered more than power was control, and mine was greater than either of theirs. I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing. My own mana was perfectly in equilibrium with the atmosphere, hiding me from anyone who might, in turn, be searching for me. The charwood was rough and cool against my back. The rich, smoky scent of its leaves reminded me of brewing tea. Mana-laden wind sent ripples through its leaves, which rubbed against each other with overlapping echoes of soft scratching. The tree was breathing. I could feel its life, its energy. Limbs lifted high, high into the air, spreading and seeking the sun and mana while the roots dug deep down into the soil. It was almost beautiful how the tree took in sun, water, and atmospheric mana, and even without a core, purified that mana into something else, something new, a plant attribute deviant form uniquely its own. That mana spread throughout it, leaching into the soil, mingling with the earth attribute mana and giving it life and energy. I could sense it in every twig, leaf, and root. And the roots of this charwood, along with all the others in this part of the beast glades, seemed to grow at an angle as if they were drawn towards something. They didn't spread out evenly but were pulled in one direction, diving down deeper than any other trees nearby. I let my senses trickle down, following the deviant mana into the roots. They spread and entwined, and I felt the shrouding spells move past me like a parting veil as I followed, blind to everything except the plant attribute mana. As my consciousness moved beyond the layers of shielding, I suddenly felt again the specific mana signatures of Mordaine and Chul, and many others besides. A smirk tugged at my lips as I wiped the bead of sweat threatening to roll into my eye. Do you see now? It was inevitable from the start. Your purpose, your fate was to be the vessel for my reincarnation, I thought smugly. If that's the case, I look forward to seeing what fate awaits you, a coward too afraid to even see the truth. That you're nothing more than a weapon, a tool for destruction, Tesha replied, her voice unbearably pitying. If what you hope for ever does come true, I assure you it won't be earned through victory. It will be out of mercy. My fists clenched as every fiber of my being wanted nothing more than to snuff her presence out of my mind like a candle, but the hold I had on the mana past Mordaine's shielding threatened to come loose. I turned my focus back to the task at hand, letting my mana permeate through the roots within the carved walls of the Phoenix's sanctuary, edging carefully forward like walking on a tightrope until, need to agitate his core, encourage it to draw in the mana. Stoke the fires and bring me mana crystals and elixirs, everything we have. It was Mordaine's voice, tight with an edge of panic, no longer the controlled storm of power that he had shown me before. A dozen other conversations vibrated into the soil and the roots of the charwood trees, but I blocked them all out, focusing solely on Mordaine. He's too far gone, another voice said, slightly reedy and hesitant. His core is barely drawing mana and his missing limbs. Thank you, Avier, Mordaine said firmly, cutting off the second voice. Mordain Asclepius Avier settled back onto his roost to watch in silence, his feathers ruffling slightly, but I could not afford to give him any more attention. There would be time for kindness and apologies later. After, mana poured from my hands, heat rippling through the air between Chul and myself. Solil and Aurora, two of my clan members, copied me, their mana joining mine as we sought to agitate Chul's core, but although his skin reddened under the heat, his core itself remained dull and dormant. He was no longer processing mana. Even sleeping or unconscious, his core should have continued to draw in and purify mana to support his physical body, but he had put himself deeply into backlash while his body was in a state of near death. Too much of his mana had gone into supporting and healing himself, and there was none left to heal the resulting strain on his core. Like a heart that has stopped beating, we had to find a way to get his mana flowing again otherwise. Glancing around the room, I tried to remember the lessons of my youth. It had been too long since I had been needed to heal the wounds of battle. A single bed was set in the middle of a small chamber in the hearth's central nest. Due to our exertions and a rousing fire in the fireplace, it had become blisteringly hot. I stood to one side of Chul's bed while my two clan members stood at Chul's feet and head respectively. Avier roosted atop a shelf affixed to the wall in his green owl form, his large eyes following our every movement. Chul lay unconscious on the bed between us. The last of his mana had gone toward burning his own wounds closed, so there was little blood, but the sight of him so ripped and torn with his leg and arm missing was enough to make my old heart squeeze painfully. When I let him go into this battle with Arthur, I had never envisioned him returning to us like this. I should have been more cautious, I thought tiredly. There was more at stake than the life of one clan member. I needed Chul, needed to understand what he'd seen and experienced since leaving the hearth. He was my eyes in the world to see its current shape, the dowsing rod with which I would find the truth of the events unfolding across both continents. I closed my eyes and let out an old man's heartfelt sigh. "Hello again, Arthur," Avier said, and my eyes snapped open. Arthur Leywin was standing in the entrance, staring aghast at Chul's prone form. I hadn't felt him enter the hearth. Hiding my surprise, I welcomed him. "What trick of fate brings you here at this moment?" I asked, watching him closely for any sign of his intentions. "What happened?" he asked, outwardly bewildered. Words failed me and my composure cracked, my intention to hide the deep pain I felt at my own failure slipping as my facial features trembled. I had to recall Chul to the hearth, but I was unaware of the legacy's presence within the beast glades. She attacked him with a group of basilisk lesherins, wraiths I believe they call themselves. "You are here just in time to wish Chul farewell. I cannot save him." Even as I said the words, I understood them to be true. There was nothing else I could do for Dawn's child. "Why did you wait?" Arthur seemed to struggle for a moment to make sense of what I'd said. "What do you mean you can't save him? These wounds look bad, sure, but he's an Usura. Or at least half, He suddenly went quiet, his gaze looking right through Chul. I knew what he was seeing. His body is too weak and injured to sustain itself. With so little mana, not only is he horribly wounded, but his body is starving as it tries to heal. We have been unable to alter the state of his core, and no elixir we have used has been properly absorbed. The imbalance between the strength of his physique and his core," Arthur said softly. His brows pinched together and he gave me a fierce glare. "You said the legacy, she did this." I rested my hand on Chul's burning forehead, remembering the feeling of her will battering against my own. Knowing now was not the time for the full story, I only nodded. Arthur moved closer to the table. His hands were clenched into white-knuckled fists at his sides. He shouldn't have been alone. He was supposed to be in Vildoriel with my sister. His eyes lit up as he had a sudden, desperate thought. "Ellie, she can manipulate mana, push it directly into a core. Maybe she can," I nodded along, already knowing what he intended to suggest. "Although it is unlikely to stimulate a core so weakened and unresponsive, I would try it gladly. I would try anything, but there is simply no time, Arthur. By the time we can bring her from Vildoriel, Chul will be. You have to have some way to your phoenixes, damn it," Arthur snapped, his glare sharpening into genuine anger. "Why the hell did you send him out there alone, Mordain? What were you thinking?" I knew he was speaking from fear and frustration for his friend, and I did not take his words to heart, accepting their weight and feeling no bitterness toward him. When I spoke, I took care with each word, not wishing to cause him further pain in that moment. "I thought the need was great, Arthur, but you are right to be upset with me. It was my own impatience that brought Chul into the open, and I feel your frustration will only grow as you learn everything." "The other Usura," Arthur said suddenly, jumping to a different trail of thought. "Surely the dragon's Kezes would have magic capable of healing even these wounds, right?" I couldn't help the sorrowful expression that settled on my features. "Perhaps. The dragon's vivum arts can be quite potent, but when an Usura can no longer absorb mana, there is little even the most powerful healing spells or elixirs can accomplish. Backlash in an Usura is rare, Arthur. We have sufficient mana in our cores to prevent it in all but the most dire situations." "There has to be something," Arthur said, running his hand through his hair, his eyes wild. "Maybe." He did something, some magic with his ether that I couldn't sense, and then began spilling items out on the bed beside Chul. "I have elixirs, all kinds of things I've picked up in my travels just in case. Here, go through it all." He held up a small vial of rich, plum-colored liquid. "Or these." Spread out on the mattress were 3 faded green scales, each the size of a clam shell. Solo leaned forward, staring wide-eyed from the pile of treasures to Arthur, then to me. Arthur gave her a hopeful look. Moving around the table to stand at his side, I scooped up the artifacts and held them out. "It's just not enough." "Not nearly enough, but you know that already." F letter 1 ECB letter 1D48 FTD new updates on NOV/E/L letter 1D483IN. He seemed to deflate, taking the objects and making them vanish again into some sort of dimensional storage. He searched my eyes, but for what I couldn't be sure. Some meaning in Chul's death, perhaps, or the truth, and thinking that I realized something. "What are you doing here?" I asked, hoping my voice sounded kind. "You could not have known about Chul, so why did you come?" He waved the question away. Does that really matter right now? It's important, but first we need to. His eyes widened yet again, and again he activated his dimensional storage. Elixirs, I'd nearly forgotten that he called them powerful elixirs. I felt my brows inch up. What elixirs? Arthur, a gasp burst out of me before I could help it as I stared down at the three objects held loosely in his hand. Moving quickly but carefully, I wrapped both my own hands around his and gently pressed his fingers so they closed firmly around the three bright blue pearls. Careful, Arthur, careful. His expression was thoughtful as he took in my reaction, like he was weighing it in his mind. Do you know the value of what you carry? Arthur returned my uncertain gaze with a clarity and purpose that surprised me, even coming from one such as him. When I attempted to give these away before, an Asuran lord refused to take them because they were too valuable to accept. I'm not a fool, Mordain. I know how precious these morning pearls must be, but all I care about right now is whether or not they will help him. What are they? Avier asked curiously, his head turning sideways. Solil and Aurora were also looking at me without understanding. Young, so young, all of them, I thought, saddened that those in my place no longer knew the tears of the mother, and yet hesitant to tell any of them the story. Glancing at Chul, I could see what little mana was still lingering in his body, burning away rapidly. It would only be right to tell Arthur everything before accepting one on Chul's behalf. The weight of his sacrifice should not be done out of ignorance, but I swallowed heavily, searching Arthur's eyes for the truth of his intention. Finally, I nodded and took a single pearl between two fingers, lightly easing it out of Arthur's palm. I believe it will, although I have not seen one used in many, many years. My focus switched to Solil. Go find me the sharpest silver knife, quickly. Arthur stepped forward and leaned over Chul, and a blade of vibrant amethyst power condensed into his hand in the shape of a dagger. I'll do it, just tell me what needs to be done. I dragged my finger along the burning skin of Chul's chest above his sternum. We need to cut down into his core. Open the core itself wide enough to insert the pearl. There was no surprise or hesitation in his mannerisms. Instead, he rested one hand on Chul's chest as the other guided his conjured blade gracefully along the crease above Chul's sternum. The amethyst blade parted flesh, bone, and even the toughened exterior of the core as simply as if it were slicing bread. It took only a single pass. Moving so slow it felt almost painful, I eased the bright blue sphere down beneath Chul's skin and into the core itself. I stepped quickly away and Solil and Aurora did the same. Arthur belatedly copied us, his gaze moving back and forth between me and the wound in Chul's sternum. Is it working? We will know in a moment. Until then, all we can do is wait. Silence lingered as we all watched, equally uncertain what the result would be. Peace and calm settled into the deep-rooted tension, helping to break it apart. Everything that could be done had been, and now all we could do was wait. You said Cecilia did this? Arthur asked after a minute or more. Her soldiers did, I explained, feeling an edge of anger invade the peace of the moment. She stayed hidden. I believe it was her goal that no one would discover her presence in Dicathen. I hesitated. There was something strange about the encounter. She attacked me, but it was a feeble effort, and she seemed caught off guard by her own attempt. Then she fled. Arthur was silent and contemplative, but he didn't respond. I considered everything that had happened, the unlikeliness of it all, from the legacy's presence to Arthur's arrival with the morning pearls. Tell me, Arthur. I need to know how you came to have these morning pearls. Did you steal them, take them by force? Did someone offer them to you in trade? He looked surprised and affronted, glancing at the other phoenixes and Avier. No. Varun, Lord Ekalia gave them to me. I assumed they were a gift to be given to the Matali clan, but they refused them. I see, I said, not meaning to interrupt him. Lord Ekalia. I won't pretend to have insight into his thoughts, to have gifted you not one but three such things, and without even explaining what they were. I shook my head, hardly believing it. Varun is playing a dangerous game. I am surprised Kezes even allowed you to leave Ephiatus with these. Things are happening that I do not understand. My Lord Mordain, Aurora said in her small voice. When I looked in her direction, she continued. What makes these? Morning pearls, what makes them so valuable? Tears of the Mother, a Leviathan ritual. I gestured to Arthur and he held up the other two. One created in 1,000 years, perhaps less. It is exceedingly rare for an Usra to die in infancy before even being hatched, an unbelievable tragedy. My throat grew raw, my voice husky. The Leviathans, long ago they discovered a process by which they break down the body of the infant but maintain its core. Held within an immature Leviathan core, all the mana that should form and build a new life, sustaining an infant while they learn to manipulate mana for themselves. A life. That is what each pearl holds, a new life. I don't understand what that means, Arthur said, his voice soft. Morning pearls are the greatest gift the Lord of the Leviathan race can offer. He bestows them only rarely, and only to ease the great suffering of a life that must be lived. Do you understand? I felt my mouth curving down into a deeper and deeper frown with each word. The history of Ephialtes is rich with tales of princes, kings, prophets, and great heroes who were saved from certain death by a morning pearl. But each one is bought with a life unlived, an infant who could not be saved. It is never a trade made lightly. 3,000 years of morning pearls, Arthur muttered. He rolled them around gently, then made them vanish back into his dimensional storage, and I thought perhaps he was beginning to understand the weight of his decision. He gave himself a little shake. It doesn't matter, I don't know yet what Lord Ekalia wants that he would give me these, but regardless of their value, if it can save this battle-hungry simpleton from. He trailed off as blue light reflected in his golden eyes. Mana was beginning to flow from the morning pearl. It was only a trickle at first and then a stream. Within moments, a river of mana poured forth. Blue-white light, so bright I had to look away, glowed from the cut in Chul's chest. It spilled out of him, boiling over his flesh before being absorbed back in through his many wounds, enveloping him in a liquid light of pure mana. His wounds closed, wiped away as if they'd been nothing more than smears of blood on his skin, and then slowly his missing arm and leg began to regenerate. I could hardly believe it. The mana of a birth, a life, a rebirth. I knew Chul would be changed, but I couldn't be sure how, rejuvenated not just from these wounds but from a lifetime of growth and wear. I didn't sense it, Arthur whispered. How could so much mana be hidden in that? On the bed between us, Chul's chest expanded slowly as he took a deep breath. The tension eased from his face, and the shroud of mana began to dim as it subsided back into his flesh, filling him once again. His core is fixed, Arthur said, his voice strained. My gaze flicked to his face, which was torn with conflicting emotions. His fingers dug into his own sternum, pressing hard enough to whiten his knuckles, and I understood. He cleared his throat and patted Chul's arm softly. I've done what I can, my brother, in vengeance. The rest is up to you now. Chapter 459, King's Gambit, Arthur Leywin. Mordaine's story had conjured a discomforting melancholy that sat like a stone in my stomach. My interaction with Lord Ekalia had been odd from its first moments to the last, and I still couldn't make much of everything that he'd said and done, especially knowing this new context. It was clear the old Usura wanted something from me, but what exchange would be worth the cost of the morning tears? Theories ran rampant through my thoughts, but I had no way to confirm them or even the inclination. Despite the knowledge that some potentially world-shifting game of Asuran politics, with me at its center, was happening back in Ephialtes, I had immediate concerns requiring consideration right here in Dicathen. The news that Cecilia was here was unwelcome. Anything she was involved in was likely to be large-scale enough to change the face of the war, but that wasn't the only reason I was uncomfortable. I didn't relish the thought of a battle between the Legacy and the Dragons, and I wasn't sure which outcome I feared more. That Cecilia would prove strong enough to kill even full-blooded Asuran warriors, or that she would fall and Tesha would be destroyed with her. It felt dangerous not to seek her out immediately, but without gaining insight into fate, I was unsure how a second battle would prove different than the first. Come, Arthur, let us leave Chul to rest and complete his recovery, Mordain said, patting the unconscious Chul's hair in a grandfatherly sort of way. Avier, would you do me the kindness of watching over him until he wakes? The green owl bobbed his horned head. Of course. Mordain thanked and dismissed the other two phoenixes before leading me out of the small room. With one last look at Chul, whose body was now swimming with mana, I followed. Mordain led us downward, walking along the bottom of the broad tunnels, which were clearly designed for flight. We left behind the central nest and entered into smaller, older tunnels, and I realized he was taking me along the same path we'd used to reach the broken Relictum's portal before. Several minutes later, we once again entered the moss-carpeted cave, illuminated by glowing crystals that grew like stalactites down from the ceiling. Unlike before, no portal glowed within the rectangular stone frame in the center of the cave, the etheric magic having faded. What are we doing here? I finally asked as Mordain knelt down and brushed his fingers over the green and gold moss. Speaking where we won't be overheard, Mordain said simply. Turning to face me, he eased himself down onto the moss, a strangely mundane action and posture for one so old and inhuman. You have just come from Ephialtes. I can still feel the energy clinging to you. Leaning against the cave wall, I crossed my arms and examined Mordain closely. I did. With so much facing you, you've returned from Ephialtes and chosen to come straight to me. Fortuitous as it was, I can see only one reason for you to do so, he said, speaking slowly. You know I have the keystone. I felt my eyes widen, unable to keep the surprise from my face. So you admit it then. One of the rebel jinn stole the third keystone and gave it to you. Mordain seemed to age before my eyes as he stared into some haunting vision of his past. Some very few jinn thought they could change the fate of their civilization. Even among those who sought sanctuary with my people, this opinion was rare. The Relictums wasn't only a grand library holding all the collected knowledge of the jinn, but it contained pieces of etheric knowledge that, when solved like a puzzle, could allow insight into influencing fate itself. The Jinn, collectively, stored this knowledge in the hope that someone would eventually come along capable of using it in a way that they were not, but those who sought to fight back were ready to attempt the feat themselves, even if it killed them. I tried to talk them out of it, preaching the wisdom of their collective, but having cast aside their kin even in the effort to save them, they were not willing to hear such a thing, even from me. But as more of them went into the relictums and failed to return, their quest became more dark and desperate. Mordain paused his story, his eyes fluttering closed as if they pained him. They intended to use this hidden power to sever this world's connection with Ephiatis in order to end the genocide. Would that have worked? I asked, my own mind turning for the first time to exactly how one might use the aspect of fate to solve the many problems now facing me. Mordain's eyes opened, flashing with anger. I instinctively backed away from him, but the emotion was smothered as quickly as it appeared, and he let out a long, weary sigh. Ephiatis was once a piece of this world, and in a very real way it still is. If the bubble surrounding it were to be cut off from this world, Ephiatis would slowly starve of mana. The world Asurakind has built for themselves would crumble and fade, and eventually the walls separating it from the dimension in which it is housed would wear thin. I do not think I need to extrapolate on what would happen then. I swallowed heavily, understanding why this would be a sore subject for the Phoenix. It would have been an entirely different type of genocide. And you couldn't allow that. No, I could not, he said, his demeanor simultaneously tense and melancholy. When they succeeded in claiming this keystone, I destroyed their way into the relictums, the same portal, ironically, that you later repaired. Those who were set on their path left, deciding our goals no longer aligned, but most stayed and lived out the rest of their lives here in peace, like Chul's father. I considered the fiery-tempered warrior born to two representatives of peaceful clans. He was so different than any of the other members of the Asclepius clan, or the Jinn I had seen for that matter. Does he get his temperament from his mother or father? I asked, suddenly suspicious of something. Mordain's mouth quirked up in a wry smile. Both, such a pairing. It was exactly that internal fire that brought them together, I think. Dawn was a great warrior. She would have preferred, I think, that our entire clan perish in glorious battle against the Andraths, but she was equally loyal, and when I decided to take all who would come and leave Ephiatis, she was also the first in line behind me. And Chul's father, he was not exactly an ordinary member of the Jinn race. It was Chul's father who took the keystone, wasn't it? Mordain seemed unsurprised by my guess. It was, but he didn't leave when the others did. Mordain was thoughtful for several long moments. I convinced him there was more to live for than the growing darkness within his companions. It very nearly came to violence when he decided to stay and keep the keystone, but Dawn convinced the others that such an action would be unwise. Did he ever solve the keystone? Mordain answered with a small shake of his head, and we lapsed into silence. My thoughts were stubbornly quiet. I felt like a child being read a bedtime story, half asleep and no longer able to fully follow what was happening. Giving myself a little shake, I tried to force myself into the moment as I looked hard into Mordain's eyes. You knew I was looking for the keystones, and you've had one this entire time. Why keep it from me? His expression didn't change as he mulled over my question. It is no easy thing to give a person, any one person, the ability to rewrite the truth of power in this world. How could anyone being hold in their hands the key to fate and not succumb to the inevitable corruption of such a thing? I thought then that it was better that the keystones were never solved, and I'm unsure that my opinion has changed over much, but… He sat up straight and gave me a serious look. Two worlds at least are caught between the machinations of Kezes and Agrona. I have started to believe that a change in the balance of power is exactly what this world needs, and yet… I couldn't help the wry smile that crossed my face. How can you know if I'm really the one who should wield this power? How indeed, Mordain mused, his eyes drifting to the portal frame. That is, in part, why I allowed Chul to accompany you. He is a pure spirit, passionate but at times almost childlike. I thought if any would see through to the heart of you, it would be Chul. He didn't know, he added quickly. I didn't send him to spy on you, only to get to know you. Through his eyes, I wanted to see who you really are, Arthur Leywin, and now I have. I waited for him to continue, unsurprised by what he had to say about Chul but curious as to where this was going. You came to me this day with matters of world-altering importance on your shoulders, and yet, despite not knowing Chul for long, you put all other concerns behind you and had a thought only for him, offering up anything and everything available to you in order to save him without hesitation, even an artifact of quite incalculable wealth. Mordain's voice grew slightly husky, and he paused. Feeling the conflict between the wraiths and dragons, I knew things were escalating. It suddenly seemed urgent to speak with Chul, to look into his eyes and understand the truth of his experience. Because only someone equally focused and selfless has a chance to touch fate itself and not succumb to the internal desire for power. Yet even in that we can see the workings of fate, for if I hadn't called upon Chul, this attack would not have occurred, and you, Arthur, could not have proven yourself. In turn, I may not have carried enough trust for you to give up the keystone, and in that, I see the proof I need. Fate itself seems to want you to find it, Arthur. But before I can, in good conscience, contribute to your success in this quest, I must know one thing. What will you do with the power if you can claim it? I pulled away from the wall and approached Mordain, sinking down into a cross-legged position at his feet. He shifted his own posture, mirroring me. How can I possibly answer that question? I asked, my voice steady, my mind clear. To tell you what I will do with the aspect of fate would be to understand it, but I don't. I can't make a judgment until I gain the insight these keystones are leading me toward. I held Mordain's gaze firmly, as if I were the ancient and he was hanging on my every word. You ask too much, and in doing so you condemn the world to fall either to the vision of Kezes in Drath or a groan of Vritra. Your fear has paralyzed you, and so instead of taking a risk and failing, you would choose to fail without trying. That's the cost of choosing to be passive in a war where loss means the end of everything. Mordain's gaze fell to the gold and green moss between us. Absently, his fingers brushed across the rough surface. Then, unexpectedly, he gave a small laugh. You offer insults when it would behoove you to be political, even if you have to invent your reasoning. A less honest man would claim to work for peace and the prosperity of all or some other calculated but weightless claim. But you speak your own truth and you speak wisely. I have held myself apart for too long. I will not fight this battle for you, Arthur, but I will no longer stand in your way. You may take the keystone. He waved his hand and Mana scooped away the ground at the portal's base. Unsure what to expect, I was nonetheless surprised as the Mana unearthed a skeleton buried several feet beneath the stone rectangle. There was a blue tint to the bones, identifying them as something other than human. A dark matte cube identical to the other keystones floated gently free of the skeleton's clutching fingers and out of the hole. Then the soil settled back in on the hidden grave, and the keystone drifted into my hands. Despite the weight of it, the cool, slightly rough surface, I was wary. Despite everything, obtaining the very item that I had spent so much time looking for this easily, I needed to make sure. With a probing tendril of ether, I imbued the cuboid relic. My mind lurched into the keystone, soaring down and into the expected veil of violet energy. I leaned into it, pushing through the wall until I manifested on the other side. Inside the keystone realm, I found myself surrounded by, I wasn't entirely sure what. They looked like scratches in the air, etheric score marks that burned around the edges. Each one was different, the scratches intersecting like runes, but when I focused my attention on one, it would melt away, revealing even more at the edges of my vision. My disembodied conscious mind spun around, revealing that the Keystone Realm was full of these etheric markings, but everywhere I focused, they vanished, while those on the periphery glowed even more brightly. Pausing, I took a moment to let my mind settle into place, actively allowing it to unfocus. Looking without looking, I searched the markings around the outer limits of my visible space for meaning. I struggled at first, unable to bring them into focus without looking directly at them. They were little more than blurred shapes hovering within the etheric air of the Keystone Realm. Calling on my years of experience meditating, I let my mind sink deeper into that relaxed state, letting myself see without seeing, not actively attempting to understand, but waiting for understanding to come to me as my subconscious puzzled out the shapes. Family, I realized, recognizing one of the shapes as a carved rune, protect, encourage, shape, future, they were all runes, and as I realized this, my gaze shifted to the rune that read future, and it melted away. I started again, slipping into that meditative state and reading the runes. Some repeated, and there were many others besides those first few, but I found myself uncertain. When I'd completed the first keystone, the puzzle, the action I was meant to take seemed relatively straightforward, even if the solution was not. But here, I saw the pieces clearly enough, but lacked context into what to do or how to move forward. The startling comparison of the blank space in front of me to the second keystone interrupted my meditative state, and I felt a jolt of worry. What if I'm not seeing the whole puzzle, and like before, something is missing because I lack some sense the Jinn had? But my sense of mana had returned as my insight into Realm Heart strengthened, and anyway I realized this seemed intentional. I just had to figure out what that intent was. I considered backing out of the keystone and returning to my conversation with Mordain, but meaning seemed to linger just at the edges of my understanding. Just a couple of minutes, I told myself, lapsing back into meditation. Burden. Insight, evolve, family, learn. I read each word one by one without focusing on the runes, looking for some pattern or meaning. Protect family, learn insight. Shape future, I thought, trying to pair them in case my thoughts would trigger some change to my surroundings, but nothing happened. Next, taking what I had learned from the first keystone, I sent out fingers of ether toward the paired runes, attempting to perhaps link them through my power. But when my ether brushed up against the runes, they vanished. I attempted this experiment a few times with different word pairings, then with matched words, and finally with an entirely random sequence of the runes, but every attempt met with the same result. Setting that aside, I returned to meditation to resettle my mind. One more minute, then I will leave, I assured myself. Without making a conscious decision to do so, my thoughts turned to Ellie and Mom. The rune for family drifted around me and burned against the darkness, so I suppose it was no wonder. But as I thought of them, hoping they were well and wondering what kind of training Ellie had been doing with Gideon and Emily, my thoughts projected visibly into the blank space where the unfocused center of my sight was aimed. My mother and Ellie both appearing as I saw them in my mind's eye, a kind of blend between what they looked like 10 years ago and how they looked in the present, hovered in that central space framed by runes. But some of the runes were fading out, and it took a concentrated effort of will not to turn my gaze away to see which ones. Instead, I kept that picture clearly in my thoughts and tried to settle my gaze so I could pull the meaning of the floating runes from the periphery of my vision as I'd done before. Family, protect, guide, love, insight, encourage, grow, learn, burden. My focus twitched to this final rune and it vanished, as did the image of Ellie and Mom. All the missing words reappeared around the edges of my sight. Guilt, I read, the word burning out of the darkness brighter than all the others. A subconscious connection, I wondered, or the keystone reacting to my own emotions. My family is not a burden, I thought forcefully, not expecting any response from the keystone. But I had learned something, and I needed to see if I could repeat it. Searching the runes through my periphery, I let my mind wander to the nexus of their meaning. This time, I conjured forth an image of the remaining lances. Micah Earthborn, Baron Wykes, and Vere Ore. In the image, they were in their uniforms, the white and gold and red not yet bloodied by years of battle, their features unscarred. Just as they had been when their images projected above the streets of Xyrus for all to see. And while I held the thought of them in my central consciousness, I watched as some runes faded away and others came into focus in my peripheral vision. Protect, grow, overcome, shape, fail, shield, learn, burden. This time I held my focus, not letting the surface meaning of any one rune distract me. I couldn't interact with the runes via ether, but there had to be some other method of interfacing with the keystone. Grow, learn, I held the meaning of these words in my mind, connected them with the lances. Their meaning, their connection was obvious. The lances had to grow and learn if they were going to be able to fight the battles to come, but they had also been an important part of my growth and learning. The runes could be read either way. When nothing happened, I changed tact, overcome, fail. These words both applied to the lances, but they were contrary, counter to each other. The lances had failed to defend the continent against Agrona's superior forces. White core mages just had no chance of defeating scythes or even wraiths. But they had overcome their limitations and had never stopped attempting to grow. Something changed in the atmosphere, a kind of charge resonating between the runes overcome and fail. Reaching out with ether, I again attempted to manipulate the runes, pulling them toward me. This time they did not vanish, but were drawn from the edge of my vision directly into the center of my immaterial conscious mind, sending bolts of insight like lightning tingling outward through my brain. I suddenly understood. It was almost simple, a challenge I had inadvertently been preparing myself for through my training with the ether blades, expanding outward with my consciousness as I controlled and reacted to several inputs at once. Through the effort of all those false deaths, as I learned to manipulate and control multiple blades at once throughout a broad battlefield, I had been learning to focus in an entirely new way. And I thought I could see what it was building toward. Rapidly, I began cycling through thoughts that seemed to form at the nexus of multiple runic meanings, forging a solid picture, and then connecting the opposing runes with attached meanings. It required not only considering opposing ideas simultaneously, but actively splitting my thoughts to see a picture differently from multiple perspectives while holding multiple thoughts in my head at the same time. Like wielding 5 blades with 2 hands, the insight flowed like an open tap. 2 or 3 at a time, the runes faded and the keystone realm became more empty as my mind seemed to bloat with understanding. With a suddenness that felt disconcerting, the keystone realm was empty, and I was being drawn back through the wall of purple energy. My eyes snapped open as fine black dust ran through my fingers, spilling into the dense carpet of moss. A pair of bright yellow eyes met mine and Mordain took a step back. Arthur, but what? I clenched my fists and tried to calm my breathing as my pulse quickened. From my back I could feel it, the new Godrun heavy in my mind. As it had before, a name and history presented themselves to me, centuries of design and purpose and intent woven into the insight like a tapestry. I reached for the ground to push myself up to my feet, only then realizing I was floating above the mossy floor. The atmospheric ether seemed to be pressing against me, like I was woven into it, holding me up against the force of gravity. Moving as if in a trance, I unfolded and stood firmly on my feet, a sudden sense of nostalgia mingling with the excited confusion of my success in the Keystone. "What happened?" Mordain asked, his voice tight, uncertain. To him, I realized it must have looked like I'd gone catatonic for a brief time as I floated in the air. "I solved it," I answered, my voice rich with disbelief. After the long trials of the first two Keystones, I couldn't have dared to hope that the third could be unraveled so quickly. "I have it, Mordain, the third Keystone power, another Godrune." I pushed Etha down along my spine and into the Godrune. A golden glow suffused the cave as my mind lit up like an endless web of branching starlight spilling across the eternity of my own thoughts. "A crown," Mordain said softly, his gaze focused at the top of my head where I realized the golden light was primarily radiating from. A crown of light. As I tentatively felt for the emanation he was seeing, I understood. "The King's Gambit." I released the Godrune, blinking away the aftereffects of its use, breathless. I would need time to fully understand it and what it could do, but if that brief activation was any indication. "I need to go," I turned to the door, distracted. "Please have Chull return safely to Vildoriel once he's—" A strong hand grasped my wrist, stopping me. "Arthur, before you leave. There's something you must know." Mordain's demeanor was suddenly grave. I forced myself into the moment, difficult after what I'd just experienced, and gave him my complete attention. "You must be wary." The Jinn didn't reveal much of these keystones, but there was one thing I learned from Chull's father in later years. The fourth keystone. When you enter it, Arthur, you will not be able to leave again until you have gained the insight it is attempting to teach you. A sort of failsafe. If the task proves impossible, then your mind will be caught inside the keystone forever, and while you search for insight, your physical body will be vulnerable. I considered what he'd said, my jaw clenching as I worked against the building tension under my skin. Finally, I gave him a stiff nod, then turned away. CECILA Keystones, Godrune's Etha, fate, so much had been revealed, so many details I hadn't known anything about before. About the past and even about possible futures, but not all of it mattered. No, I focused on the most important parts. Arthur is searching for a power that will let him change fate itself, but even he doesn't seem to know what that really means. "But he's going to be vulnerable when he uses the last keystone," I said softly, speaking half to myself, half to Tesha, who I could feel vibrating attentively, just as invested in what we'd learned as I was. "This could be it," Tesha said, her excitement cut through with a sharp edge of fear. "You have to see that, right, Cecilia? We have to help Arthur find it, whatever it is. He could." I laughed despite myself, then went quickly quiet, remembering where I was. "Help him? Why would I?" I lifted off the ground, flying swiftly but carefully through the lower branches of the trees. "This is my chance to defeat him while he can't fight back." Excitement surged inside me, vibrating just under the surface. I realized just how much I had been hoping to avoid another confrontation with Gray, and now I had discovered the answer to how I could defeat him without testing myself against his magic again. "Fate itself, Cecilia. You believe Agrona can send you back to some kind of life on Earth, but that Arthur couldn't even with this new power?" Tesha asked, her tone one of disbelief. I sobered slightly, a queasy, guilty sensation writhing inside me like the vines of the Elderwood Guardian. "I know he wouldn't. After everything Nico and I have done, why would he? I know that's not true, I know." Tesha's assurances faded off, and I could sense her doubt. "Agrona may have wanted to see me strive against Gray in order to grow both our strength, but he'll never allow Gray to claim this power." "I'm in your head," Tesha reminded me unnecessarily. "I know that you know this is wrong. This isn't who you wanted to be. In 2 lives, how many people ever showed you kindness, Cecilia? Not the people who wanted to turn you into a weapon, a monster under their control. But Arthur Gray, he and Nico were there for you. They still could be. Nico wants. You don't know what he wants," I snapped, my voice ringing eerily through the quiet forest. "Nico understands me, what's being asked of me, what I need to do, and he'll support me. He's had to make hard decisions just like I have, and I forgive him for them, just like he forgives me." There was something else that I didn't dare give voice to, something new that creeped out even as I thought about Nico. Before on Earth, I'd done what I had so that they wouldn't use Nico against me, because I knew it would come to that eventually. And if I ever turned against Agrona, he would do the same. He could make all that torturous experimentation feel like a walk in the park by comparison. I was certain of it. Agrona he's my only chance to get what I want. "But he's not, you just, enough." I yelled again, louder, and a burst of mana spilled out around me, ripping several trees up by their roots and hurling them away. A gargantuan insectoid mana beast burst up from the ground, its pincered head snapping this way and that as it searched for the disturbance. Instinctively, I lashed out with a whip of mana, and the mana beast split open from its head all the way deep into the long trunk that was its body. It gave a gurgling, chirping cry and collapsed into a wet heap. Breathing hard, I sped forward even faster, letting my mind go blank as I felt and thought about nothing except the hurricane rush of wind through my stupid gray hair. Inside my skull there was blessed silence. Despite their affinity for hiding themselves, the wraiths couldn't completely shroud their presence from me, and it was an easy enough thing to find them again, along with Nico. I didn't land, keeping several feet between me and the soggy ground of the marshlands where they were waiting. Nico, we need to return to Alacria immediately. There is news Agrona must. I think I've found what we need. Nico burst out with excitement like a kid on his birthday. He grinned, oblivious. I decided to search one more dungeon while you were gone, and later, I snapped, eager to reach Agrona while all this information was still relatively fresh in my mind. Nico's eyes shone with hurt and I realized my tone had been much sharper than I'd intended. I'm sorry, I said quickly, drifting down toward where he was standing and staring up at me. Nico, I've learned things. The rift, the plan, everything else will have to wait now. We need to get to Agrona. Nodding, he withdrew his Tempest Warp from the dimension artifact he wore. Of course, Cecil, Chapter 460, Abandoned, NICO Sever. As the Tempest Warp enveloped us in its magic, pulling us across space to the pre-programmed destination, I examined the bone-deep aching sensation that gripped my chest like a prolonged cardiac event. It was foolish and human, too stupidly human. It wasn't really the sharpness of Cecilia's tone or her shrinking patience that made me feel like a twice-kicked dog dragging my tail in her wake. No, what really bothered me was the fact that I couldn't help but feel this treatment was deserved. I didn't believe in karma as any sort of actual manifestation of results based on the inherent goodness of one's own actions. But every time Cecilia snapped at me, I remembered myself in the early days of her reincarnation, equal parts desperate and terrified, and how that unhealthy alchemy of emotions led to the occasional cruelty to her, the person I had done everything, given everything, to see again in this life. She had lied to me, kept things from me, but I had done the same to her first. I had helped Agrona corrupt her memories and implant false ones in her mind, building myself up as some fairy tale hero of her previous life, scrubbing out gray and inserting myself in every positive place throughout her short and unhappy life. With jarring suddenness, we appeared in the receiving chamber near Tigran Selim's base. An eruption of motion and noise greeted us as the soldiers and attendants hurried to salute, visibly caught off guard by our appearance. Instinctively, my gaze panned across the faces, looking for Draniv, only for me to remember an instant later that he wasn't there and never would be again. I had helped him escape. I had helped him. After being cruel and awful to him, I had helped him escape the twisted life he had to live serving Agrona. Watching Cecilia's gunmetal gray hair bounce as she marched quickly past the surprised attendants, I steeled myself, wrapping up the hurt and crushing it down deep. I had failed Cecilia again and again, first in our last life, where I had let her be taken and hadn't found her soon enough. And then again, in the end, when I had been right there, but I had only watched as Gray ran her through. I missed my step as I followed Cecilia up the stairs, a sharp exhalation slipping out. She turned to regard me with concern, but I waved it away, and she continued on, surging forward on a wave of tension and eagerness. It still didn't seem real, the knowledge that Gray hadn't intentionally murdered her. I inwardly cringed as I thought of all the things I had done, claiming that moment as justification for the most horrible actions. For years back on Earth, I had fomented this hatred, biding my time as I planned how to take King Gray's life in revenge. And then here, reincarnated, hadn't I made destroying Gray and reincarnating Cecilia my entire life's purpose? A memory surged unbidden into the spotlight of my consciousness. In it, I kneeled before a magical shield, rubbing my eyes and blinking in disbelief. Through the magical barrier, I was looking at a figure, hoping it was a trick of the light, a hallucination, a mistake, but then as now, there was no mistaking that gunmetal hair, even matted with dirt and blood. My mind had raced as I wrestled with the understanding that Tesha was there, in the middle of the attack on Xyrus Academy, when she was supposed to be with Arthur. Draniv and Lucas Wykes had captured her, were ready to. I had been so angry. So ready to kill. Hadn't I repeated it over and over as my suppressed Alacrian self clawed and tore its way to the surface? Feeling so strong they had broken the lock Agrona had placed on my mind, but why? I stopped climbing and leaned against the stairway wall. These memories had never been so clear. I needed to digest them to understand something, a detail about my own behavior. Ahead, Cecilia stopped and turned, the runic tattoos highlighted against her skin, but I didn't see her. I looked harder, but I couldn't see Cecilia, only Tesha Iralith. The truth was that Tesha had been so important to me that witnessing her near death had been enough to shatter a spell placed by Agrona himself, but not because I had been close to Tesha. No, it was Arthur. I knew how important she was to him, and had been so important to me, my entire life, just as Gray had been on Earth, at least until Cecilia arrived, my best friend, my brother, and I had hated him, tried to kill him, because of something he didn't even do. Nico, come on, we need to. Nico, what's wrong? Cecilia's frustration melted away into tenderness as she took a step back down the stairs. Her hand raised, reaching for my hair, but she stopped just shy of actually touching me. My face was scrunched up with the effort not to break down into tears. You abandoned me. Tesha's mouth turned down into a deep frown. Nico, I'm right here, I haven't left you. I shook my head, struggling to control my voice. I had to swallow twice before the words would come out. I was doing everything I could to rescue you and you left me behind. You gave up on me. Do you have any idea how torturous my life was after you died? Her brows pinched together, her nose wrinkling as her frown pressed into a straight slash across her elven face. More torturous than my own before my death. Regret immediately flooded over her features and she let out a shaky breath. You've never told me about after, on Earth. There never seemed a point, I answered, my voice a low moan that was almost embarrassing to hear. No, I suppose not. She hesitated, swallowing heavily. For what it's worth, I thought I was protecting you. Her expression cooled suddenly, one brow rising slightly higher than the other. We've had days, weeks to talk about this. I can see that you've been simmering in your own anger, building yourself up for a fight, but now isn't the time. Cecilia, I barked, my voice amplified by the close quarters. She flinched, and the expression of hurt was so purely Cecilia that she suddenly shifted in my eyes and mind. No longer the image of Tesha Aralith, but once again Cecilia, my Cecil. I'm sorry, I breathed out, choked by the pain and desperation to be heard. Arthur, I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs from my stupid skull. I didn't just lose you. I lost him too, and without the two of you, I lost myself. I clenched my eyes shut so tight that stars began to burst behind the lids. Soft fingers laced through my own and my eyes snapped open. Cecilia's face was hardly an inch in front of mine, looking down from one step above. I'm sorry, I just didn't know how to tell you. It was a shock for me too. It took too long to sort out the real from the implanted. I flinched at her words, which stung like the bite of a venomous hunter fly. Cecilia's jaw worked wordlessly as she seemed to struggle for what to say, then her gaze flattened and went blank, turning inward. When she didn't say anything for several long seconds, I cleared my throat. Cecil, she scoffed and gave a small shake of her head, which she cocked slightly as if she were listening to something far away. I squeezed the hand that was still holding mine and her eyes refused and jumped to me. What just happened? I asked nervously, suddenly worried for her. Cecilia's jaw clenched as she ground her teeth. Nothing, never mind. She gave a small shake of her head and pressed her fingertips into her temples, looking pained. We just need to find Agrona and I'll explain everything. Sure. Okay, slowly, Cecilia began ascending again, grabbing my hand firmly and pulling me behind her. I let myself be tugged along, emotionally drained and mind blank as freshly pressed parchment. There were too many things to think through. I didn't know enough, lacked the understanding to make decisions. The dread that Agrona was lying to us still sat in my guts like curdled milk, but I couldn't be sure of anything. There was a sharp edge of fear to my thoughts. I had seen it. Cecilia fraying at the edges like this. Her behavior was becoming more erratic, self-doubt bleeding from her very pores. It was too much pressure to be the legacy. That was no different in this world. I knew the spirit of Tesha Aralith remained dug into her mind like a tick, but she wouldn't ask Agrona to help soothe the voice again. If she let him in like that, he might see the lies. The thought was too much, and so I focused on the thing I always had, Cecilia herself. The feel of her skin against mine, the sway of her body as she climbed ahead of me, the one true piece of knowledge that I was absolutely certain of. I would do whatever it took to ensure our life together. If this world had to burn for our new lives to begin, so be it, except, even as I had this thought, an old line of thinking worn into the pathways of my mind, I had to second-guess myself. I didn't allow myself to dig any deeper than that, not wanting to face the question of what, exactly, I would or wouldn't do to ensure that our vision would come true. It was too difficult and painful. And I couldn't think about the fact that there might be a line out there, invisible but already drawn in the dirt, that I couldn't cross. Cecilia led me to Agrona's private wing, brushing past guards and servants alike, unlocking monolocked doors with a wave of her hand as easily as I might brush away a cobweb. When she didn't find Agrona waiting for us in any of the expected places, she led me down into a labyrinthine series of tunnels and rooms that I had never seen before. Where are we? I asked, immediately uncomfortable. Some kind of reliquary, I think, she said offhand. I found him down here last time I visited, or he found me. He's got to be here somewhere. Cecilia didn't open any of the doors as she rushed around, clearly navigating by her sense of mana. Despite a powerful but dangerous-feeling sense of curiosity building with each door we passed, I followed in her increasingly desperate wake, allowing myself to be dragged along like a frightened child. After 20 minutes or more of going in circles throughout the expansive system of hallways and small rooms, Cecilia began to slow, the urgency of her searching draining out of her as it became clear Agrona wasn't there. We meandered a bit longer in silence, and I could see some thought simmering beneath the surface of her expression. Then, approaching it as if afraid of the contents, she came to a stop before one of the many, many doors. This is it, she said after a moment, her tone uncertain. What? I asked before sparking with understanding. The runech table, the one you took that mana from. She had told me she'd found it but hadn't given me many details, and there hadn't been an opportunity to go in search of it before we were sent off to Dicathen. I immediately reached for the door, my many hours of considering and researching the piece of mana she had shown me surging to the forefront of my mind and pushing out everything else. "Wait," she said, bringing me up short. Her turquoise eyes were shimmering and she bit her lip nervously. "Should we?" "Of course," I said, excited to see this work of imbuing for myself. "If it answers our questions, but what if the answers aren't?" "Good?" she asked, and I suddenly understood. "Then all the more reason we should know." Turning back to the door, I eased it open and entered. The room beyond was dimly lit from no definitive source and empty except for the artifact in question. A finely carved and crafted table, 6 feet long by about 3 feet across, took up almost the entire space. It was covered in runes etched deeply into the hard, glossy wood. They framed the top of the table with densely packed lines, then seemed to have been focused at certain positions across the surface. I activated my regalia, and the table lit up with lines of connection and understanding as the magic attempted to help me decipher the runes' combined meaning. These formations here, here, and here, if you were to lie over the top of them, they would be beneath your head, your core, and your lower spine. I ran my fingertips across the runes, wondering. This bit seems to be a kind of array for storing mana. No, not storing, transferring or capturing maybe. I turned to Cecilia, who was standing in the doorway, still looking nervous. Perhaps it helped you contain the mana after your core broke down, but that seems counter to what I understand about integration. And besides, the rest of the runes are too complex for it to be only that. You were right, these really are like nothing I've seen before. Maybe a Surin in origin, a use structure originated by the basilisks and not integrated into a Lacrian society. I continued to mumble to myself as I searched from form to form, rune to rune, trying to pluck out the meaning from each one, both individually and as groups in a sequence. And as I read, a prickly sensation began to grow at the nape of my neck, and the hair there stood on end. I wasn't certain why, but the runes were making me uncomfortable. Was my subconscious beginning to peel away the layers of meaning in a way that my conscious mind hadn't yet caught up with? Taking a steadying breath, I pushed mana into the table, watching closely through the lens of my regalia. "Nico," Cecilia gasped. At the same time, the room collapsed in on itself. Starting from the corners, it folded over and over like a piece of paper, too rapidly to react. The space was warping in toward us, caging us within a distortion of space itself. I pushed out with mana, a formless emanation to hold back the effect, but my mana was simply folded into the distortion. Shimmering within the field of twisted space, I could see another room like a cage or cell. We were being folded through space into the cells beneath the fortress, I realized with a panicked jolt. But the folding of space was slowing, the deformed air trembling and then more slowly unfolding. The spell quivered, the forces of magic so powerful I could feel the cracks they were making in the fabric of reality around us. "Go quickly," Cecilia gasped. Both her hands were held up in front of her, clutched and claw-like, and she fought against the trap, preventing us from being shifted away. I didn't need to be told twice. Rushing to the door, I had to wait a long and painful second before it fully reappeared, flat and able to be opened, then burst through, reaching back for Cecilia. But she didn't need my help. Sweat was building on her brow, but with each instant she seemed to settle, and she strode, tense but in control, through the door and into the hall. When we were both safe from the spell's effects, she released it, and the folded space snapped away, the table vanishing and leaving the room barren. "He'll know," I said breathlessly, my eyes wide, my pulse hammering in my throat. "Come," she said, hurrying away and leading us out of the reliquary. At each turn I expected to come face to face with Agrona, but we reached the upper level without seeing anyone at all. And Cecilia led us to one of Agrona's sitting rooms, where she poured 2 drinks, handed one to me, and walked away to stand by the window and stare out at the mountains. I followed her lead in remaining quiet, knowing this was exactly the wrong place to discuss the runes and what they meant, and so I eased into a tall-backed chair, took a sip of my drink, which tasted of bark and honey, and leaned my head back. Even if she had wanted to discuss it, I wasn't sure what to tell her. If I had days or even weeks to explore the runes at my leisure, I still wasn't sure I could fully decipher the intent behind them. But the more I thought about what I'd seen, the more uncomfortable I became. It wasn't coherent, there was no specific meaning for my discomfort to congeal around, but that didn't change the impression that I held onto. Whatever Agrona had been doing, I didn't think it was meant to help Cecilia. A bottle clinked, and I realized with a jolt that Agrona was standing behind the sitting room bar, pouring himself a glass of some crystal-clear liquid. He filled the glass 2/3 full, replaced the bottle, then took a small drink. He met my eyes, smacked his lips childishly, and sighed. Cecilia had spun an instant before I myself turned at the noise. She bowed her head, letting her gunmetal hair fall over her face, and said, "High Sovereign, forgive me for returning before my task is accomplished, but I have urgent news." Agrona stepped unhurriedly around the bar and then leaned back against it, raising his glass. To the unexpected, Cecilia stared at him for a moment, nonplussed, before clearing her throat and continuing. She explained that she had followed a phoenix within the beast glades and her wraiths had fought him. Just as they seemed to have him defeated, however, Mordain arrived, channeling some kind of domain spell that turned the world to fire around them. I thought it would be unwise to engage in a prolonged battle with him, and so I let him go, she explained, quickly adding, but I tracked the phoenixes back to their home, the hearth. I know where they have been hiding all these years. Agrona nodded slightly, his brows raised. And is that all? No, she answered firmly, continuing with her story. I felt a knot of tension growing within me as Cecilia explained all that she had overheard while listening in on the conversation between Arthur and the phoenix. These artifacts of Ephiodus, the morning pearls, seemed like something we should control, not our enemy, but they were barely a footnote in the tale. The tension built as Cecilia explained the keystones, Mordain's story, and eventually Arthur's gaining of a sudden burst of insight through the relic itself. Despite listening carefully to every word of her story, I had no idea what to think about it at all. Fate could mean anything or even nothing at all. If not for my little knowledge of reincarnation, I would have said it was nothing but a red herring, a false trail that we should let Arthur stumble down to inevitable failure. But you've done well to bring me this information, Cecil dear, Agrona said after taking a moment to digest her words, just as I had. This makes our complementary goals in the Beast Glades even more important, but also escalates the need to deal with Arthur Leywin. He smiled, looking inward as if sharing a private joke with himself. From what you've said, it sounds as if this keystone he retrieved from Mordain was the last piece of a puzzle he has been trying to solve for some time, which means he has the final keystone already. He will go into hiding, of course, with no choice but to allow his allies to guard over him as the keystone leaves him vulnerable. It doesn't matter, I will carve through all of Dicathen if you ask me to, Cecilia said fiercely. My gaze flicked to her, but I did my best to keep the discouragement from my features. Agrona gave her a proud, predatory smile. I know you would, my dear, there is no question about it, but your role in this has not changed. The rift remains your priority. Cecilia's expression fell and she took a half step toward Agrona. High Sovereign, I promise you this time Arthur won't escape me. She trailed off under the weight of Agrona's stare. You forget yourself, child. You go where I wish, strike where I indicate. You are my sword to swing at my enemies' necks. His blazing stare softened. Besides, when we move on the rift, every dragon in Dicathen will come flapping. If our effort there fails, then you will be caught between Kezis's forces and whatever guardians Arthur leaves in place. While I am not willing to risk allowing Arthur Leywin to gain whatever insight the Jinn have left behind should he prove capable of defeating their riddle, there is no route forward in which we do not control the rift into Ephiodus. Do you understand? That is your job. Without the dragons to defend him, I have other soldiers more than capable of rooting him out. Cecilia took a quick step back and bowed her head, her eyes on the floor as she said, Of course, Agrona. His attention turned to me expectantly. I cleared my throat. I found an intact device, High Sovereign. With this regalia, I am confident I can complete your vision. One corner of his mouth curled up in a slight smirk. A match for your talents indeed. Perhaps I was wrong to be so dismissive of this power you've acquired. There is no need to explain why it is now even more pressing. He turned away, opening the door out to the balcony. A rush of cold air blew through the room, carrying the distant sounds of marching feet and shouted orders. Following him out onto the balcony, I looked down at one of the courtyards that were built into the sides of the fortress. The courtyard was full of milling soldiers. Instead of orderly ranks, I saw in their motions confusion and uncertainty. Even as I watched, more portals opened up, spilling soldiers in handfuls out into the milling crowd. Wraiths and scythes will not be enough to accomplish our many goals in Dicathen now, Agrona continued. We need soldiers. If we're forced to search for Arthur Leywin, then we need eyes, as many as we can put on the continent. Agrona turned around and leaned against the railing, waving me closer. I took a shuffling step toward him, and he suddenly ruffled my already tangled hair. I froze, looking up at him in surprise. With the other hand, he gestured for Cecilia, who approached with equal uncertainty. He put an arm around her, standing between us like a proud father preparing to have his portrait painted. A change wind blows, as they say in the old country, he said to neither of us in particular. Everything is aligning as it should be. Our enemy will soon be divided, the godspell in our power, and I have even invented a proper use for all those little rebel bloods who followed Ceres in her futile efforts. His demeanor hardened, and his gaze cut down toward me. The fingers threaded into my hair curled just enough to pull and be painful. And you too will be in your rightful place at the center of it all, earning the fairytale happy ending you both have worked so hard for. You need only do as you are told, fulfill my vision. It would be a shame if you failed me now with our goal so close. Chapter 461, Not Without Cost, Arthur Leywin. Thick blades of deep green grass bent under my steps as I walked beneath the charwood trees outside of the hearth. My thoughts were heavy and grounded, keeping me grounded as well. A mental shroud separated me from Regis and Sylvie. I wasn't ready to have anyone else's thoughts in my head just yet, needing some time to digest everything that had happened. Everything I had learned from both Kezes and Mordain cycled through my head again and again. There were too many disparate paths to hold at once, and I was lacking too much information. Leaves rustled in a low branch, and a fuzzy creature that could have fit in the palm of my hand shuffled along the underside, clinging to the bark with sharp claws. Its moon-silver eyes inspected me without fear. Despite its cute appearance, something of a cross between a flying squirrel, a lemur, and a bat, I could sense the condensed mana in its body, enough to classify it as an A-class mana beast. After sniffing around for a moment, the mana beast vanished back up the tree, drawing my eyes along the wide trunk of the towering charwood. If only our responsibilities were proportional to our size, then I could leave all this to you, couldn't I? I said aloud, the words mostly nonsense spit out by my overtaxed brain. I watched idly as the scuttling creature made its way around the tree, dislodging a leaf several feet above me. As the bright leaf fluttered down like the burning ash of a bonfire, I imbued ether into my new god rune. A soft warmth radiated from my spine, keeping me grounded as I felt my cognitive abilities speed up several times over. The information I'd received and problems I now had to solve were laid out like a deck of cards, clear in my consciousness even as my mind split into several threads of thought at once. Chull had faced off against Cecilia, nearly paying for that encounter with his life, but I had been able to heal him. Not only that, with the Morning Pearl, he wouldn't just recover, but his underpowered core would likely become stronger than before. I had 2 remaining Morning Pearls. I didn't know why Lord Ekalia had given them to me, but as all the events and conversations of Avhilash's returning ceremony connected to each other, I grew certain that he had anticipated the events of the ceremony itself, with his interest and innocent old uncle act just that. He knew more than he was letting on, perhaps even had some hint of future sight about him. After all, Kezes had said specifically that dragons rarely experienced the kind of visions Sylvie was now having. Which meant I had been given 3 morning pearls for a very specific reason, and it would be up to me to decide when and why to use them, knowing that to save a life, I potentially condemned another in the future. With the crown of violet light burning from atop my head, out of sight but still very much visible in my mind's eye, I understood exactly why such a thing was so valuable and rarely used in Asuran culture. Parallel to these thoughts, I held another line for Cecilia. Her presence in Dicathen was a larger problem than I'd at first considered. Perhaps with the assassination of Karen having failed, they'd sent her to finish the job, but if that was the case, I didn't see why she would be lingering around the Beast Glades. It was just as likely that Agrona had decided to target Mordain, so Cecilia may have actively been searching for any sign of phoenixes when Chull stumbled right into her. Despite Mordain's pacifism, the phoenix presence was both a wild card and a potential threat to Agrona's plans. It had worked in Agrona's benefit for some time, as Kezes had indicated that the number or strength of the Usra present in this world had, for a reason I didn't yet understand, been a barrier to his attacking Agrona. Now, however, Agrona may have decided the risk was no longer worth the benefit, but the most likely scenario was that Cecilia was searching for the way to Ephiatis on Agrona's behalf. I lacked the information to devise a solid theory about exactly why. Although, under the effects of King's Gambit, my mind immediately speculated on several different possible reasons, each equally likely. Even still, I couldn't be sure of anything except the fact that Cecilia was the most dangerous piece on the board, and her presence was a disruption and a danger to everyone on the continent, even the dragons. But Cecilia had been trying to cover her tracks, even staying out of the fight against Chull, which meant they didn't want us to know she was here. Either they were afraid of placing her on the front lines, because she would become a target, or maybe Agrona didn't have full faith in her, or there was a chance that what she was doing could be interrupted. Having been caught by Mordain, it was plausible she had already retreated out of the Beast Glades, or from Dicathen entirely. Even if she was still in Dicathen, I couldn't pursue her without potentially sacrificing days or even weeks to hunt her through the Beast Glades, and there was a significant probability even then that she could evade me. She had a clear advantage. She knew what she was doing while I did not. Still, I couldn't let her potentially roam free throughout the continent. Karen would need to be warned and a patrol of dragons set to scouring the Beast Glades. As more and more new threads appeared, each new thought weaving into the tapestry of congruent ideas, I sensed a subtle itch, the uncomfortable sensation from my core left by the wound Cecilia had given me with my own etheric sword. I focused on it, and like insects scattering under a light, the itch seemed to shiver along each of the individual threads of my thoughts. I stopped channeling King's Gambit, shaking off the strange sensation. The leaf, which my eyes had been tracking in its flight, fluttered past my nose, then continued its way to the ground. My mind seemed cluttered and muddy, my thoughts out of focus. I had to force myself to stand straight, and found my fingers digging into my chest, scratching at the core-deep itch that had already subsided. It took some time before I could shake off the effects of the Godrune and focus on my surroundings again. The creature had returned, creeping even farther down the branches, and was eyeing me hungrily. Letting out a deep breath, I let my mind return to the state I'd been in after waking from the keystone. My feet left the ground and I wobbled slightly. Instinctively, I pulled on the insight I had gained and drifted up a few feet, slowly growing accustomed to the sensation. Then with sudden speed, I launched past the little mana beast, through the outstretched branches and fire-orange leaves of the charwood tree, and high into the air over the canopy, letting the feel of wind through my hair help to clear the last of the Godrune's cobwebs from my mind. Unlike flying with mana, which was simply a matter of raw power and control gained by transitioning to a white core, the ability to fly with Etha had been triggered through my insight into King's Gambit. Or rather, some part of my journey to gaining insight had advanced my innate understanding of the interplay between the physics of this world and the atmospheric Etha to unconsciously defy gravity. The effect was the same. By projecting myself through the atmospheric Etha, I was able to use it to push me up into the air and fly. But there was a lot less atmospheric Etha than there was mana, and it was unnatural both in feeling and visualization, like discovering a muscle I'd always had but had never used. When I pushed up, I flew, the Etha pushing me even as it slipped aside to let me through. I looked back down at the trees. From below they had looked like towers, but from so high they were diminished. Watching the wind move the forest canopy, I noted a sense of drawing down as some subtle aftereffect of King's Gambit left my system. I'll need to be cautious when I use this new power, I thought, noting the way it made me feel afterwards. Despite the weight of everything resting on my shoulders, I couldn't help but smile as I shot out over the trees and banked south, gauging the direction of my destination before leaning forward and flying away over the treetops, the wind heavy and moist as it blew over me. And so, as I pushed myself to fly faster and faster, projecting a strong etheric intent to ward off any of the more powerful mana beasts that might decide to take a shot at me, I released the veil over my mind and reached out probingly for Regis and Sylvie. "He returns," Regis's voice sounded in my head almost immediately. "Your thoughts are murky, Arthur," Sylvie followed up. "What's happened?" I quickly explained everything that had happened since Chul's healing. "For someone who seems to have just won the get-shit-done lottery, I'm not sensing a lot of positivity here," Regis said with his usual charm. "I may have discovered a power that will let me think several things at the same time, but what I really need is the ability to be in several places at once," I thought. "Barring that, I need answers." Regis, who had stayed with Aludari and was now at the flying castle, guarding the Vritra's cell, brightened. "Does that mean you're headed this way? I'd trade all the busty demon ladies in Alacria to get out of here. I think I might be bored to death." "All of them?" Sylvie chimed in, the mental projection of her voice tinkling like a silver bell. "Well, not fair Lady Kara, of course," he answered defensively. I shook my head. "I'd say you got along with the Etha centipede best of all, wouldn't you?" Now, changing the subject. The act of flying itself was exhilarating, and Regis and Sylvie helped to lighten the weight of my many-layered worries, making it go by even faster. Still, with so many thoughts occupying my skull, and my ability only to process one thing at a time without King's Gambit active, I was relieved when the tall walls and peaked roofs of the flying castle came into view, looming out of the fog like a giant bird of prey. The distortion field that had once hidden the castle was long since disabled, and two large dragons, one gleaming like sapphires, the other the dull green of mossy rock, circled around the exterior. It took them a moment to notice me, as I lacked a mana signature for them to sense as I approached, but when the green dragons saw me, both banked hard and flew swiftly in my direction. "Halt, the lesser with golden eyes," the sapphire dragon said, beating her wings to stay in place. "We were told to expect you, follow me." Wheeling around, she flew to an open bay door, the same one that Sylvie and I had so often used to enter and exit the castle during the war. As I landed behind her, she transformed, her body shrinking to reveal a statuesque woman with pearlescent hair and armor the same color her scales had been in her dragon form. "Come, I'll take you to Guardian Karen and the prisoner," she said stiffly, her deep blue eyes, which were speckled with glittering white motes, studying me warily. "I know the way." I strode past her, heading for a nearby hall. "Has there been any trouble?" She hurried, so she was walking just behind and beside me. "Some of the scouts came upon a forest fire, likely the site of an intense magical battle. But we found no source." Acknowledging her with a nod, I searched automatically through the castle, sensing the powerful mana signatures radiating strength. Karen and Winsome were deep in the bowels, where I knew the prison was. The same prison that had once held retainer Udo and Radias, the traitorous dwarf who helped Nico infiltrate Dicathen under the persona of Elijah. I didn't think of Elijah often, and I didn't allow myself to do so now. It was too strange, too painful to know that my closest friend in this world had never even existed, but rather had been a figment of Agrona's twisted mind. In all, I sensed 5 other dragons besides Karen and Winsome, as well as the familiar signature of an Usura of the Titan race. I didn't know what Renkine would be doing there. He should be back in Vildoriel, finishing the project he and Gideon were working on, but I would find out soon. As I made my way down through the castle, my escort and I entered into a wide hallway that brought me up short. The memory of my last time in the castle surfaced with a sudden violence, and I recalled bodies scattered over the floor, half trapped in the rubble that had crushed them. It hadn't really occurred to me earlier, but this was my first time returning to the flying castle since then. Since Cadel, it's been repaired, I said out loud, speaking to myself. Yes, my escort said stiffly. This flying castle was in poor shape, and it required significant work to make it fit for dragons of the Indrath clan. I brushed my hand against the restored wall, a pang of indignation bubbling up at the thought that any traces of Boond and all the others who had fought and lost their lives here were gone. Reaching the prison level, my dragon escort allowed me into the locked and warded dungeon but did not follow me within. In the guard room on the other side, I found Karen, Winsome, and Renkine waiting for me. Regis I could sense further in, keeping an eye on our prisoner. Karen regarded me with clear interest. Ah, Arthur, Winsome has been filling us in on your journey to Ephiatis. Too bad about the young dragon, Ren said, his tone empty of any actual sadness. Of course, her clan will receive more recompense for her death than the combined families of all the lessers that battle destroyed, so I suppose there's that. I searched Ren's gaze, looking for meaning in the dark eyes half hidden beneath his greasy, drooping mane. My expression must have given away my thoughts because Ren gave a sharp laugh. Karen invited me to speak to the basilisk. I didn't know the two of you knew each other, I responded, looking to the scarred dragon. Oh yeah, Karen and I go way back, Ren answered with mock pleasantry. He's not bad for an Indrath. Winsome glared at Ren, but Karen only chuckled. Anyway, I've been trying to help the dragons make sense of Aludari, but he's been purposefully obtuse since you left. Ren crossed his arms, an action that made his hunched posture more exaggerated. For a supposed genius, he sure does come across as a lunatic idiot. I considered this. The fact that I was pitting the word of a lunatic basilisk who had every reason to lie and manipulate me against the lord of all the Usuras, my ally, wasn't lost on me. But then, I already knew I couldn't take anything Kezes said at face value either. Every conversation with him was like a match of sovereign's quarrel, except I didn't necessarily know what the objective of the game was. With Aludari, it was much clearer. That's unfortunate, but nonetheless, I've come to speak with Aludari. I met Winsome's otherworldly eyes. Then, per my agreement with Kezes, you're free to transport him back to Ephiatis. Expressionlessly, Winsome replied, Ah, and here I feared you'd spend weeks, if not months, beating around the bush as you lessers so love to do. I am glad to see you being sensible for once, Arthur. When I didn't reply except with a cool stare, Karen cleared his throat and gestured for me to follow. He led our group into the prison itself, which was empty except for a special cell that had been redesigned specifically for the basilisk. Aludari was chained to a wall with his arms held out to his sides, rune-covered cuffs of dull metal binding him at both wrists and ankles and around his throat. When he shifted, his corkscrew horns clattered against the warded stone behind him. Seeing me through the small, barred window of his cell, he gave a wide grin and his lips began to move, but I couldn't hear the words until Karen sent a pulse of mana into the door and eased it open. To save me from the boredom of these dragons, he was saying, the first half of his words inaudible within the warded cell. The affected grin slipped as his bright eyes burrowed into my own. So then, human, have you come to your senses? Am I to be returned to my homeland and offered the protection of the Lord of Dragons? Noting his unsubtle addition of protection to his demands, I stepped into the cell and looked around. Regis was curled in a large ball on the hard stone of the floor. His eyes opened lazily as I looked down at him, and he winked. I'm with the basilisk on this one. Please save us from the boredom of each other's company. Aludari clicked his tongue. I rather thought you more interesting than the rest of these self-important Usura. Heartbreaking that you do not share the sentiment. They let you stay in the cell with him, I asked Regis, probing his mind for his experience of the last couple days. They haven't allowed me to be present for the interrogations, Regis sent back, carefully avoiding looking at Winsome and Karen behind me, but they've complained loudly and often about how unreasonable and insane Aludari is. You don't think he's insane? Something fox in the hen house, Regis thought blandly. Stepping up close to the chained Vritra, I let my gaze sweep across him, lingering on the shackles. I have spoken with Lord Indrath, and he has agreed to allow your return to Ephiatis as a prisoner. But the specifics of that return, how long you linger in our world, a target for your high sovereign, are left up to me. Your future hinges on you answering my questions fully and without any games. I paused, letting him digest my words. I haven't forgotten my previous threat. Preventing Agrona from getting his hands on you is still my priority, and if it makes more sense to kill you than send you to Ephiatis, I won't hesitate to do so. Winsome shifted behind me, but Aludari was impassive, answering only with an understanding nod. I would have preferred to question him further without Winsome and Karen present, but I didn't give them the power to refuse by asking, as I already knew their answer. Crossing my arms, I widened my stance and made a show of mulling over my words. I knew what I wanted to learn, but extracting the information from Aludari without making either him or the dragons suspicious was a delicate operation. "Why does Agrona want to take over Ephiatis?" I asked after several long seconds passed. "What is his goal in it all? Simple revenge against Kezes and the others of the great clans?" Aludari frowned slightly, his eyes tracking quickly across my features. He seemed to be puzzling something out in his head. Finally, he said, "A good question. For what reason would the High Sovereign need control of Ephiatis? To be surrounded by Usra of the other races, many older and more magically powerful than he. To return to our homeland would, I imagine, be Agrona's worst nightmare. He has not spent these last centuries surrounding himself with lessers and lesherans without reason." He paused, his gaze now flicking to the two dragons behind me. "Whoever told you this is perhaps attempting to distort your view of the overall picture of this conflict. The greater conflict between Agrona and Indrath, that is." "Foolishness," Winsome scoffed. "Of course Agrona is attempting to return to our homeland. There is no other reason to wage war against Ephiatis as he has done. His entire effort in forcefully taking Dicathen was simply to set the stage for the larger conflict, as we know well." His tone was stiff, almost forced. Raising my hand for silence, I glanced over my shoulder. "I'd like to hold off on the extra commentary. I need to focus." Preparing myself for the flood of stimuli, I activated King's Gambit. In Aludari's eyes, I saw the light swell around me, gathering and fusing until a many-pointed crown of pure radiance was hovering just over my hair, turning the pale blonde to a bright, glowing white. The crease of his nostrils whitened as they flared, and his pupils, focused entirely on the glowing crown, dilated a fraction of an inch. The skin around his eyes wrinkled ever so slightly as he squinted against the light. The air shifted as it pressurized through a gap in the stone somewhere, and a few strands of Aludari's unkempt hair waved. "There is a leak in the stonework somewhere." My voice had a hollow quality to my own ears as it was filtered through the mind-enhancing aspects of King's Gambit, both as I spoke the words and again as I listened to them vibrate through the air. Beneath the smells of dust and stone, and more subtly the distant flora of the Beast Glades, Aludari had a metallic ozone burn to his scent and the faintest trace of nervous sweat. Karen smelled of old leather, blade oil, and the blood of a fresh kill. White Winsome scented himself with some kind of flowery perfume that couldn't quite hide the distant, earthy fragrance of Mount Geoluz. Why am I suddenly smelling myself? And why do I smell like brimstone and cinnamon rolls?" Regis projected, shaking his head slightly as my Gondrun-amplified thoughts flowed freely between us. Behind me, I sensed Karen turn to look at Winsome, whose brows furrowed and jaw tensed as he glared at my back. "You said before that Agrona is attempting to concentrate power, that he knew something. That this knowledge is connected to the layered dimensions that make up this reality. You said you'd tell me everything you knew." My words thrust at him like the tip of a spear. "If my current understanding is flawed, then correct it." Aludari's eyes seemed to flex, as if he were forcing them into place, preventing them from flicking past my right shoulder to Karen. "Of course, Your Majesty," he said, attempting to layer thick amusement over his voice, likely to hide the tension now gripping his throat and making his words come out strained. "Yes, as I said, he seeks power. Not to become a warlord and rule over Ephiatis, but to consume everything. Like the world lion, he would eat even his own young, the people of Alacria, for dominance. But only after he has scoured Dicathen and Ephiatis." I compared his words and tone to what he'd said and how he'd spoken previously, dissecting meaning and timbre as I established a baseline to establish truth versus the lies. Regis had sat up and his eyes wobbled, going crossed. "Nope, can't. Oh, this is horrible. I think I'm going to blow chunks." His mind disengaged from my own, a barrier forcing its way between us. I could feel the wall's edges, the cracks within it, and knew I could punch through if necessary, but there was no need to force Regis's engagement with the conversation, even if his perspective might help broaden my own. Somewhere far off, I felt Sylvie's mind similarly shield itself. "The effects of the Godrune don't extend to my companions," I noted. "As much as I would prefer not to be a victim of such planetary cannibalism," Aludari continued, "I do think it is extremely amusing that you so gladly hold the dragon's tail, letting Lord Indrath drag you along wherever he wills, considering his own crimes are just as great, are they not?" "Watch your tongue, Vritra," Winsome snapped, taking a step forward threateningly as Aludari spoke ill of Kezes. I felt the desire to frown, but cut it off before the expression could manifest. There was a heightened quality to Winsome's voice, an edge that suggested a premeditated response. Tell me more about these layers, I said to Aludari, holding Winsome at bay with the quickest of glances over my shoulder. Aludari's tongue dragged across the back of his teeth and his fingers tensed, but he held them back from twitching. He had a high level of self-control, physically, an ability that had previously not presented itself when he was held captive by the wraiths. This suggested a deeply ingrained fear of physical harm to his person or even death. And although tense, he was not currently afraid for his life. You yourself come from a different world, correct, he said. You have a different kind of magic there, Kai, I believe I was informed. But neither of the other reincarnates could channel Kai when they came to this world, because it is a different type of magic than mana, requiring a different atmosphere and biology. Ren adjusted his posture, causing a muffled clink from inside his coat, like two links of a chain bumping together. Aludari spoke faster as he continued, leaning into the story he was telling. Another world, an entirely different structure of magic. Imagine it. The people of Alacria are often limited to a single spell and its variable forms, the people of your continent just one element of mana. My own people can control all four primary elements, but only through the lens of our own understanding, which you call the attribute of decay. The dragons can wield pure mana and toddle about with their little etha arts, whereas the Jinn wrote with etha like they'd discovered the native language of reality. He let out an odd sigh, as if he had just said something profound. I noted the pattern of him telling me only things I already knew, and as I did, I felt the itch again. It wasn't in my core, but crawling along the thread of thought itself, deep in the folds of my brain. These are the layers I spoke of. Mana, etha, even Kai. Perhaps there are other types of magic out there as well. The pitch of his voice modulated very lightly, and his eyes repeated the tense without-looking flex from before. But regardless, Agrona has never been satisfied with the basilisk's lot in life. Why would we only be effective in utilizing decay-type mana arts when we should have it all? This explanation didn't align with his previous statements. Tangential and perhaps even true, but nonetheless an obfuscation. You have been enemies with Kezes for a long time. You're aware of what happened to the Jinn. Tell me, what do you think Kezes's overarching goal is? Winsome's scowl was audible. Arthur, this isn't an appropriate line of questioning, Aludari snorted with amusement, interrupted Winsome. He's playing King on the Mountain, obviously. This basilisk is attempting to confuse you and pit you against Lord Indrath, Winsome said too quickly. I would recommend you do not engage with him further. This time I was more certain. His words may not have been scripted, but they were premeditated. Several tangled threads of thought wound around each other, and each one amplified the skittering, bug-like itch that was vibrating out of my core and into my mind. The itch was being echoed from each simultaneous thought, no more than a slight irritant by itself, but the longer I channeled King's Gambit and the more simultaneous threads of thought I activated, the more intense the sensation became. Karen cleared his throat and rested a hand on my shoulder. Arthur, perhaps we should take a break. You seem strained. Some sign of the growing irritation must have leaked through onto my expression. I clamped down on the parts of my brain responsible for both the purposeful and subconscious movements of my face and body, forcing my pulse to slow, my expression to soften, and my every breath to come out calm and level. Winsome, why did you give Ellie a guardian bear? I asked suddenly, following a new thread as I continued to hold the others. There was a hesitation, a change in his breathing. I turned my head a few degrees, aligning my ear to better hear the micro-changes to his bearing that would normally be drowned out by everything else. I was trying to make you comfortable so that you'd leave your family. Even then, I knew how protective you were, enough to forego the experience of training in Ephiatis if you were too worried about your family. An honest answer, I gauged, but he'd had to decide first how truthful he was going to be. What will Kezes do with Aludari when he's returned to Ephiatis? I followed up quickly. I heard his response, but I didn't worry over the words themselves, instead listening to the tone, the cadence. But it wasn't truly Winsome I was focusing on, but rather gauging the intensity of Karen's interest as we shifted topics. I waited, letting the silence linger well beyond the point of discomfort, watching and listening to everything the three Usura did, even cataloging Regis's micro-movements. For the first time, something broke my concentration and my thoughts stumbled. The itching was more powerful now, like a swarm of ants gnawing on me from the inside. But I was certain, Karen had made some kind of deal with Aludari. The Vritra's answers were specifically designed to obfuscate certain facts. He would be returned to Ephiatis and rewarded in a way I couldn't duplicate. Shifting gears to ensure I covered the other essential topic before I could no longer keep the Godrune active, I asked, the legacy. Before, you suggested she wasn't a weapon but a tool. Cecilia is the key to Agrona's absorption of mana directly from the other sovereigns, but not only that. He seeks to unlock new powers for himself. Tell me, will she survive this process? A coy smile played across Aludari's face. Are you asking about the reincarnate or the vessel? You've been paying attention. You consider yourself intelligent, which means you've planned for the worst. I suppressed a shiver and had to forcefully hold my hand back from scratching my sternum. How would you fight back against the legacy if she came after you? Aludari raised one brow, his mouth parting slightly in surprise. He thought for a few moments, but his eyes never left my own. Complete mastery over mana, no core, so her entire body acts on and reacts to mana, and she is incredibly sensitive to mana, which I think can be turned against her. She isn't terribly creative and so doesn't make full use of her strengths, and she is mentally weak. If one were to overwhelm her senses and put her on her back foot, send her reeling, she would not quickly recover. As Aludari spoke, a new thread of thought broke away, forming into an idea, fledgling and dangerous but irrepressible. I needed to delve into the fourth keystone to solve it and gain the aspect of fate, but if what Mordain said was true, I might be trapped in it for an unknown length of time. Agrona had consistently proved to be several steps ahead of me, and I had no idea how many spies he might have in Dicathen. I couldn't simply trust that my absence would go unnoticed, and I had to accept that my use of the fourth keystone represented a dangerous moment for Dicathen. With Cecilia already on our shores pursuing an unknown goal, it would be the height of foolishness not to prepare. But I could simultaneously protect against an incursion targeting me or Dicathen while I was vulnerable, and ensure Cecilia was neutralized, at least temporarily, at the same time. I asked a couple of follow-up questions, careful not to give away too much to either Aludari or the dragons, but was quickly reaching the end of my ability to withstand the itch, which came in the form of thousands of bugs crawling under my skin, amplified by every layer of my woven thoughts. When I was done, I turned wordlessly and swept past the dragons and Ren, leaving the cell and marching down the hall beyond. Only then did I release my hold over King's Gambit, when no one would see how my face fell or the cold sweat that sprang to my forehead. I felt Regis's mind return, touching my own tentatively, then recoil again. "Hey Chief, you going to be all right?" "I'm fine," I sent back even as I powered through the Godrun's aftereffects. By the time I reached the prison entrance, I felt at least able to speak without slurring my words, and I stopped and waited for the others to catch up. "A waste of time," Winsome said simply as he joined me in the outer guard chamber. "Unfortunately, I have to agree," Karen added, outwardly chagrined. "I had hoped you'd be able to get more out of him when you activated that spell." He paused, looking at me questioningly. I almost responded honestly, the words on the tip of my tongue before I swallowed them back down. Instead, I said only, "I'm satisfied. Kezes is expecting him, and I'd like this Vritra out of Dicathen as soon as possible right now, in fact. There is no reason to tempt Agrona into some effort to reclaim him, regardless of my earlier threat." "Agreed," Winsome said, looking to Karen for confirmation. The scarred dragon nodded his acceptance. Ren, who had listened thoughtfully throughout my questioning, especially once the conversation turned to the legacy, had come to stand beside me. "I'm needed back in Vildoriel." "Are you heading there as well?" There were several parties I needed to speak with in the Darvish capital, but most of all I wanted to check in on Ellie and Mom. "I am," I agreed. "We've repaired some of this fortress's functionality," Karen said from behind me, "including the teleportation devices, which were thankfully not destroyed entirely by the previous fighting. Vadrecker has also seen fit to relocate one of the long-range teleportation frames from Western Darv into Vildoriel, allowing us to move more quickly between strategically important locations. I can understand the convenience, but that's a big risk," I noted. "All precautions have been taken to ensure the security of the city and its people," Karen assured me. I nodded, acknowledging that this was the dwarves' decision to make. I wasn't their ruler. He continued to speak about the infrastructure changes they'd made around the largest of Dicathen's cities as I led the way through the repaired hallways to the teleportation chamber. Despite the fact that they kept the artifacts deactivated when not in use, there was still a single dragon guard in place over the chamber, but they moved aside at our approach. Winsome and Karen stopped outside the chamber as Ren and I stepped through the wide doors. Memories flooded my fatigued mind, and an uncomfortable but nameless emotion gripped my stomach like a fist, twisting it. I saw, as if reliving it again for the first time, as wounded soldiers limped or were dragged from the room while I searched face after face, looking for the twin horns and Tesha. Tess had returned, but my parents' old friend Adam hadn't. "Arthur?" Ren asked as he nearly bumped into me from behind. I had stopped cold without realizing it. "Fine," I muttered, experiencing a strong sense of déjà vu as I faced Karen. "I'm going to need you to coordinate with a large operation soon, but I need time to plan out the finer details. Will you be here or in Ediston?" Karen looked around at the castle. "I have decided to stay here and make this our base of operations for the moment. It is close to the rift, and the teleportation array allows us instant access to most of your continent." Nodding, I quickly explained what I'd learned about Cecilia's presence, leaving out everything about Mordain and the Phoenixes and instead making it sound like Chull had been scouting on my orders when he was attacked, and I had learned everything from him. Winsome's frown deepened as he listened to my explanation, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Karen, on the other hand, hung on every word. That explains the site of their battle, then. I will ensure the guard on the rift is increased, although there is no way she should be able to locate it if that truly is their goal. I provided some suggestions on what to watch for and a few details about my previous battle with Cecilia. Then Ren and I bid the others farewell, and we activated the teleportation portal and set it for Vildoriel. The continent rushed by around us in a blur as we were near-instantly shunted from the eastern beast glades to the very heart of Darv. Over a dozen heavily armed and armored dwarves and a dragon in her humanoid form guarded the portal on the other side. They scrambled for a moment when we stepped through, but all quickly recognized Ren and myself, and we were allowed by without trouble. "When can we expect you to come review progress on our experiment?" Ren asked, stopping where our paths diverged. "Soon," I said, glancing behind me to the gates of the Earthborn Institute. "How long until you can have battle-ready prototypes in production?" The Titan's brows rose behind his unkempt bangs. "There are already prototypes, but each one is individual, as are the—" He glanced around suspiciously. "Wielders," he finished slowly. "It'll take time to stabilize additional units." I felt my jaw clench and unclench as I considered my answer. "I can give you 2 weeks." His eyes widened, and he gazed down through the ground as if seeing his project through the stone, housed far below Vildoriel in the deepest tunnels where prying eyes wouldn't stumble upon it by accident. "Barely enough time to find new users, much less train and design. We need as many as you can have ready," I said, reaching out my hand to shake his. Instead of taking my hand, he held out something that he'd been hiding behind his side, and I jerked my own hand back as if I'd been burned, staring at the object. Karen's people found it in the rubble. When they realized it was a Surin made, they collected the pieces. Held loosely in his grip was the handle of Dawn's Ballad. About an inch of the blue blade remained, gray and jagged along its shattered edge. "It wasn't the best thing I ever made, but I thought you might want it." Gingerly, I took the handle, turning it over and looking at it, overcome by the dizzying sensation of seeing a dream suddenly manifest in the real world. Then Ren held out a small box. When I took it as well, he opened the lid to reveal gray shards within, what was left of the blade. The smallest hint of a wry smile turned up the corner of his mouth. "I know how sentimental you humans can be." "Thank you, Ren," I said simply, staring down at Dawn's Ballad, or at least what remained of it. He shrugged and turned away. "Come find us soon. There are quite a few things to discuss if you want a 2-week turnaround." By the time I pulled my gaze away from his gift to say something, he had vanished into the steady stream of traffic moving along the highway that wound around the edge of the massive cavern. My feet carried me blindly through the Institute's gates and along its halls until I arrived at my mother's door. As I reached up to knock, the door eased inward to reveal my mother's hopeful face. She looked caught off guard, almost as if she had been looking for me but hadn't expected me to really be there. I could see the weight of 1,000 words hanging on the tip of her tongue, and could practically imagine the scolding she would give me about Ellie's state when she last returned, and with only Chul, no less. But just as quickly, the tension and frustration melted away, replaced by motherly warmth and a sad sort of joy. She gave me a warm smile. "Welcome home." Mom snorted as Ellie recounted one of her many conversations with Gideon, and her hand covered her mouth in embarrassment. Ellie burst out laughing, then purposefully mimicked Mom's accidental snort. Mom threw a bread roll at her head, but Ellie caught it out of the air and took a big bite, looking extremely pleased with herself. The following laughter lasted for a long time and felt like a washcloth scrubbing my spirit clean from the inside. "So Ellie, I've been wondering," Mom said, and my sister tensed, no doubt expecting some sort of ambush question. "You've never had a normal life, not since you were just a few years old. When your big brother saves the world and everything goes back to normal, whatever that is, really, what do you think you'll do?" "Become a housewife," Ellie said without missing a beat. Mom and I both blinked several times in silence as we struggled to digest this information. Boo, who couldn't fit in the kitchen and was watching Regis jealously through the door as my companion scarfed down a plate of leftovers, turned his head nearly on its side as he gave Ellie a challenging stare. Ellie giggled and shook her head fiercely. "Oh, I'm kidding, gosh, no, I think." She hesitated, her eyes losing focus, and then a little smile curved up the corner of her mouth. "I think maybe I'd like to be an instructor in mana arts, at Lancelot Academy or maybe even back in Xyrus. That would kind of feel like going home, you know." We chatted for a while longer, inventing increasingly silly scenarios about what we would all like to do when the long war finally came to an end and Dicathen was safe. Mom settled on writing a book about my exploits, claiming she would be a rich elderly widow as she rode the coattails of my fame, while I assured them both I would retire, take up potato farming, and invent French fries. And yet, all throughout dinner and the conversation, my thoughts lingered on Dawn's Ballad, my conversation with Aludari, and the foundations of the plan that had started to form in the back of my head. As the small talk petered out, a comfortable silence was left behind. Buttressed by this silence, I withdrew the remnants of the sword from my dimension rune and set them on the table. Mom and Ellie both watched curiously. Mom recognized the handle first, looking up at me with quiet surprise. I gave her a small smile as I opened the box and dumped the gray, broken pieces of the blade out next to the handle. Regis lifted his head to see over the edge of the table. "Ooh, are you going to use Aroas to repair it? You know, I've secretly been hoping this would happen." Smiling contentedly, I swept the blade pieces back into the box, set it on the table, and set the handle on top of it. No, the broken blade, I realized, had been the turning point for me. Up until that battle, I had always come out on top in the end. My belief in the inevitability of victory had been as sure as if I'd seen it in a vision. All of my training, all of my quest for the power to protect those I loved, it all came crashing down, shattered along with the azure blade of Dawn's ballad. Repairing the blade wouldn't undo my defeat or the long series of consequences that followed to define the world we now lived in. I glanced from Mom to Ellie, then to the wall where a charcoal drawing of my father hung. Mom's eyes followed mine, and her hand reached out to settle on my arm. Ellie let out a world-weary sigh that sounded much too old for her. "I can't wait for this stupid war to be over, to rebuild our homes, to live peacefully, where our biggest worry is what clothes to wear on a date." I raised one brow, regarding her seriously. "Despite the fact that I'd rather wrestle 20 wraiths with my arms chained behind my back than watch you get ready for a date, I promise, Elle. I will do everything I can to make that future happen. But I'm going to need your help again to do it, and it's going to be dangerous." Chapter 462, A Plan in Many Parts. 10 minutes ago, Arthur Leywin. Vadreker's 10 steps carried him from left to right and back again in front of the dwarven throne. The noise of each footfall was muffled by the thick red rug that ran the length of the throne room, a cool, cavernous chamber held up by tall carved stone arches. Vadreker was staring at his feet but stole a glance at me or the other people in the room every couple of steps. A single Asuran guard stood to the left of the throne, staring straight ahead. Just as the silence reached the point of becoming frustrating, he said, "So why not bury yourself in the deepest hole you can find, somewhere no one can dig you out?" I considered it, I admitted. Spreading a story that I'd be going on an extended relictums trip, or something to make sure my absence didn't spark a panic, and then, as you said, hiding somewhere I'm unlikely to be found. But the legacy is in Dicathen, or at least she was, which means Agrona is preparing something. He's escalating. Curtis Glader, standing near Vadreker with his sister, frowned as he asked, "Forgive me, Arthur, but why does her presence matter so much?" "Because something important is happening just behind the curtain, but we don't know what," I answered, keeping my voice level. "But more importantly, the legacy has a sense and control of magic that I can't even explain. And she's shown some understanding of the way Mana and Etha interact with each other, meaning I can't be sure I can truly hide anywhere. Not without her hunting me down." "But she can't follow you to the relictums," Kara asked, her first words since the meeting began. "Why not sequester yourself away within them? You could find somewhere safe with the compass, I'm sure, and wait it out there." I shook my head. "I've already tested this theory. I can't breach the Keystone's security measures within the relictums. Something about this one is different." A tense lull fell over the conversation, and I looked around at all those present, meeting each of their eyes in turn. Baron Wyke stood straight and tall beside Virion, who in turn seemed somehow thin and diminished, even though his gaze remained unwavering and his posture was poised. Next to them, Gideon and Renkine both hovered impatiently. A straight-backed woman stood with her hands behind her back at their side, her torso bare except for a strip of dark cloth across her chest. She was covered in scars. Kara stood just behind them, almost as if she were using them to shield herself from Vadreker. Her red eyes caught mine, and she bobbed her head slightly, her azure hair shifting around the visible horns wrapping around her head. Regis was at her side, settled protectively between her and the dragons, who he glowered at unabashedly. Micah and Vare were present as well. Micah was unsettled, shifting her weight from one foot to the other constantly. Her remaining eye jumped from person to person in an endless loop, while the jet-black stone of her other seemed as if it were constantly fixed on me. Next to her, Vare was still as a block of ice, her short white hair fixed and unmoving. Across from Virion near Vadreker, the Gladers both stood with perfect royal posture. Despite obvious efforts not to, they both kept shooting furtive glances at the scarred soldier next to Gideon. Beside them and closer to me, Helen Shard stood a little back from the crowd with Jasmine, the two adventurers slightly out of place among the royalty and Usura. Of everyone present, it was these two old friends, who I had known longer than even Tesha and Virion, that brought me comfort, which perhaps only made what I had to ask them even more difficult. Finally, standing at my side like a shadow was Ellie. She fidgeted nervously, her eyes focused anywhere except the other people in the room. The unstrung bow version of Aldir's weapon, Silverlight, was strapped to her back. She hadn't yet learned to use it, but I figured its presence brought her comfort. Virion let out a low, thoughtful hum. So why these locations specifically then? Why this many? I gave him a soft smile as I shook my head. I know my request is made more difficult by my inability to provide a thorough explanation, but this operation requires a certain amount of secrecy. I really can't tell you more. So far, you've spoken as if you know we'll be attacked, Helen said, but you haven't even told us what this is about. How can you be so certain the enemy will strike now? I can't, I answered simply. This could all end up being unnecessary, but preparation is never wasted, especially in war. Agrona has proven more than adept at infiltrating and turning even the highest levels of our leadership. His spies have infested Dicathen for decades, and he has been ahead of us at nearly every turn. It would be foolish to simply hope that he won't discover and attempt to take advantage of my absence, either to come after me directly or to launch some kind of attack on Dicathen. We have to be ready. Cathleen's brows rose slightly and her eyes flashed to mine. These places, they will become targets, that's what you intend. Ellie shifted beside me and I rested my hand on her shoulder, shooting her a warning look. These locations will, by the very effort of our actions, likely become Agrona's targets, yes. It allows us to fortify and prepare in a way we can't otherwise, and protects less defensible areas through deflection. So we're putting our people in more danger than they might otherwise be by following along with your request, Kathleen replied, quiet but cutting. Unless Ediston were to become a target anyway, Jasmine answered, dismissing the younger woman with a single look. Curtis shot Jasmine a glare but backed down quickly when she matched it, her light red eyes flaring like cinders. I fail to see how the elves can be of assistance here, Virion said, sounding tired. We are no longer a military force in this world, Arthur, as you well know. It's not the elves I need, I explained gently. It is you, Virion. You were the commander of the Tri-Union's forces during the war. No one else here can match your strategic and military mind. No one else that I can trust, at least. Vadrecker scowled at this but did not interrupt. Virion frowned as well, but his expression communicated something very different from the dragon's. Other concerns were voiced, and I did my best to ease them without downplaying the dangers. It was important that each of the leaders present understood what was being asked of them and what they would in turn be asking of their fighting men and women. These were the decisions required of rulers, but the fact that I couldn't be fully honest with them weighed heavy on my conscience. If people were going to die while I chased fate, they deserved to be prepared, even if they couldn't know the truth of why. Ren hummed into the silence that followed their flurry of questions. And do these fortifications require the same escalated timeline as our, he amended, looking pointedly at Gideon Project. Raising my chin, I met the many pairs of eyes turned in my direction in a single sweep. 2 weeks, that's all the time we can afford to make preparations. I'd like to do it sooner, but I understand what I'm asking can't be completed overnight. 2 weeks, Vadrecker said with a booming, humorless laugh. 2 months would not be sufficient. Ren's brows raised into his unkempt hairline, and he gave me a look that said very clearly, I told you so. My task can't wait any longer than that. If possible, and if the risk to Dicathen weren't so high, I would have started already. Sensing the right moment for a distraction, I shot Ren a look and nodded subtly. You all need time to think things over, I understand. I would like to speak with each of you individually to better answer your questions and plan the appropriate defenses. But while you are together, I wanted to give Master Gideon an opportunity to speak as well. The old inventor cleared his throat and scratched his head as all eyes turned to him. As some of you are likely aware, we are currently working on a military project designed to help even the odds against Agrona's superior number of mages, Gideon explained. He provided an overview of the fire-salt-infused weapons, which the Forgemasters and Earthmovers guilds were already working to produce in larger numbers. Then, he gestured to the woman at his side. Claire, would you care to speak about the other project? Moving with a stringent military march, her long scarlet hair bouncing with each forceful step, she strode out into the middle of the chamber. Wearing only the strip of dark cloth and a pair of tight-fitting leather breeches, the large jagged scar across her sternum was plainly visible. Although this scar was old and healed over, fresher scars radiated out from around it, the newest still red and irritated, only recently healed. Officer Claire Bladeheart, current operator of Unit 001, she said with clipped military precision, then bowed first to Vadrecker, then to everyone else. Kathleen wore a subdued but proud smile, while Curtis's eyes kept being dragged down to the scars on Claire's torso before snapping back up to her face. She immediately launched into what sounded like a rehearsed explanation about her role in the secret project, giving those in attendance the full details of the new weapons and what they were capable of. With the provided timeline, I believe that we'll have at least 12 candidates who will be able to offer instruction to the new cadets once the next batch of units are made. And how many of these units will be operable in the next 2 weeks? Baron asked skeptically. Perhaps 100 or close to it if we have the people to use them, Micah snorted. Can 100 make a difference? And against not scythes, but these wraith things or hells, even Usura. Claire went back and forth with a few of the others, offering some additional specifics on the capabilities of the project. As I listened to her explain things I already knew, I felt my insides squirm slightly with discomfort. There was a certain kind of morbid edge to Ren and Gideon's invention, but I understood the necessity. Perhaps with time the implementation could be more palatable. At the very least, it was an invention entirely of this world, created by Ren and Gideon alone, the fusion of human and Asuran ingenuity. More so than the explanation itself, I found myself focused on Claire. I had only just learned of her participation as an operator, but there was something correct about her presence. My old classmate, the head of the disciplinary committee at Xyrus Academy. It had been around 6 years since her core was destroyed during Draniv's attack on the academy, and when I'd last seen her, she had been a ghost of her former self. Now she stood straight and proud, her explanation firm and exuding ambition. It gave me hope. After a lengthy discussion about the project, Claire left and Gideon and Ren went with her, excusing themselves to return to their work, which was now on an aggressive timetable. That seemed to be a signal for the others to break free as well. But I promised to visit each of them as soon as possible and offer any assistance I could in order to put my plan into action. Kara hesitated, but I sent her out with a subtle gesture and Regis returned to my side. Ellie, the last to leave, gave me a quick side hug. Should I wait? No, you're dismissed, soldier, I said teasingly. I'll find you again soon so we can practice. Nodding, she hurried out, leaving only Vadracker and his guard with me in the throne room. The Guardian eased himself down on the throne, watching me curiously. I don't intend to draw more attention to Vildoriel, but I'm afraid it will be a target anyway, I said, moving to stand before the throne, which meant I had to look up at Vadracker. You need to be ready. I can't say what Agrona might throw at you, he scoffed. You mean if he attacks at all? You seem to be suffering from some mythical thinking in regards to Agrona, as if he has some magical insight into all that happens. It seems to me that even telling this group was a mistake. Vadracker leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. We haven't even seen any sign of the legacy, as you so seem to fear. That doesn't change the reality of our situation, which is that I refuse to discount Agrona's ability to see and take advantage of our weaknesses. Now let us discuss what Vildoriel can do to prepare for another potential attack. After a frustrating conversation with Vadracker, I left with Regis on my heels, already turning my thoughts toward the next conversation I needed to have, but I felt the weight lift from my shoulders as I entered the outer chamber of the palace entry and found Sylvie waiting for me. Despite her aging through the process of her death and rebirth, Sylvie still looked young, standing apart from the few clan lords and high-ranking guild members who lingered around the palace. Once she stood out wherever she went, with her dark horns jutting up from her pale blonde hair. But now she wasn't even the only dragon in the room, as another of Vadracker's guards lingered near the entryway, looming over everyone who came and went. How did things go with the survivors? Well enough, she thought back, a throughline of sadness undercutting her words. Those people, the few who survived, won't recover quickly from the trauma they've gone through, from one tragedy to the next. Regis added darkly. I cleared my throat and indicated for her to follow me, leaving the palace and heading upward along the tunnels and stairs leading toward Virion's retreat. Sylvie filled me in on everything happening in Xyrus as we walked. Entering the cavern housing the last remaining tree from a Lenoir was sort of like going through a portal into another world. So bright and green, it was easy to forget you were underground. The cavern had changed somewhat since we were last there. A large section of the ground had been tilled and was now growing a variety of plants, mostly small tree seedlings. Virion was on his hands and knees in the soil, carefully uprooting one of the seedlings with a trowel. Baron stood behind him wearing a pair of gardening gloves and holding a glass jar half full of soil. You're early, Virion grumbled under his breath, easing the seedling down into the jar, which Baron carefully set aside in a cart full of similar jarred plants. I assumed Vadracker would keep you all day. What's all this then? I asked, leading Sylvie and Regis over to the garden. Glancing at Baron, I added, that's a good look for you. He regarded me with his usual coolness. Whether I wear steel gauntlets or leather gardening gloves, I do so for the good of Dicathen. Virion gave a loud and indelicate snort. I've been experimenting with the soil from Ephiatus and the seedlings of this great tree. We've already even transplanted a few to various out-of-the-way regions around the Lenoir wastes. I'm hoping to extrapolate the unique qualities of the soil and how it affects the seeds, but Tesha was always the expert in plant attribute mana. Quiet fell as the old elf stared down into the jar. Tesha. Virion lifted his gaze, searching mine for any semblance of hope. How does she fit into all of this? I had expected this from him and had spent quite a lot of time considering how to handle the legacy. If Agrona attacks, we have to expect that the legacy will be at the forefront. Not to put too fine a point on it, I met Baron's hard gaze, but no one other than me can hope to even delay her, much less put up a fight. Even I'm not sure I can defeat her in battle, which is why we're not going to fight her at all. I raised my hand, forestalling the barrage of questions I was certain were coming. I can't give you the details, but I've already got a plan on how to remove her from the battle, at least for a while, without harming Tesha. I added hurriedly as a scowl formed on Virion's face. As for you, I apologize for putting you on the spot earlier in the meeting. You are right. You should take your people and go hide somewhere away from the likely targets. The borderlands at the base of the Grand Mountains, perhaps, or northeast Sapin, where there is nothing to draw Agrona's attention. Virion stood, seeming to shake off some of the fatigue and tiredness. He gave me a penetrating look. No, you were right. Vajrekar and the dragons can't be trusted to keep the best interests of the human and dwarven soldiers in mind. I can't leave the protection of this continent to the same creatures that destroyed my homeland, Arthur. I mulled over my words before saying, there is no shame to stay out of the fighting, not after everything that your people have already sacrificed to this war. Elenwar deserves to be replanted, and you deserve to be the one who accomplishes that. As Virion swallowed heavily, Baron shifted, taking a half-step closer. Perhaps regrowing the forests of Elenwar won't be enough to balm the guilt of my many failures, Virion said, his gravelly voice softening to barely above a whisper. And if I keep fighting, maybe I won't even live to see it. If that's what it takes to ensure that the elves are, one day, able to return to the forests that birthed them, then that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. He took a steadying breath. Although if I had one last wish, it would be to walk beneath the trees of Elshire once more with Tesher at my side. Then I can call my time in this world well spent. Reaching out, I wrapped my arms around his thin body, foolishly afraid that I might snap him in half as I gave him a light hug. Thank you for everything, Gramps. He let out a rough snort. Brat. With a firm shake of Baron's hand, I gathered Sylvie and Regis, and we headed back down the long stairs that would return us to the palace. From there, my next stop was deep beneath the city, and so we wound down the highway that circled the city, built into the great cavern's walls. Once we were beyond the populated part of the city, I channeled King's Gambit. By lightly imbuing the Godrun with ether, I could activate it only partially. While it still glowed golden from my spine, it didn't conjure the blazing crown atop my head, which seemed like a great way to start any number of unwanted rumors about me. The result was an ability less powerful than what I'd used against Aludari, but still allowed me to break my thoughts apart into pieces in a way that wasn't possible without the Godrun. I'd already found this invaluable as I outlined the many layers present in the plan I was attempting to put into place. Sylvie and Regis followed my thoughts quietly, struggling to keep in tune as I considered my previous conversations, how the attitudes of everyone involved might impact the execution of this plan, and also outlining the conversations to come. There was a cold comfort to being under the effects of King's Gambit. It was easier to strip away the emotion, all the fear and guilt, and approach the necessary solution objectively and logically. With my plan still sitting in its box like a jigsaw puzzle divided into many disparate pieces, it was difficult to see it all without the Godrun, and so I'd been spending every spare moment with King's Gambit active. As we crossed into one of the larger caves on the way to the deep workshops, a flash from Regis dragged all of my threads of thought back into alignment. Kara stood by herself atop a flat rock that divided a stream running through the cave. Her figure was little more than a silhouette in the flickering light of a fire that burned from the stream's shore. Moving slowly, she drew in a breath and then pushed her hands outward. Light filled the cave as a fiery wave of heat rolled out of her, the water hissing and steaming in response. I squinted through the heat distortion as Kara seemed to vanish, melting into the shadows and steam. She flickered in and out of view, then the heat wave and steam both diminished. Only then did she turn to look at us, a pleased smile half suppressed. I was hoping you'd be down soon. Kara, I said in greeting. How is your family? Fine, she said simply, shaken up and I think questioning their decision to follow Saris. Not really, but you know what I mean. I couldn't bring myself to stay out in those wastes with them though, and I'm glad I returned. I've been helping Gideon and Emily with the next stage of their testing with the spell forms. They wanted to study Alacrian runes and to see if someone who already had some would experience these spell forms differently. I assumed, I said simply, gesturing to the stream that had only moments ago been hissing with steam. A grin suddenly bloomed over her features and she half turned and pulled up her shirt, revealing the runes hidden beneath, including one higher and larger than the rest. I received a regalia, or she cut herself off, seeming to realize the position she was in and then slowly lowered her shirt. Clearing her throat, she continued, that wasn't very ladylike. I apologize. I heard the words preparing to bubble up out of Regis like a geyser before he had quite started to speak, and I trod heavily on his foot. No, it wasn't, I answered, although I didn't try to hide the laughter in my tone. Anyway, there is something distinctly less forceful about the Dicathen application of spell forms, she said, wry amusement lending a cutting edge to her tone. I'm not entirely certain that these spellforms align to the same classifications used in Alacria, especially for those of us who have benefited from your proximity. She glanced away, one hand feathering through her hair as she tucked it back behind her horns. I was quiet for a moment, thoughtful, then I turned to my companions. Could I have a moment alone with Kara, please? Sylvie's brows rose a fraction of an inch before she controlled her expression. Putting a hand on Regis's mane, she said only, "Of course, we'll continue on then." Whoa, uncool. We're the horny trio, remember, trio, not the grabbing one of his horns. Sylvie steered Regis away, cutting off his protests. Kara raised her hand in a small wave, then regarded me thoughtfully. I waited until they were gone and raised the mental barrier between us. Do you know what we're doing down here? She hesitated. I've seen the mana beasts, but nothing more. Gideon rambles sometimes, but Emily Watkins seems efficient at keeping him on track. I took a couple steps closer, stopping just on the bank of the stream, and stared down at my feet. I'm sorry, Kara. Although I wasn't looking at her, I heard the shifting of her posture. What for? I shook my head, struggling with the words. My thoughts jumped immediately to King's Gambit, but I pulled back from the idea, not wanting to give this task over to the cold logic of the Godrune. There is something I haven't been able to get out of my head. In Ediston, after the attack on Aludari, Lyra had lied about something, but the lie wasn't for us. It was for the dragons. And I know why. I took a fortifying breath and held her gaze. Agrona plans to use the Alacrians on Dicathen. He ordered his wraiths to leave them alive, but also to send them a message. I've seen the curses your people can wield, that Agrona can wield. A wraith detonated right in front of me before he could spill any of Agrona's secrets. You believe you can't trust me because of my Alacrian blood? She frowned at me, puzzled. But I've been among those people, Arthur. There are no loyalists among them, not after everything they've seen and experienced. I've never heard of anything like that happening to regular foot soldiers. Surely I don't know how or what kind of power he has over your people, but the threat was real enough that Lyra couldn't even speak the idea in front of others. I'm sorry, Kara, you can't be involved in any of this. You can't know what we're doing, none of it. Her head drooped, a curtain of blue hair falling over her face. Only a moment passed before she shook her hair out of her face, looking at me calmly. After everything, all our time together, meeting my parents, sharing my bedroll, it all comes down to blood in the end. Despite her best efforts to make the statement sound like a joke, she didn't quite manage it. It's not as simple as that. Oh, Arthur, she said, adopting the forced formality of her upbringing. Stepping down into the water, she waded across until she was standing in front of me, still up to her ankles in the cold stream. I may be an Alacrian, but I'm a highblood. I can take bad news in stride. She held out her hand like a royal waiting for supplication. I took it, bent low, and pressed my lips to the back of her gloved hand, playing along. But when I looked up at her face, there were tears in her eyes. Then her hand pulled out of mine, and she marched away, water flinging ahead of her with each step. As she reached the cave's exit, however, she stopped and looked back over her shoulder. I wonder how all this might have been different if I was born on this continent. Might we have met under different circumstances? What could our relationship have become? As she disappeared into the darkness of the tunnels, I forced myself not to call out to her. I'd done what needed to be done, and I couldn't take it back, not if I was going to keep Dicathen safe. It took a few minutes for me to get moving again, and I took my time as I marched along the downward tunnels toward the massive facility Ren and Gideon had built in the depths. A handful of dwarven guards stood at attention outside a heavy vault door, but the door was ajar, and they pulled it open as soon as they saw me, likely already expecting me from Regis and Sylvie's arrival. Inside, a small room was surrounded by mana-infused glass windows that looked down on the rest of the complex. Regis, Sylvie, Ren, Gideon, and Emily were already there, and their conversation died down as I entered. Emily crossed her arms as I approached and gave me a look that was half pout, half scowl. 2 weeks, are you nuts? I couldn't bring myself to smile. I'm certain you can do it. Because there isn't any other choice. To Ren, I added, I've figured out the rest, I know what I need you to do. Once I enter, no one else comes in under any circumstances, I explained, walking away from the chamber Senor had built at the roots of the wall itself. We understand, Helen answered, following me with the others as we headed for the elevator that would take us to the top of the wall. With the Adventurers Guild taking over fortification of the wall, it'll be a lot easier to ensure your safety while holed up here. Many of the soldiers who were stationed here, although good loyal men, hadn't gone home since before the war started. And the civilians have all been evacuated. I glanced between Helen, Jasmine, Angela Rose, and Senor, Jasmine's older sister. Senor was taller and more muscular than Jasmine but had the same red eyes and dark hair. Her skin was tanned a deep almond in color, a testament to long hours working out under the forge. They have, Jasmine answered. Most to Zyrus and Blackbend, the Helstia girls' team was helpful in that. As we reached the elevator and a young adventurer with dull orange hair opened the door, I turned to Senor. I know there wasn't much time to make this happen. Thank you. If everything else goes to plan, I'll be back in about a week to start the final phase. Of course, General Leywin, she said forcefully, then gave an equally strong nod that was almost a bow. Thank you for this opportunity to write the Flamesworth name. A sharp breath blew out through Jasmine's nose as she regarded her sister with an odd expression. The Flamesworth name does not need to be righted. Only the name Trotius suffers. Senor smiled sadly. I'm not entirely sure our siblings would agree with you. Senor's hand caressed the back of Jasmine's hair. Still, I'm glad we've had this time together, Jasmine. Jasmine's intense gaze softened and she patted her older sister twice on the back before hurrying into the elevator. Nodding to Senor, I followed, and once we were all in, the elevator began lurching its way up the wall. Angela Rose cleared her throat, looking from Jasmine to me. Are you sure this is the best place, though? It's been pretty beat up. It's defensible enough, I guess, but isn't it a bit obvious? Exactly, I said, looking out of the mesh as the buildings grew smaller and smaller beneath us. This may all amount to nothing, but Arthur, Jasmine interrupted, resting one hand on my arm. We all lived through the war. We've seen what our enemy is capable of. Some people on this continent may be smitten enough with our dragon overlords to expect that they'll save us from any danger, but we know better. Whatever you're doing, however long it takes, we'll hold the line. I nodded, suppressing the emotions her words conjured in me. We reached the top with a small jerk and stepped out onto the walkway. A cold wind blew down from the mountains, cutting across the top of the wall with a noise like a howling mana beast. Sylvie was already up there, gazing out at the beast glades, her mind elsewhere. Regis manifested from me, stepping up out of my shadow and hopping up to place his front paws on top of the crenulations flanking both edges. We all stood in silence for a bit, looking out over the wall and the beast glades beyond. You all know what to do then. I need to see to the other locations and then I'll be back. Jasmine squeezed my arm. Helen, grinning, reached up and tousled my hair. Suddenly, Angela Rose jumped forward, pulling me into a crushing hug. Memories of my first time meeting her with the twin horns surfaced as I looked down at the top of her head pressed against my chest. When did she get so small? You tell your mom we're going to take good care of you, all right? I returned her hug, ignoring the jealous pang seeping into me from Regis. I will. I finished my farewells with Jasmine and Helen as Sylvie rose up into the sky. Regis melted back into my body as I turned away, violet lightning wrapping around me as the etheric paths lit up in my view. I resisted looking back, not confident I'd be able to give them the genuine look of reassurance that I knew they wanted to see. I took a step up high up into the air, the wall over 100 feet below now. Leaning forward, I began to fly. I told you it wasn't much, Madame Astra said with a shrug as we entered a small cave. You're certain this is where you want to do whatever it is you're doing? Kneeling down, I ran my fingers along a rust-stained patch of the floor, imagining how much blood must have pooled here to leave a mark well over a year later. This was the very spot where Astra had led her troops after their defeat at the Battle of the Bloodfrost. I'm certain, I said simply as I looked around. I need an earth mage or a smith to craft a pedestal right here. I indicated a spot directly in the center of the cave, marking it with a rock and providing specific dimensions. I feel it necessary to point out that you being so close to Ediston does cause some risk for the city, does it not? Curtis asked with the air of a diplomat. Vere will be in the city to help with the defenses, I assured them, and you will have your own forces as well as dragons. With the city so heavily defended and the enemy's attention divided among several locations, I'm confident you can hold out. At the same time, even if they don't attack, they won't be free to turn over every rock and tree with the city at their back. Vere stepped forward and gave me a small bow. Arthur, in that case, I would like to stay here with you. If you are unable to defend yourself, you shouldn't risk. No, I said. The softly spoken words smothered Vere's argument like a pillow. Standing, I met each of their eyes in turn. My success relies on not being found. Perhaps it will only be ours and nothing will happen in the meantime, but we need to prepare for the worst. For you all, that means telling no one, not even our allies, about this part of the plan. Defend your city, your people, but don't draw attention to this spot no matter what happens. But what if it seems as if they're going to find you? Curtis asked, his confusion apparent. I met his eyes, then distract them. Cathleen's head fell, but only for a second. When she looked back at me, her eyes flashed. Arthur, you are essentially asking that we spend our soldiers' lives to draw the enemy's attention so that you may stay safe, and yet you have not even told us what it is that you are doing. Please, we need to know more. We aren't your subjects to simply do as we're told. I stepped closer. Cathleen's icy demeanor reminded me forcefully of how she had acted back in school at Xyrus. But I knew it was only a shield that she put up to keep herself safe from those around here, and now was no different. I'm preparing the final strike of this war. I let the words settle down over the others like slowly falling ash. Madame Astra's jaw stiffened, and she unconsciously shifted her weight to her good leg. Curtis again glanced at his sister, but Cathleen's eyes were on me, her face a hard mask. An involuntary tremble ran through Vere, the rare crack in her cold facade. Then we will ensure you have the time you need. Once I had clarified everything I needed to be done and set the deadline for only a few days later, I left, flying toward Ediston's teleportation gates while leaving the others to return under their own power. Sylvie flew quietly at my side. "It's not like you to put people in danger and not even tell them the truth about it," she said at length, an edge of concern lacing her thoughts. "What if we return from the Keystone and find Kathleen or Jasmine or even Ellie dead because we didn't tell them enough?" My mind was blank for a long moment, capable of forming no coherent thought. "Ellie and Mom will be as safe as I can make them," I answered at length, not bothering to justify my actions. "The rest, though," Regis chimed in, his frustration clear even as he tried to keep up some barrier between us. "Kara. After everything we've been through together," I sighed, the wind whipping my breath away. "If Agrona is able to target and use Alacrians against them or turn any of them into a bomb as he did the Wraiths, but you don't know he can," Regis shot back. "Just because that Godrun makes you think fast doesn't mean you'll always think right. I know success is important, but what's the point if you lose everyone along the way because of it?" He hesitated, searching inward for a moment, then continued, "Wow. That did not sound like me. I'm getting soft because of you." "He's not wrong," Sylvie thought, looking over at me from the left. The wind whipped her hair behind her like a flag. "I think the Godrun brings forward the gray in you, Arthur." I gritted my teeth and pushed on faster. "Maybe that's what we need right now." It was almost time. The 2 weeks were up and very nearly everything was prepared. Deep, deep beneath the desert, far even beneath the crumbling remains of the Jinn sanctuary, Ellie, Sylvie, Regis, Ren, and I stood in the portal room, which had changed drastically since we'd been there last. "Will this be enough?" Regis asked, loping around and inspecting the chamber. Ren, who was drifting along in a floating marble throne, shrugged noncommittally. "I'd be willing to match my ingenuity against the strength of any lesser in this world, but I can't speak for the legacy. If the boy's idea works, this will work. If it doesn't..." He shrugged again. I approached a raised stone pedestal in the very center of the chamber, above where I knew the Relictum's portal now rested. "Here, El. This one's going to be a little different from the others." Ellie turned away from a notched piece of wall that she'd been examining, concern etched into her features. "What? Why?" I tapped the pedestal and she hurried toward me. "Since this is where I'm actually going to be, this one needs to be more powerful to wash out my actual presence. But your mana still has to hold it if it breaks down or gives out over time." I trailed off meaningfully. "It won't," she said decisively. "It's like a splinter stuck in my head, at least after they're set up. A little annoying, but they won't be an impediment and I won't let them break down or fail or whatever." "I can do this, Arthur." I gave her a warm smile. "I know you can." Taking Sylvie's hand, Ellie began pouring silvery mana into the curved recess at the top of the pedestal. It formed into a sort of egg shape, hollow in the middle with thick walls. Sylvie laced her own into it as well, letting her signature radiate out from the molded mana. "Better reinforce it even more," I said, then watched as Ellie responded to the command, molding the container's shape as she input more mana. When it had wrapped around to nearly come to a close at the top, I imbued the central reservoir with ether, just as we had done in the mind zone to navigate from platform to platform. Compacting the ether inside the container, I forced as much as I could without threatening the integrity of the conjuration. When I eased off, Regis breathed his own ether into the egg, just to be safe, and then Ellie took back over, filling in the small space at the top and closing off the ether from the outside world. Breathing heavily, she took a step back and wobbled. Sylvie took her by the elbow and Ellie gave her an appreciative smile. "I'm okay, that was just a lot of mana, at least it's the last one." "How many is that, 7? "Yeah," I answered, rubbing the back of my neck as I regarded my brave little sister. "Thank you, El. I know this all hasn't been easy. This whole thing hinges on your magic, you know that, right? The fate of Dicathen is hanging by these threads of mana." "No pressure," Regis said, lolling his tongue. Ellie approached me, leaned forward and wrapped her arms around me, her cheek pressed against my sternum. "You're really going to just sit down here and meditate or whatever for days, weeks? It could even be months," Regis said helpfully, and Sylvie nudged him with her knee. I wrapped my arms around Ellie and pulled her close. "Hopefully it'll be done in a day and all of this preparation will have been for nothing." I couldn't quite put that hope into my tone, though. Not a day ago, word had come from Alaric in Alacria, stating that there was a lot of strange movement amongst Agrona's forces, only reinforcing my decision to take such involved steps to prepare. I released her and Ellie took a step back, staring deep into my eyes, her expression inscrutable. "Why does this feel so much like goodbye?" she asked. Caught off guard, I stumbled for a response. It was Sylvie who, squeezing my sister from the side and smiling comfortingly, said, "That's just the nerves talking. We'll be back before you know it, I have no doubt. You have to believe me, I can see the future, remember." Ellie giggled and nuzzled into Sylvie's shoulder. All right, I have earth-shatteringly important things to do back in Vildoriel," Ren said gruffly. "Come on, girl, it's time to get moving." I caught his eye and gave him a thankful nod, but he only scoffed in response. Ellie walked backwards as she made to follow Ren, who was already marching away. She waved, then turned and ran to catch up. In moments they were out of the small chamber and ascending back through the tunnels. I waited, trailing them with my senses until they were well away, then turned to my companions. "Come on," I said, gesturing to Regis and Sylvie. The journey to the refuge I'd prepared did not take long. Inside, I kicked off my turn shoes and stepped down into the pool of glowing liquid. Withdrawing the keystone, I eased into a sitting position so that the liquid came up to my stomach. I stared down at the keystone's unremarkable form. Sylvie waded into the pool beside me. Her clothes feathered across her body, shifting to become a tight-fitting black-scaled fabric that covered her entire body from the neck down. She sat facing me. "We're with you, Arthur. Whether we like it or not," Regis jibed from his place near my core. Everything that could be done already had been. Dicathen's protectors stood ready to meet any challenge that might come from Agrona. All that remained for me was to enter the keystone. Ether flowed from my core and imbued the keystone, and my mind followed as it had so many times before with the other keystones. A gentle application of Aroa's Requiem allowed me to approach the etheric barrier, while Realmheart's vision guided me through the invisible pathways to the interior. For the first time, I faced the barrage of lightning bolt-like memories with King's Gambit, which I activated immediately. My thoughts, instead of being overwhelmed by the storm, easily absorbed, processed, and arranged the mental feedback and noise. As the static information was fitted into place, like puzzle pieces sliding together or a key into a lock, the internal etheric zone of the keystone melted away into utter darkness. No, not absolute black, because in the distance there was a glimmer of light. It was growing large as it approached or as I approached it. As if I were looking through a foggy window, everything around me turned into a bright blur, forcing me to shut my eyes. Indiscernible sounds assaulted my ears, making me dizzy. When I tried to speak, the words came out as a cry. The cacophony of indistinguishable sounds slowly mellowed, and I heard a muffled voice. "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." Chapter 463, A Cage of Light. CCIL. My impatience stung like nettles under my skin, but watching the surge of effort from the instillers and their wraith protectors was a balm to my nerves. The last 2 weeks had passed slowly and with increasing frustration, but it was finally time. Everything was in place within the Beast Glades. Although complicated by the dragon's increased patrols and taking over the flying castle hovering to the east, we were ready. Under a shroud of mist that hid our signatures, swallowed the noise of our passage, and obscured us from view from above, my people moved into place. There were at least 50 instillers, Agrona's most trusted and knowledgeable servants, all carrying a plethora of dimensional storage devices. I flew above while they marched in jagged lines like many ants below. 10 full battle groups of wraiths flew around us, keeping to the cover of the drifting cloud of thick mist so their signatures wouldn't be noticed by any dragon guards. I could neither see or sense any dragons, not nearby anyway. A patrol of guards was passing over the encampments built by the defeated Alacrian soldiers to the north, and a few blurred together within the flying castle some way to the east. Just above us, suspended in the sky 100 feet or so above the trees, a very different sort of mana signature seemed to simmer just beneath the surface of what was normally detectable to the bare senses. There was no visual distortion, at least not from within our misty cloud and beneath the canopy of thin, half-dead trees. It was fascinating, really. Although we'd been calling it a rift, it was more like the mouth of a waterskin, and through it, within the waterskin, was all of Ephiatis. The magic required to bend space in this way, forcing a piece of our world to bulge out into some other realm, was incomprehensible to me. But the mechanism by which it remained hidden that I now understood. The presence of the rift, or rather the intense pressure of the mana flowing into and then back out of it, caused distortions that rippled out for 100 miles in every direction. When the inward flowing mana, which was being drawn into Ephiatis, was balanced with the mana being projected back out of it by the Usuras, that equilibrium disguised the rift's real location in the midst of all that disturbance happening elsewhere. It required only a bit of effort on the dragon's part to bend the light so that there was no physical manifestation of this. Once found, though, it was now impossible for me not to see. Neither Nico nor any of the wraiths who had already been here could sense it, no matter how specific I was or how much they stared. But when I looked beneath the surface of what was shown, I saw the cyclone of mana beneath, simultaneously being drawn in and expelled. I indicated exactly where the rift was, and the instillers got to work. Spreading out, they began to rapidly withdraw equipment from their dimension artifacts, assembling large devices in a circle around where the rift hovered high above. The mist spread as they did, creeping across the hard ground and between the crooked and dying trees that dominated this section of the Beast Glades, ensuring they remained obscured and undetectable. As I watched the instillers set about their work, I thought of Nico, hoping he would be safe. Dicathen's defenders had been busily scuttling into strongholds across the continent. As Agrona had anticipated, Gray seemed to have vanished, going underground, but the information from our spies was conflicting. Even his own people seemed convinced that Gray was in multiple places at once. My lips curled into a sneer, as if Agrona would be fooled but such a weak attempt at a diversion. The closest location was the wall. As I waited, I expanded out my senses. It took time to go so far. The feedback was weak, a dim cluster of distant signatures. I could feel Nico and Dragoth as well as a bright spark of mana that must have been a lance. It was subtle, but beneath the undercurrent of everything else, there was a small distortion in the mana, like an opposing force pressing against it. Gray and his dragon companion, I wondered, trying to parse what I was sensing. I'd tasted the dragon's mana, and there was a hint of it there, but it felt as if they were shrouding themselves somehow. Surely it won't be so easy as that. My eyes snapped open and my thoughts wrenched back to my own task. The ring of artifacts was half in place. It was time. First, I felt for the edges of the spell-distorting light to wrap around the rift. Though powerful, it relied largely on the swell of magical energy to disguise its very presence. Once I had the spell in my grip, I dragged it aside like a curtain over a window. Unexpectedly, the spell resisted, as if there were someone standing on the other side holding it closed. I pulled harder and the spell ripped, pulling apart in a visible shower of pure mana. White light sparkled out in every direction to rain down on my people, and a sickening twist of mana seemed to churn the air inside my lungs. The white sparks burned brighter, hotter as they fell, and I realized the danger almost too late. "Shields," I shouted, waving my hands to conjure a protective barrier over the wraiths and instillers. Wherever the white sparks settled, they burned against the shield, mana crackling and popping against mana. After a second of surprise, the wraiths began to conjure their own barriers, buttressing mine against the intense potency of the falling sparks. Above, the rift was now fully in view, a gash in the sky, the air seemingly to fold around it at the edges, like flesh opened by a sharp blade. The sky beyond was a slightly different shade of blue, just alien enough to conjure gooseflesh along my arms and neck. Inside the ripple in space, 3 distorted figures floated. The wraiths burst into action. 4 battle groups remaining at ground level and focusing purely on defending our instillers, without whom everything would fail, while the other 6 broke and flew away, maneuvering around well outside the shower of sparks and flying high, encircling the rift. I floated upward after them, moving the mana barrier with me, warping it to envelope the remnants of the strange burning spark spell, the opposing forces grinding against one another like 2 tectonic plates. As the sparks failed and faded, the shield broke down and I absorbed the remaining mana. It was tinged with a draconic attribute. The 3 figures flew free of the rift, and the atmosphere, the very fabric of reality itself, seemed to tremble at their presence. Inside me, Tesha stirred in response. She was afraid. They spoke as one, 3 voices echoing over and under and through each other. "This holy place is under the protection of Lord Kezes in Drath. To attack it, to affect it in any way, is sacrilege of the highest order. The punishment for your presence here is immediate death reincarnate." I smirked up at them, enjoying the theatricality of it all. They were even dressed like they were in some kind of play, and not on the field of battle. Their ceremonial white robes gleaming with golden embroidery the same color as their golden hair. "The bravery of your words is only just a little bit spoiled by the fact you were cowering behind a spell to keep you hidden from me. You know who I am, but maybe you don't know what I can do. If you did, you would have turned around and flew right back where you came from." Mana rippled in the way it did around Arthur and his weapon, and the 3 dragons blinked away, appearing outside the ring of wraiths. Their amethyst eyes lit from within, and violent purple beams of light blazed between them, creating a triangle around us all with the rift at its center. Panic surged up from deep within me, sudden and visceral and so certain. "Attack!" I screamed. The sky transformed with dozens of spells as 6 wraith battle groups unleashed their full offensive power on the 3 targets. A cage of light spread from the beams of what could only be Etha, spilling down to the ground and closing over our heads. The wraith spells burst against the inside of the cage, sending soft waves undulating across its surface. The sound of hissing acid and crashing thunder and blood iron shattering against the Etha made my ears ring, and the smell of toxic water and scorched ozone burned my nostrils. On the other side of the barrier, the 3 dragons seemed in a trance. They did not blink or flinch as so many powerful spells crashed into their conjured barrier. They didn't chant or gesture with arcane meaning. Except for the breeze blowing through their gleaming golden hair and white robes, and a subtle pulsing inside the brightness of their glowing purple eyes, they were motionless. My heart hammered inside my chest as something clawed up at me from my guts. There was a feeling of wrongness within the cage, a sense of inevitable ruin. The wraiths fought through it, but the instillers on the ground had ceased their work, paralyzed by the oppressive force of the etheric spell. Something was growing inside the cage with us, an empty nothingness, like a hunger that couldn't be sated. Reaching out with desperate claws of mana and pure force, I ripped and tore at the inside of the etheric walls, willing the mana to dissipate the ether. The ether rippled forcefully, but it didn't break. The wraiths continued to bombard the walls as well, and I could sense my own desperation bleeding into them as they grew first uncertain and then panicked, but I struggled to rein myself in. Abandoning my attacks, I grasped for the mana on the other side of the barrier, but I couldn't reach it. And still, the three dragons were cold and emotionless. No glint of victory reached their eyes, no grimace of strain bared their teeth. They were like three frustrating statues emanating their etheric spell. Even as I thought this, though, all three sets of eyes shifted slightly, darkening and focusing on the rift. My own gaze was pulled slowly along behind theirs. Black-purple light began to emanate from the rift, which was within the cage with us. The something that was being called, that I had felt from the instant the cage appeared, was coming through, closing in on us. I felt hunger gnawing at me, the bitter coldness of it gripping my bones in teeth of fear. I stared into the void, conjured through the walls between the worlds to swallow us whole. It spilled from the rift like a dark cloud, like blood from a cut, like fetid breath from a rotting mouth. Reaching out, I took hold of as much mana as I could and condensed it around the rift, a storm of ice and wind and shadow. The void consumed it, dragging the mana into itself where it was snuffed out, and I suddenly understood. The void would spread throughout the cage, devouring all within. It was a trap from the beginning. My fear gave way to anger and frustration. I slammed a wall of mana into the void, attempting to disrupt it or push it back into the rift. But the emptiness only swallowed my mana, and my efforts only seemed to speed its growth. I needed to subdue it, delay it, anything to give myself time to think. How did one stop nothing? I vacillated rapidly between wanting to keep attacking the cage in an attempt to break free or focusing on the growing black-purple darkness. You bombard the barrier. Focus on a single point, make a dent, a crack, anything, I ordered, gesturing to three battle groups. All the rest, hold your positions, I finished, watching breathlessly as the cloud of purple-black nothing spilled down from above. All the beautiful blues, greens, yellows, and reds of the atmospheric mana dissolved to colorless nothing as the cloud crept down the sky. Soon, there would be no mana left inside the etheric cage with us at all, and then, knowing that I would need that mana, I pulled it away from the void, emptying the air around it of mana, matching it with a void of my own making. Its progress seemed to slow, oozing left and right, spilling outward like a puddle, and I startled. It reminded me of nothing so much as a wild beast sniffing around for prey. Raster, take your battle group and circle around. Get above the emanation, above the rift, I ordered. The wraith did not hesitate, snapping into motion as he and his brethren skirted around the edge of the darkness, disappearing from sight above. But I could feel the signature they were giving off, and so apparently could the void, because its downward progress gusted to a halt while it began inching its way up toward the wraiths, expanding as it did so, filling up every space it passed over. The five wraiths conjured barriers of protective mana around themselves so that they were wreathed in flame, shadow, and wind. I drew away the mana between them and the void cloud, but this time it did not stop. They were too close, perhaps their signatures too strong. Tendrils of black-purple darkness reached for them, forcing them to fly up, but they were near the ceiling already. So close the void seemed to be dragging the mana away from them, their shields spilling into it, the mana particles blowing off them like dandelion seeds before vanishing. A tendril brushed against a wraith's foot, and the appendage dissolved, conjuring a surprised scream. The mass of hungry emptiness sped toward the five wraiths, spilling up into the sky above the portal. Everyone focus on the walls there, and there, I shouted urgently, pointing to the spots closest to the dragons. As if broken out of a trance, the other battle groups joined the first two I'd assigned to attack the walls, bombarding the etheric barrier with every spell at their disposal as they released a colossal outpouring of destructive mana. Blood Iron, Soulfire, Void Wind, and Bile Water attribute spells struck, hammered, splashed, and sliced the walls containing us, all contained to those three narrow points. But my thoughts were condensing too slowly. There was only so much mana in this small slice of ground, only so much in me, and the void cloud was consuming it rapidly. Cursing under my breath, I wished suddenly that Nico was there. He was the smart one, the one with the plans. He would have some clever idea, some way to turn the void against them. Outside, the three dragons remained in their trance, apparently concentrating all their effort on maintaining their spells. The dark cloud spread above us, cutting off the five wraiths. The wounded woman attempted to fly around it and rejoin us, but the void moved with her. She tried to reverse course, but too late. With a truncated scream, it subsumed her, leaving nothing behind but more emptiness. In doing so, it brushed against the outer walls. When the first tendril of the moving void touched the ether of our cage, the vibrant purple energy shimmered, trembling outward across the entire surface of the vast magical structure, and the void recoiled, drawn toward four remaining wraiths instead. Outside our cage, the dragons shifted for the first time, a trembling tension shared between the three, as if concentrating on their spells had just become that much more difficult. It was confirmation enough. Grasping the mana around the four wraiths, I plunged it like a tether into the gnawing emptiness. As I'd expected, it took in the mana hungrily, drawn naturally upward to fill the space above the rift. One by one, Raster and the rest of his team vanished within it. With the void suddenly expanding rapidly, it couldn't help but press against the walls and ceiling, sending crackling waves of energy rippling across the outside of the towering pillar of purple light that entrapped us. One of the dragons shouted in dismay. "Ready your spells," I screamed, my voice cracking with fear and anticipation. The remaining wraiths paused in their assault, focusing instead on the dragons as they waited, buzzing with tension and magic. Sweat trickled down the dragons' brows, and their statuesque stillness gave way to geriatric quivering. What I had learned about dragon ether arts returned to me through the fog of war. They did not control ether in the same way I controlled mana, only coaxed it to do as they wished. This spell was incredibly powerful, so much so that it took three of them to conjure it, and the void. Whatever dark arts they used to summon it, surely their control over it was limited. I could see that in their strained and fearful expressions through the transparent walls of ether. This was an act of desperation. They were pushing themselves and their magic to the edge of their control to destroy me. Even as I realized what I needed to do, the darkness began descending yet again, creeping into the emptiness I had conjured between us and it. The atmosphere at the bottom of our cage was thick with all the mana that I'd transplanted to create that barrier. Now I took hold of it, pulling it all close to me. Some of the instillers and wraiths cried out as they felt the mana go, but I had no time to explain. When all that condensed mana of the area directly around the rift was forced together like a hot white soup sloshing in the air around me, I took a long, shaking breath. With one last glance at where the void crackled and dragged across the etheric walls, I hurled the mana upward, forcing it as far and as fast as I could. The living darkness of the void took it in greedily, absorbing and unmaking all the mana I could give it. It swelled and seethed, growing rapidly, surging down toward us and pressing against the barriers constraining it, dark tendrils digging into the etheric walls. Like ice freezing the cracks between cobblestones, the void expanded. There was no explosion, no fireworks, not even a noise. One moment the cage surrounded us, the next it simply dissolved into purple mist and then to nothing at all, and the void lost form and shape like a wisp of cloud quickly blown away. The dragon to my left sagged under the backlash of the spell's failure and could do nothing to defend himself as the wraith's spells converged on him. As ancient and powerful as he perhaps was, he was still flesh and bone, and under the rain of destructive magic, his skin broke open, his bones shattered and turned to dust, and only very little of him at all remained to tumble like a wingless bird into the beast glades below. Despite a sudden punishing fatigue that made my arms feel like lead and my skull pulse with each desperate beat of my heart, I rushed to take hold of the mana around the dragon to my right and ripped it away, creating a pocket of empty space around him. His eyes rolled back into his head as he struggled to keep hold of his own mana, fighting back at my control and slinging out wild spells. A gout of silver fire scorched the air between us, and I intercepted it with a gleaming shield, my body aching with the effort. Burning whips cracked around the shield's edges, emanating from the silver flames, and I severed them with conjured blades. The flames combusted, launching apart in several smaller fireballs that all dropped like catapult stones toward the instillers still struggling to set up the equipment below. But the flames flagged and withered to nothing as I fought to cancel out the spell, releasing the mana back into the atmosphere. From the corner of my eye, I saw spells flying at the other surviving dragon, but dozens of interlocking plates of bright violet energy appeared around her, moving smoothly past each other like the cogs of a complex watch to catch the wraith's attacks and defuse them, never taking the full brunt of so many spells on any single plate. The dragon whose mana I had forced away was struggling to stay upright, but my arms still trembled as I deflected his spells. We sat in equilibrium for a moment, both red-faced and sweating, his pure mana flashing between us with each attack. I bided my time, just for a moment, trying to catch my breath and still my quivering muscles. Each attack was weaker and slower, until I was able to reach out and snuff a bolt of pure mana on the dragon's very fingertips. With a wary, desperate moan, I clenched my fist, and around him the mana I'd pulled aside surged back in, crushing his unprotected body like an insect between my fingers, and then his corpse also plunged from the sky. Mana moved behind me, not condensing into a spell, but being brushed out of the way of one, and I dodged just as a short spear of ether thrust at the base of my neck. The blow, Viper Strike quick, nicked the top of my shoulder, drawing a hot line of pain and blood. Elsewhere, dozens of other spears appeared out of thin air at the same moment, and several of my wraiths cried out simultaneously as ether pierced their cores. Cursing, I barely dodged another attack, then a third, unable to strike back or assist the others as spear after spear formed and stabbed, each one coming from a different direction, intercepting my path or even attempting to thrust into the direction I would be forced to dodge. Remembering my battle with Arthur, I wrapped my hands in mana and feinted an off-course, lurching dodge away from one spear. When I felt the shifting of the air and mana that indicated a new spear forming, I grabbed it with both hands even before it could launch itself at my throat. Mana swelled into my arms, shoulders, and chest, my physical strength surging, and I spun through the air. Before a new spear could manifest, I launched the one in my hands, wrapping my own mana around it. It flew like the bullet of an old earth firearm, almost too fast to see with the naked eye. When it struck the spinning mechanism of clockwork magic plates, the ether spear shattered one small shield before slamming into the woman's stomach. Her body lurched backwards, colliding with her own spell, which battered her back and forth several times before both the spear and the shields faded. She fell in slow motion, still conscious enough to channel her magic but lacking the strength or wherewithal to keep herself aloft or prepare new defenses. Or so I thought. In the moment of hesitation that followed, the wraiths all looking to me for orders, the woman launched herself toward the rift, becoming little more than a streak of white and gold as her body expanded rapidly outward, wings sprouting from her back, scales growing over her flesh, her neck shooting forward as it elongated. Pushing off against the mana as if it were a wall, I hurled myself into her path. The enormous dragon's neck twisted around, glowing amethyst eyes alight with fear and fury. She bared teeth as long as swords and snapped at me. Gravity increased so quickly and with such enormous pressure that the reptilian jaws snapped shut again, teeth breaking and embedding themselves into the flesh of her mouth. Her wings bent awkwardly, the membranes tearing and the light bones snapping like twigs. All her forward momentum was absorbed by the gravity, and she tumbled back the way she had come. Not straight down, which would have damaged the equipment, but at a slight angle. When she hit the ground, several instillers fell as well. The shockwave of her impact digging a 100-foot-long trench into the hard-packed ground and obscuring her in a cloud of dust. The surviving wraiths, each one with a spell burning in their hands, arranged themselves around the dust, prepared to eviscerate the dragon at any sign of movement. But I could feel her struggle, see the weak effort of her mana to push back against the gravity well. Under the cover of the dust, I saw her outline in mana shrinking, resuming her humanoid form. Unhurried, I drifted down into the dust. A breeze blew around me, pushing the dust away to reveal, lying at the bottom of a huge crater, the final surviving Asura. I wondered very briefly who these three had been. How long had they labored to learn the ether arts they had performed today? I could only imagine the heights of their presumptuous arrogance as they accepted the task their lord gave them, and the depth of their regret and despair as they realized that they'd failed. The woman coughed up blood, her body spasming with pain, then relaxed, unfurling across the ground to stare up at me. The weight of millennia settled on me beneath her gaze. All that life, and I have undone it. This thought was met with pride and confidence, but also something deeper and harder to identify. I shook it off and kneeled beside the dragon. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed with difficulty. I thought perhaps she would say something, beg me for life or admonish me for my service to Agrona, but she was silent. Reaching out, I gripped her mana and began to siphon it away from her, absorbing it fully. Arthur's companion had only given me a taste, but it hadn't been enough to really gain a sense of the dragon's magic and abilities. I needed that insight in order to more fully counter their mana arts. She fought me, she could hardly do anything else, I imagined. It was instinct, like clawing at hands wrapped around her throat. But she was too far gone, and her efforts were feeble. I braced myself for whatever might come with the mana, afraid but also tantalized by the opportunity to see her memories. However, it seemed as if that part of the process was something unique to the Phoenixes, or I realized somewhat uncomfortably, perhaps even a purposeful effect by Dawn in the moments of her death, because all I experienced was the power itself. The particular aspect of dragon mana, pure mana, unfolded in my mind. No lesser core had ever clarified mana so brilliantly, even my own. It shone like snowflakes on a cold, bright midwinter morning. In some ways, it was the opposite of basilisk mana, which was dark and twisted, resulting in their decay-type mana arts, or perhaps because of them. I breathed it in, reveling in the energy and power that suffused me. The Asuran woman shivered, her flesh collapsing inward as the mana-suffused tissue beneath it was wrung out. Her eyes faded to a pale lavender, her skin grayed and her hair thinned. Her handsome beauty, like her strength, left her. And then she was dead. I sucked in a deep, fortifying breath, the infusion of draconic mana crackling in my muscles and behind my eyes, undoing some of my fatigue. And then my eyes snapped open as I felt the distant movement of similar mana signatures. Similar but less, I noted. None of the dragons I could sense had the strength of these 3, but 8, no, 10, dragon mana signatures were approaching rapidly from the north and the east. Quickly complete the arrays, I snapped, shooting up into the air. Below me, the instillers hurriedly continued the process of setting up the equipment. I scanned the horizon, but the dragons were still too far off to see. Can the remaining wraiths and I hold off so many? I asked myself, but I knew the answer. It had never been the plan for me to fight all the dragons on Dicathen at once. As I watched the instillers finish their work, my mind turned inward. Frustration flared as the adrenaline of battle wore off, and I was able to consider the fight that had unfolded. That the dragons would be protecting the portal was obvious, but that spell or combination of spells, or whatever the hell the dragons had been doing. My fists clenched and the mana around me warped outward. I knew I couldn't have escaped this trap on my own. Without the wraiths, without Raster's team's sacrifice, I would have been dissolved within that void, everything that made me just gone. Bile rose up the back of my throat and I tried to push the frustration, the cold and sickening rage back down deep. I was the legacy, I couldn't just lose, just die. And I shouldn't need anyone to save me, I thought desperately. Needing something else, anything else to focus on, I turned my smoldering ire on Tesha, who had been silent throughout the battle, but whom I had felt writhe in disgust as I drained the dragon dry. "No scolding, princess?" I asked bitterly. "Aren't you going to tell me what a terrible person I am, how evil and irredeemable, how blind?" "It appears there is nothing left for me to say that you don't already know," she replied, her voice dim, distant, and empty of emotion. I scoffed but couldn't come up with a reply. I wanted to argue with her, to fight her. I needed to defend myself, to make someone understand. Clenching my jaw, I tried to shake off the childish impulse. There was nothing to defend. I was doing my job, what I had to do, that was all. Below me, the last of the devices was assembled, and the power emitters, like antennas that collected and stored atmospheric mana, were being placed and connected. Struggling to be in the moment, I did the mental math. The instillers were working too slowly. On the horizon, I could now make out 5 dots growing quickly larger from the east. Cursing, I dropped down. The array was all connected together, it just lacked the power it needed. Steadying myself, I pressed both hands against the first of the mana crystals. I envisioned mana traveling through me, then through all the wires and cables, filling each device and letting it fulfill its purpose. Thought became reality, and the huge circle of artifacts began to hum with energy, each one emitting at first only a soft glow. This light radiated outward, slowly at first but with building speed and intensity until, with a sudden rush of mana, a dome of protective force curved over us to surround the rift, cutting it, and us off from the outside world. Only moments later, a missile of pure mana crashed against the side of the dome, which trembled under the force. I pushed more mana, and then more still, thankfully swelling with it from absorbing the dragon. Another spell and another collided with the barrier rapidly. Cracks ran across its surface, and the shield emitters began to whine. "Get the rest of this mana battery up and running," I said in a low, strained voice. There was a frozen moment as no one reacted. When my gaze swept over them a second later, the instillers jumped and hurried to comply as more spells impacted the side of the dome. I needed more power, more mana, to rapidly bring the emitters up to their full capacity. If only we'd had just 5 more minutes. My searching gaze settled on the rift above me. Little mana was being drawn into it now, but a significant amount was still pouring out. Tethering myself to the crystal with mana, I launched myself off the ground and flew into the middle of the distortion, not quite entering the rift, but floating in that same in-between space the dragons had occupied before the attack. There, I drank deeply from the wellspring of that mana, but I did not hold it within myself to be purified. Instead, I pressed it downward through the tether and into the array, which pulsed with energy as the projected shield surged and thickened, visible ripples of light pulsing along its surface to collide at the very top. The dragons arrived, their spells and breath and claws battering the barrier. I grinned, relief draining the fear out of me. The shield held. NICO sever, I fidgeted as I watched the light show happening to the east. It was too far for me to know if it was working or not. Although the shielding technology had been designed by Sovereign Orleath to hold back even High Sovereign Agrona, and I had seen it stop even Cecilia from breaking through, it still seemed like it was asking a lot for it to hold up under constant attack by who knows how many dragons. And then there was the disruption technology we developed based on the prototype Ceres left behind in the relictums. With it, we would interrupt the ability to travel through the rift, so Lord Indrath couldn't send dragons through from the other side. Like Ceres had done on the second level of the relictums, we would cut the 2 worlds off from one another. "Are we doing this or what?" Dragoth asked, scowling as he loomed over me. The rift was Cecilia's task to complete. I had my own. "The other teams have confirmed everything is in place?" I asked, more to get my head back in the process than because I worried they hadn't. One of the handful of instillers who accompanied us snapped out a nervous, "Yes, sir." I checked my timekeeping artifact, which had been synced with several other Wraith teams now spread out across Dicathen. Power up the teleportation frame. The instillers began activating the 20-foot-wide teleportation frame. I watched them with a mix of trepidation and pride. It was an artifact of my own design. While Cecilia had been searching the rifts, I was scouring dungeons in the deepest parts of the Beast Glades in search of a complete Djinn teleportation relic. The long-distance portals they developed still held up and were used throughout Dicathen, and to a lesser extent Alacria. They could even reach from one continent to the other as they had been used during the war. But Agrona's instillers had never learned to replicate them. I figured it out. The frame emitted a low hum, then a curtain of energy spilled down within the large open rectangle. I checked the timekeeping artifact again. Complete the link. The lead instiller programmed in the directions to a portal frame in Alacria. The mana shifted, gaining clarity. A moment later it rippled and a row of soldiers stepped through. Behind them another row stepped through and then another. I knew that our forces were pouring out of identical portals all across Dicathen, set up by teams of wraiths moving near invisibly. Apprehension filled me. Despite the effort that went into this moment just to allow these soldiers to step foot on Dicathian soil, I knew it was the easy part. As rank after rank of men filed through, I steeled myself for what was to come. No stone unturned, no village unburned. Those had been Agrona's words. Clearing my throat, I turned toward the wall less than a half-mile distant. And so begins the second invasion of Dicathen. Dragoth, you know what to do. Chapter 464, The Order, Seth Milviw. It was a cloudy day, a good day for a fight. Deep red clouds hung low overhead as if they were laden with blood about to spill over us. Is it my blood, though, or my enemies? I wondered idly, hand clenched around the hilt of my blade. Seeth, 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 the crowd chanted, my name becoming 2 syllables as they roared it loud enough to shake the soil beneath my feet. I looked across the battlefield at my opponent. Her thin and bedraggled hair hung down over her drowned pale and puffy flesh, a tinge of green to it. She looked like she'd wrapped herself in an old bed sheet or maybe a curtain instead of clothes. Sickly waves of poisonous mana wafted off her, but I didn't mind. I wasn't scared, not even a bit. I couldn't quite escape the feeling that I should be, but with my sword in my hand and my name in the air like thunder, it was impossible to be afraid of anything. Giving Bivri of the Dead 3 a winning smirk, I sauntered forward. Only, my feet didn't move. It was as if I were rooted to the ground, stuck fast. My hand grasped the hilt of my sword, which was in its sheath, but the blade wouldn't come free. I tugged and tugged, but it was futile. Then suddenly and with undeniable certainty, I understood that I was going to die. My body was frozen as the nightmare woman scuttled across the stadium floor toward me. I tried to shout, but the noise choked off in my own throat. Mana swelled in the atmosphere, building and building until I jolted upright, blinked rapidly against the sweat stinging my eyes. Groggily, I looked around, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. The dimly lit interior of a simple one-room dwelling open to an outside shaded by twilight. I jumped off the rough cot and grabbed my turn shoes, slipping them on and hurrying to the door. Seth, you fool, you fell asleep. It had been a long couple of weeks, maybe a bit more, I couldn't be quite sure, since the Sovereign's appearance and the attack. I'd only meant to lie down and shut my eyes for a minute, but, glancing westward, the sun had already gone beyond the distant mountains. I'd slept away the entire afternoon. As I looked around in search of Lyra Drade, a deep frown worked its way onto my face. Something was wrong. Everyone had stopped and they were staring south. My own gaze followed theirs and I suddenly felt it. Mana, so much mana that I could hardly make sense of it. It swooned and swelled, battering back and forth, casting a distant pink glow against the twilight sky. Vritra's horns, but it can't be a battle, a young woman I didn't know said from a few feet to my right. Sensing my gaze, she met my eye. The color had drained from her face. What kind of battle could cause such a... Her words trailed off as she struggled even to think of an appropriate description for the sensation. Then we all, as one, ducked or flinched, cries echoing across the encampment as a shadow fell over us, dim in the wan light. Looking up in fright, I watched as 2 huge winged reptilian beasts flew by overhead, leaving the encampment behind in a moment as they sliced through the air toward the distant battle. I swallowed heavily and unrooted my feet, an echo of my nightmare momentarily quickening my pulse. I needed to find Lyra or Lady Saris. As I burst into a run, the unmoving scene around me unfroze as well, and people hurried to find their blood, their families, with a few others shouting out for leadership and some eagerly grouping up to discuss the event. More than one, I noticed uncomfortably, watched the southern tree line with hungry expressions that seemed out of place with everyone else's fear. I hadn't run far when Lyra Drade strode around the corner of a larger family-sized building, her brows knit, her expression intense as she watched the dragons melt away into distant dots before being hidden by the horizon. Lady Lyra, something's happening, I said breathlessly. A battle in the Beast Glades. Her red eyes settled on me and a strange expression softened her features. Goosebumps rose along my arms and neck and I took a step back. Come with me, Seth, she said, her voice soft, a kind of ache half hidden within it. Without waiting for me, she walked past, heading for the southern edge of the encampment. There we found most of the villagers, those who stayed there permanently and a large number who were only there for a couple of days to help build a few new houses, already gathered, and they were almost all still staring south. Many turned to watch us and a few shouted out in response to Lyra's appearance. "Retainer Lyra, what is it? What's happening? A dragon, I saw a dragon. High Sovereign Agrona has finally come." The crowd went silent and all eyes turned to the young soldier who had shouted this. She seemed to realize her error immediately and shrank under so much attention, most of it clearly hostile. "Please, I must urge you all to be calm," Lyra said, her voice projecting across the small town so it sounded to each person as if she were standing right next to them. "Do or say nothing now that you may regret in an hour's time. We must trust that the dragons are protecting us as they've agreed, until such a time that we are given reason not to." "Where is Lady Saris?" a man with short black hair and a slightly ragged beard asked, stepping forward out of the crowd. "Surely she would have more to tell us than that." "Sulla," Lyra said placatingly, "I understand your fear, but regardless of what is happening to the south, we cannot panic. I'm not suggesting we panic, but perhaps we should do something besides sit here and wait to be saved," he shot back. I glanced between them rapidly, momentarily stunned by his attitude before remembering that Lyra wasn't a retainer anymore, just as Saris wasn't a scythe. They had made themselves our equals, but that didn't stop most of us from looking at them like our leaders. In Alacria, she probably would have flayed the skin from his bones without a thought, but then, that was exactly what we'd worked so hard to escape. If it seems as if danger is, I fell to my knees as the world trembled. The skin of my back burned as if I'd been branded, and a presence, a consciousness not my own wrapped in a sheath of power, clawed into the space just behind my eyes. I tried to look around and see if it was just me, unsure if it would be better that way or not, but I couldn't focus, could hardly see, as if a thick, gray woolen blanket had been pulled over my eyes. And then I heard the voice, and I knew it wasn't just me because all around me people screamed. The rumbling baritone made my bones quiver with desperation, like my skeleton wanted to rip its way out of me and run away. Even if I'd never heard that voice before in my life, I'd have known right away who it was. "Children of the Vritra," it began, rumbling so I couldn't tell if it was in my head or booming out of the air itself, "you have waited. You have bided your time so very patiently, and now your long wait is at its end." My vision slowly returned, and I saw dozens of other Alacrians in the same position as me. As if I'd been forced to kneel before the High Sovereign himself, I thought wildly. A few had stayed standing, swaying on their feet or leaning against a wall or fence, but only Lyra seemed physically unaffected. The way she focused into the middle distance, staring blindly at nothing at all, was enough to tell me she could hear the voice as well though. "The time has come. The war begins anew, and you will be the edge of the blade that will slit your dragon overlords' throats. You will lift up arms once again, and your subjugators will become but dust and blood trod into the roads on your way to victory. It begins with the one who put you here, who stole your strength and your freedom." Without looking at me, Lyra's hand took hold of my shirt and lifted me uncomfortably back to my feet. It stayed there, clenched into the fabric like the claw of some mana beast, as the color drained from her face. "Find Arthur Leywin, find the lance they presumptuously call Godspell, and bring him to me. Alive if you can, but his core will suffice just as well." Like a stone falling from the sky, a figure slammed into the ground nearby, pearl hair fluttering around her horns before falling back down over her black battle robes. Saris's dark eyes tracked over the crowd, settling on Lyra. She looked grim. "Do not refuse me." I flinched so bad I might have fallen if not for Lyra's grip as the same man from before shouted into the sky. "But I do refuse." His voice cut across the stillness like the noise of a sword clashing against a shield, then hung there uncomfortably. "Sulla, be silent," Saris hissed, taking a step toward him and waving for him to settle down. Instead, he took a few steps out into the open, turning to look at everyone else. "I don't know what magic this is, but he's just trying to scare us, pick up our blades and go to war. Most of us did everything we could to escape our eternal service to the Vritra. We risked our lives. Fight for him now? No, I don't think so." I caught sight of Enola pushing her way forward, her face set, clearly ready to join him, but her grandfather took her by the wrist and jerked her back, scolding her so viciously that even my dauntless classmate paled and was silent in response. But others did come forward to stand at Sulla's side. I recognized them all, even if I didn't know them individually. Most were those who had fought alongside Saris in Alacria as part of her rebellion, but a few I knew had been soldiers. Among them was the sentry Baldurvesser. I knew him pretty well as he'd worked closely with Lyra, having become a de facto leader among the soldiers when Professor Gray, Arthur, I reminded myself, tasked Baldur with rounding up the troops after the rout at Blackbend City. "Lauden, no," a woman hissed, dragging my confused gaze through the crowd to where a man was pushing away from an older couple, clearly his parents. He looked just like them and striding proudly to join the growing crowd. "Please, mother." We've come this far, haven't we already given up every shred of power the Denoir name once carried? Abyss take us, but it was right, wasn't it? He clapped Sulla on the shoulder. I won't recant now, Lauden Denoir. Lady Karaz's brother, I acknowledged dimly, my thoughts refusing to come into focus. My brain felt like it was being compressed within my skull. Stop, be still, be silent, Saris commanded, suddenly shrill, a panic growing in her that I'd never seen before. Beside me, Lyra was tense, the hand clutching my shirt trembling. Lady Saris, we all swore ourselves to your cause back in Alacria, Sulla said. I won't cow before a Grona now and not ever again, not when I. Sweat was pouring down his face and he grimaced as words seemed to fail him. One hand began scratching at his back and a growing terror fell across his features. Suddenly he was clawing at himself, moaning low in the back of his throat, and all those nearby stepped back aghast. With wide, horrified eyes he looked at Saris, but she was shaking her head. I'm sorry, Sulla, all of you, I'm so sorry. His shirt, which covered his runes, was smoking, a glow emanating through the cloth. As it lit on fire, burning outward from his spine, he fell to his knees and screamed. A sudden burst of black-tinged wind lifted him off the ground, spun him around, and slammed him back into the soil. Blades of wind and fire sprouted from his body, spraying blood in a halo around him, then spun, eviscerating his body and silencing his agonized screeching. Too late, I turned away and closed my eyes. Still your minds, Saris shouted, both hands pressing down into the air around her as if she could smother the growing terror. Do not answer him, not aloud, not in your own thoughts, keep, someone else cried out, and I couldn't help but look. One of those who joined Sulla was engulfed in blue flames, their skin blackening and their eyes turning to jelly as they clawed at the ground. The crowd screamed as one and pulled back yet further from the small cluster of those who had been brave enough to stand up and shout out their denial of Agrona's orders. Terrified, I tried to do as Saris ordered, smothering my own thoughts. Without meaning to, I inched closer to Lyra and her arm wrapped around my shoulder, pulling me close, but my eyes fixed on one person. Lady Karaz's brother, Lauden, was stumbling back from the crimson stain that had been the man, Sulla. He was smeared with Sulla's blood, but his face was blank, confused. I thought distantly that my own face must look pretty much the same. Beside him, another person began to die, their runes igniting and their own spells ripping them apart from the inside. Lauden's eyes pierced through the crowd to find his mother and father. The woman was weeping openly, pleading with her husband as he held her back from running to her son. My stomach clenched, wriggling sickeningly inside me, but no matter how much I wanted to look away, I just couldn't. And so I watched, wreathed in the unexpected comfort of Lyra Drade's arm, as Lauden Denoir's runes burst, their energy burning away his shirt and the skin of his back. Mana spilled out of him like blood from a butchered wogart, bubbling up from his lungs and out his nose and mouth as he choked and drowned in it. A vein in his neck burst, spraying outward, then another, and then I did look away in the end. For a moment I was afraid that the same thing was happening to me, but when I retched, only bile and my mostly digested lunch came up, spattering the ground and my shoes. I gave you the power you wield, and it is mine. Work against me in action, word, or even in thought, and the magic that was my gift to you will become your bane. These first brave few, for acting as my example to you, have spared their bloods from the same fate, but any others who disobey condemn their mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters to share their painful and gruesome end. The voice went silent, but the clutching presence still pressed against my lower spine. As I wiped my mouth, I looked up, back into the village, and met a pair of laughing red eyes. Standing as if petrified, with my sleeve half dragged across my lips and my back hunched as I attempted to straighten, I stared at the wraith. Perhada, I remembered, the woman who had subdued a sovereign. Perhaps sensing my distress, Lyra turned as well, sucking in a sharp breath as she noticed the woman. Scythe Saris, she called urgently, accidentally slipping into the habit of using her old title. The entire crowd dragged their gazes away from the smoldering remains of those who had died, and then as one flinched back as they saw the wraith lurking behind them, her lips curved into a smirk. Her stance and expression both relaxed, almost lazy. The energy of that moment tingled beneath my skin, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I couldn't recall ever experiencing such fear. Then Saris was beside me. Her fingers brushed my shoulder, and it was like she released me from some spell. I jolted upright and took a couple steps back, splashing in my own sick as I sought to hide behind Lyra like a child. I told you, Perhada said, sing-song. She took a bouncing step forward, her deep red eyes jumping from Saris to the corpses and then back again. These are Agrona's soldiers, understand, and the time has come that the High Sovereign is ready to make use of them. The order has been given and you will march, as I said before. Or. Her smile sharpened like a dagger being drawn over a whetstone. Lead them elsewhere, Saris. Tell them to refuse to stay here, to do anything except exactly what he commands. You know what will happen? I stared at Saris, knowing she had to have some way around this, past it. She had to, otherwise what had it all been for? Beside me, Lyra shifted. Lady Saras's hand snapped up, fast as a whip, and she half turned to look past Lyra to all the others gathered there, then off to the east and west, no doubt thinking of the thousands upon thousands of Alacrians in the other encampments. Did they all experience the same thing? I wondered somewhere in the back of my mind. Finally, Saras spoke. Gather what weapons and armor we have, we march to war. Caradnoir Alice set down a bowl of mushroom stew, still steaming and giving off a rich, meaty scent, and nudged the plate of fresh-baked biscuits closer to me. Please eat up, dear. You and Ellie have both been training so hard, I worry about you. I couldn't help but chuckle, but it was a sound of appreciation and wonder more than amusement. Thank you, this smells wonderful. And it did too. It was strange that such a simple meal could seem so complete and complex and homely. I'd grown up with private chefs who were happy to prepare an entirely separate meal for each member of my family, but it had been a long time since something as simple as a meal had felt special like this one. Ellie laughed too, slurping down a spoonful of her own stew, her focus somewhere deep below us. Speaking of, did you see Gideon today? He burned off his eyebrows again. She giggled and sprayed stew on the table, which only made her laugh more as Alice glowered at her. I know the poor man, I said, hiding my own smile behind a spoon-filled hand. And he was doing so well too. Alice tried to smile as she tossed a towel at Ellie to clean up her mess, but she didn't seem entirely focused on the moment, and I thought I could guess why. I didn't pry, however, and instead took up a spoonful of my dinner, blowing gently on the broth to cool it. I hope Arthur is all right, she said, inviting us into her thoughts anyway. I set the spoon back into the bowl without tasting the stew, then met her eye. She returned the look only for a moment before her eyes darted away again, and I felt a squirming guilt within me. I hadn't told Ellie or Alice about my conversation with Arthur yet. He'd be upset to know Ellie had invited me for dinner, although perhaps more so that I'd accepted. Perhaps it had been a moment of rebelliousness, or… No, I told myself chidingly. You were lonely, and you accepted a moment of kindness even if you shouldn't have, that is all. No one is more capable of facing whatever is to come than Arthur, I said aloud. When Alice met my eye again, it was my turn to look away, hurrying to stuff a spoonful of stew into my mouth and instantly regretting it as the sensitive tissue of my tongue burned. Ha, I breathed out, searching for a change of subject. Anyway, I was surprised when Ellie asked me to dinner. I thought Arthur would have you two hidden away in a vault somewhere, I said, only half teasing. Winsome was supposed to come get us today, but so far he's nowhere to be found, Ellie explained, acting as if it wasn't a big deal. Her brother, I expected, would very much disagree. Alice sighed deeply and pushed her own bowl away before continuing with her previous thought as if it hadn't been interrupted. I know he has Sylvie and Regis, but they're as much a part of him as his own thoughts, you know. I worry about him being lonely. The word caught me off guard, like an echo of my own thoughts from just a minute earlier. I cleared my throat and dabbed at my lips with a napkin, unsure how to respond. It's just that the world has put him up on this pedestal. Alice stared, unseeing, at the curling steam slowly wafting off my bowl. And he's so high up there and with no one to keep him company. No one who understands him, who can offer him companionship. Not really. I mulled over her words, thinking if I, or anyone for that matter, could be that companion. Or was I just one of the many looking up at him on that pedestal? After a beat of silence, I opened my mouth to offer her words of consolation that I hadn't decided on yet, but all that came out was a ragged gasp. A warmth spread out from my runes and my mana seemed to gust and swell, only half controlled. And then I heard the voice, unguent and violating. Children of the Vritra, you have waited. You have bided your time so very patiently, and now your long wait is at its end. My eyes flew open, and I stared in horror at Alice and Ellie. They both stared back, reflecting only growing confusion. Pushing my chair away from the table, I stumbled toward the door into the sitting chamber. But as the voice grew in strength, my control seemed to weaken, and I barely made it to the opening before I collapsed against the frame. Looking across space as if I were seeing Agrona's face in a projection, his sneering, smirking visage looking down on me as he continued, explaining everything. No, that's not possible, can't, I gasped, lunging toward the front door. A bulky brown shape appeared before me, and I bounced off the furry wall, collapsing onto my rear, only half understanding. The bearish creature let out a low, dangerous growl as he loomed above me. Boo, Ellie shouted, horrified. What are you? Find Arthur Leywin. Find the lance they presumptuously call Godspell and bring him to me. Alive if you can, but his core will suffice just as well. Do not refuse me. Arthur, I moaned. He knew, but how could he have foreseen this? I have to get out of here, I said, staring up into dark, wet, beady eyes. But I won't do that, I refuse, I'd rather die. Sikara, Ellie stammered, hovering above and behind me. I could almost feel her hands extended toward me, frozen just out of reach. What's going on? Through clenched teeth, I tried to explain, but a sudden surge of pain and power from my runes split the words into a scream. I threw myself on my back, writhing. Alice grabbed Ellie and pulled her away, and Boo roared and leapt over me, putting himself between the Leywins and my body. But was it even, or did my Vertra blood make it Agrona's body? Was it even a body now? Or had he turned me into a weapon, a bomb, and I had planted myself exactly where I shouldn't be? I'd have cursed if I could have gotten a word out through the pain. My mind flashed for just a second to my adoptive blood, my family, and I hoped beyond hope that they were okay. But even that thought was swallowed as wind began gusting around me, turning my body half about and then lifting me up and slamming me against the wall. Heavy paws pinned me to the floor, teeth bared in my face. I felt a blade of wind cut a line across my cheek. "Run," I gasped, ragged and desperate. "Please, you have to." Small hands grasped mine, and I looked over to see Ellie kneeling next to me, tears spilling unnoticed down her cheeks. "Agrona, he knows, searching for Arthur using the Alacrians already in Dicathen," I stammered, struggling to get each word out. "My runes, using my runes." Ellie's presence was like a cooling balm against my burning skin, but even as I looked at her, a blade of wind slashed across her forearm. She winced and I tried to pull free, but I lacked the strength. I closed my eyes, feeling tears streaming down my own face now. I needed her to understand, I needed them all to run. "I won't be the reason Arthur loses his family," I thought desperately. "Not after what happened, the things he said, I can't." And then, Ellie was there, not just her physical presence, but her mana pushing into me. She was reaching for my own, soothing it and calming the storm inside me. It snapped back at her, its agitation held in check but not quelled. Her spell form was a wonderful piece of magic, but this teenage girl couldn't match herself against the might of Agrona Vritra himself and expect to defeat him. I knew that all too well. The spell form, my mind lurched, my thoughts only half connected to one another. My Alacrian runes were swallowing up my mana, activating and unleashing their pent-up spells back against my body. But the spell form I'd received in Dicathen was dormant, at ease. As Ellie struggled to control the self-destructive mana, I opened my core and pushed. As much mana as I could control flooded the spell form, and Alice gasped. I opened my eyes to see ghostly flames dancing across my body. Alice had flinched back even as Boo's jaws reached for my throat. "Boo, don't," Ellie screamed, and the creature hesitated. "Flames won't hurt." I gasped, but I couldn't voice more than that. Although I'd practiced with the new spell form constantly for weeks, now the flames spilled out around me and across the floor without direction. The room vanished beneath them, so it was just me, Alice, Ellie, and Boo huddled amid a heatless conflagration. And some of the tension eased with less mana being pulled to my other runes. Wind yanked at my heel, and my leg bent unnaturally with a tearing and cracking sound that summoned bile up the back of my throat. The flames faltered, and wind exploded, hurling Ellie back. The rest of my bones creaked as Boo pressed his weight down more fully, pinning me to the floor even as the blustering wind sought to tear me apart. I fought through the pain, kept channeling mana into the new spell form, then hot hands were pressing against my face and neck, a silver glow suffused me and healing magic poured through me. The agony of my back and leg cooled. Ellie was there again, her will surging against the curse activating inside of me, the force of my own runes trying to tear me to shreds. More mana flooded out as ghostly fire, burning it all away. Desperate and wild, I activated the silver cuff as well, sending the thin spikes of silver out to hover around us all, imbuing them with all the mana my unfocused consciousness could grasp hold of. And as my core emptied, I felt Ellie's probing fingers of pure mana strengthen and tighten. She was taking control, holding my mana down as I burned it away, emptying this assault of the fuel it needed. My leg shifted and popped as it moved back into place. A bloody gash on my hip I hadn't noticed happening sealed over. My core ached as I crushed every last particle of my own native mana from it. With the same suddenness with which the attack began, it ceased, my body purged of whatever sickness was causing it. Ellie and Alice kept working, ensuring my body was healed and the little lingering mana in my veins remained under control, but Boo eased back, taking his paws off me. My collarbone fused back together and healed under Alice's touch. Minutes passed as we all lay in a heap, breathless and sweat-soaked, before Alice broke the silence. "Kara, are you okay?" I only hummed my affirmative response, not sure how okay I really could be. She swallowed and glanced at Ellie before continuing. Well, you said, about Arthur." I stiffened suddenly as Agrona's voice once again filled my mind. "I gave you the power you wield, and it is mine. Work against me in action, word, or even in thought, and the magic that was my gift to you will become your bane. These first brave few, for acting as my example to you, have spared their bloods from the same fate, but any others who disobey condemn their mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters to share their painful and gruesome end. No, O Vritra, no. Corbett, Lenora, Lawden, and the others, they were all in danger because of me." I struggled to sit up, but Alice pressed a hand against my shoulder. "Rest, Kara, you need to, Vajracker," I moaned, pushing aside her hand and continuing to struggle. "I have to warn the dragons, they must know." Alice blinked in surprise, but Ellie stood and took my hand, pulling me to my feet. "I'll come with you." "We'll all go," Alice said firmly, an expression of fierce and protective love hardening her features. Without waiting for permission or even understanding, she headed toward the door. I stumbled after her, Ellie helping to support me. My entire body protested the movement, but I broke into a run after Alice through the labyrinthine halls of the Earthborn Institute, out into the city of Vildoriel, and up the long highway to Lodenhold, the Dwarven Palace. My heart sank when we found the outer halls full of nervously gossiping dwarves. No one stopped us even as we entered the throne room itself. It was empty. The dragons were gone. Jasmine FLAMESWRTH. As the mana surged violently off to the east, another dragon flew over the wall, speeding away with frightening urgency. I glanced over at Helen but found no answers. She was just as uncertain as I was. The wall's defenders, adventurers from guild halls all over Sapin, lined the top of the colossal structure, staring nervously eastward over the beast glades. There was little we could do except watch and hope nothing approached, but it seemed like Arthur's caution was borderline prescient. It hadn't even been a full day since he went into his refuge beneath the wall. Lance Micah Earthborn came down from where she had been flying high above, hovering in the open air in front of us. Her stone eye, black as a cloudy night sky, gave her a fearsome look. That was one of Vadreker's guards, I'm certain of it. Unbelievable, if they've left the cities undefended, She trailed off with a sigh and a shrug. By rock and root, what exactly am I going to do about it? But they shouldn't be leaving their posts. The rift must be under attack, so they're going to defend it. The only thing that makes sense, really. If there is a force in this world that can defeat the dragons, then this is all for naught anyway, Helen said matter-of-factly. As for us, all we can do is the job that was entrusted to us. Arthur lies vulnerable beneath our feet. We need to keep him safe and whole long enough for him to accomplish his goal. That boy's been fighting for us since he was 14 years old. Now it's our turn to fight for him. Lance Micah nodded gravely. He's our best hope, dragons or no dragons. I wish he was here now, Angela Rose said, leaning over a crenellation and looking down. Whatever's happening out there, it'd be a lot less scary if I knew our resident Lance Godspell was protecting us and not the other way around. Lance Micah scoffed. Well, you'll have to make do with just me, but I've been— What's that? Angela asked, leaning a little farther out and staring into the trees. There's something moving in the shadows. The lance flew 20 or so feet away, then cursed and wheeled around. Man your posts, the enemy is— Dozens, hundreds of spells erupted from the shadows of the trees. It shouldn't have been possible. No sizable force could move so quietly and without a glimmer of mana signatures, and yet somehow the Alacrians were right on top of us. Lance Micah batted away a handful of spells and dodged others, while conjuring plates of stone to deflect as many more as possible. Bolts of fire and lightning, spears of ice and air, and bullets of every element collided with the front of the wall or the gates far below, while more spells were aimed at the adventurers standing atop the structure. Like ants, hundreds of Alacrians poured out of the trees that were cut back a couple 100 feet from the base of the wall to provide better line of sight to the ground. Not that it had helped. Spells began to rain from the top of the wall, but shields of a dozen different shapes and colors absorbed or deflected most of the damage. All around me, adventurers were shouting for orders or running to get to their positions, caught out of place by the suddenness of the assault. Helen was directing traffic, but she had her bow in hand, and with every order shouted, she loosed an arrow down into the oncoming army. Angela, you're supposed to be with Durden at the vault, Helen ordered, letting off another shot. Angela Rose hesitated before nodding and hurrying away, pushing past other adventurers who were rushing to the wall's edge to start casting their own spells. There was too much traffic to wait for the long elevators, so she leaped down a flight of stairs and vanished from sight. A round blade of wind hissed through the air between Helen and me, forcing us both to dodge away. It clipped a conjurer across the side of his neck behind us, taking him to the ground with a surprised yell of pain, then curved around and came back. I caught it on a wind-imbued dagger and deflected it back in the direction it had come from, but it carved a wide arc through the air and returned once more, this time bearing down on Helen. A shield of dark rock appeared in front of her, catching the disc but shattering under the force of its impact. A mana-infused arrow hissed through the remaining rubble, carving its long arc down into the army below. I didn't see who the arrow struck, but the cutting disc of wind attribute mana dissolved only a moment later. Below, I saw a black blur speed away from the enemy forces, and then a cacophonous crack rent the air, followed by the trembling of solid stone beneath my feet. A single towering, broad-shouldered, horned man had stepped forward from the enemy's front line. The black streak had come from him. Now a sphere of gleaming darkness, solid black metal, appeared in front of his outstretched hand before again flying at the reinforced gate at the wall's base. Another crash, another tremble. A surge of mana responded, buttressing the structure's stone and metal with magic. The reinforcement is holding, someone shouted, their words heavy with relief. But for how long? Helen asked under her breath. A brightly burning comet appeared in the sky above the battlefield, hovering for only an instant before plummeting down toward the man. I had to look away from the brightness, but the following flash and concussive blast nearly knocked me off my feet. I grabbed the soldier next to me, steadying myself and her at the same time, then returned my gaze to the battle. The ground all around the Horned Man and the Alacrian frontline was scorched and blasted, but he didn't seem harmed at all. In fact, though it could have been the distance playing tricks on me, it looked like he was grinning. With a whip-crack flourish, he sent another projectile at the gates and the wall trembled. Not long enough, I told Helen, already moving. Instead of wasting time with the elevator or even the stairs, I bolted across the top of the wall, planted one foot firmly on a merlin, and leapt out into open air. The buildings of the wall's interior town were far, far below, but they rose toward me rapidly. Concentrating air attribute mana beneath 1 foot, I caught some of my own momentum, slowing me perceptibly before my weight broke through. I repeated this again with the alternating foot, and then yet again like I was running down the air itself. Despite flying down the wall's interior side at great speed, when I hit the ground a few seconds later, I didn't burst apart on the hard stone but instead pushed the collected momentum forward into a dead sprint toward the interior of the main eastern gates. Dozens of adventurers were already gathered there. Conjurers holding fireballs in their bare hands or swirling with freezing air next to augmenters imbued with mana, some wrapped in stone or with burning weapons. Stone pillars had been pulled up from the ground to support the gate, and the soil was grown over with venomously green, thorny vines. The gates rang like an enormous gong as another projectile struck from outside. The mana pouring through the wall's interior to reinforce it was like a physical presence in the air. But there was a whining, strained element to it that told me the defensive measure wouldn't hold out much longer as hoped. A scream punctuated through the resounding crash at the gates, and a man plunged down the inside of the wall, only to be caught moments before striking the ground by a condensed cloud of wind and water. Outside the gate, I heard the earth shifting and stone grinding against stone. The gates burst apart as an enormous black iron spike ripped through it, large enough and with so much force that it cracked the foundations of the wall around it. As one, the defenders flinched back. Many had already conjured shields or other protective barriers that saved many lives, but the giant spike split into hundreds of spear-sized slivers, scattering death like so many thrown dice. Stone burst, mana cracked and collapsed, and ice shattered as the spears carved a bloody swath through our number. Crawling to my feet, having thrown myself beneath a barrage of the black iron spears, I stared through the newly punched opening. Hundreds of Alacrians were charging toward us, weapons and spells raised. Outside the shattered gates, the battlefield was littered with gleaming shards of some black crystal. The lance kneeled amidst the wreckage. She seemed stunned, as if she'd taken a mighty blow. As I wavered on whether or not to rush to her side, the shattered remnants of crystal began to rise and fly to her, snapping into place all over her body like plates of armor. She stood in a wall of gravity, visible as a distortion in the air that raced ahead of her, pulling the dust to the ground and crushing the soil down several inches, barreled out toward the approaching soldiers. The hard-packed ground moved beneath her feet, and 5 black fingers curled up from the soil, closing in around her like a fist. She raised one arm, and a huge stone hammer was suddenly clenched in her fist. She swung it straight down into the metal palm with all her might. Stone and metal screeched as both hammer and conjured appendage shattered, but the gravity wave had been interrupted, subsiding just before striking the charging army. Lance Micah cast a calculating look back through the tunnel mouth, and then she was flying through it at speed back into our ring of defenders. "For Dicathen," she bellowed, hovering 10 feet in the air above us, her hammer gripped in both hands. "For Dicathen," the adventurers shouted in response, their voices resounding through the fortification. A gout of green flame spread out ahead of the charging Alacrians, burning away the thickly tangled vines, then an obscuring mist spilled out of the tunnel mouth, hiding the enemy from sight. An instant later, spells began firing out at us. As one, our cohort returned fire, dumping everything we had into the gap. "Choke the breach with the bodies of their dead," Lance Micah growled. Suddenly the mist fell out of the very air, revealing the progressing soldiers hidden behind their conjured shields. They struggled to progress forward, their feet dragging across the ground as if they couldn't lift them. An answering bellow came from within the tunnel, and then the Horned Man burst out, flying over the Alacrian soldiers and colliding with the lance. The two crashed through the wall of a nearby building and vanished from sight as the Alacrians were once again speeding forward. Ducking beneath a beam of orange fire attribute mana, I darted forward and threw myself at the first enemy I reached. A panel of mana appeared just where I struck, catching the blow and turning it aside. He raised a spear in response, thrusting in turn at my ribs. Whirling, I caught the spear on one dagger and moved it aside as I tossed the other dagger in the opposite direction. A panel of mana appeared to protect a different Alacrian soldier, but the dagger, held within a fist of air attribute mana, curved around behind my target and drove in between his shoulder blades. The spear went limp in his grasp, then my first dagger sank into his chest. With a twist of mana, the dagger in his back leapt to my hand. Recalling everything I had been taught about how the Alacrians fought and the way their battle groups were structured, I searched for their shields, those mages who focused on protecting the others. All over the battlefield, swirling barriers of fire and wind appeared to deflect the spells and blows of my allies. And we were quickly losing the game of numbers as more and more of the Alacrians poured through. As I ducked past a caster slinging bolts of condensed lightning, a building behind us exploded outward, raining rubble down on the battlefield. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Lance Micah swinging her hammer with enough force to distort the air around her, and each blocked blow seemed to ripple outward from the impact and send tremors through my bones. Her opponent, a scythe, I was certain deflected the blows with a towering shield of black iron that rang like a giant bell with each strike. He wore a look of ecstasy, reveling in the combat. Thankfully, he had eyes only for her. But I had no time to gawk at their fight. A striker closed in on me, orbs of white-blue lightning spinning around them. A gusting barrier of wind moved with them, and not far behind, a caster channeling mana into fiery bolts fixed me with a dire stare. As the striker swung with his bare fist, the lightning orbs moved in an echo of the blow. I leapt back, imbuing mana into both daggers as I looked past the striker to the rest of his battle group. The twin daggers flew, curving out around either side of the striker, one arcing toward the caster while the other flew farther, aimed at the shield's core. The wind enveloping the striker pulled away in a cyclone of dust, flying even faster than my weapons to intercept them. At the same time, I lunged forward, pushing a burst of air attribute mana in front of me to knock the striker off balance. His orbiting balls of lightning cast about in the wind like fireflies, and I flitted between them to drive a wind-wrapped fist into his solar plexus. My daggers, which had been hurled off course by the windshield spell, flew right back into my hands as I rolled past the gasping striker. A single quick slash across his exposed back finished the man, and I bore down on the caster, whose flaming bolts pelted at me with dangerous speed. Off to my right, two battle groups broke and fled into the town. There weren't enough defenders to stop them. Cursing, I deflected one bolt, let a second glance off my shoulders, and then dove between three more, my blades leading the way. The barrier of wind caught my forward momentum, sending me into a full backflip. As I landed, I flicked out with the right-hand dagger. The barrier jumped again, moving between me and the shield, but the move had been a feint. Instead, the left dagger launched from my hand, propelled to lethal force by a gust of air attribute mana. The barrier lurched, trying to move back into place to protect the caster, but too late, and the man choked in pain and surprise as the blade punctured his chest, shearing straight through him before spinning around to the right and embedding itself in the shield's side. The cyclone of protective wind wavered, and I ran through it, jumping and planting my knees on the shield's chest, driving him to the ground even as my second dagger opened his unprotected throat. The wall trembled above me as the lance and scythe slammed into it, bounced off its surface, and slammed into it again. The flow of mana into and through the wall's physical structure pulsed rapidly, and hail-sized bits of stone rained down on the interior town, clacking off rooftops and bouncing across the street. A few bodies tumbled from the wall's top with them, landing with a wet crunch. As I searched for my next target, I could only hope that Helen was not among them. More Alacrian battle groups had broken away, running into houses or along the base of the wall instead of continuing forward into the line of defenders. Dozens of adventurers had advanced behind me, and the street was slick with the blood of both Alacrians and Dicathians, bodies strewn about like felled trees after a hurricane. "Pen them in," I shouted, projecting my voice with a burst of wind mana through my lungs. "We can't let them have the run of the wall." My mind turned to the mages whose efforts had been feeding mana into the wall, the source of the reinforcing magic. "And send extra men to guard the support team." Most of those mages were no longer fit to fight, too wounded from previous battles but still able to channel mana. More adventurers were finally arriving from down the long series of stairs that zigzagged through the wall's interior. I pointed out the direction of enemy troops and shouted orders where it seemed appropriate. Most knew me, and those that did were quick to comply. This wasn't my first battle in the wall after all. I didn't like to think of my time here just after the First War, and I enjoyed my memories of the battle against the army of corrupted mana beasts even less, the battle where Reynolds had died, but I knew the fortifications and I'd seen the Alacrians' strategy before. This was different. They didn't have the manpower, and they were pinching their forces through the narrow gates and then scattering, a strategy that would get them into the fortification but never allow them to keep it. Their losses were too great, even with the scythe present to punch a hole in the wall for them. "Hunt down and take care of the stragglers," I told several adventurers from Blackbend as they charged down the street toward us. "They're searching for where he's hidden. Don't let them find it. Root them out." Running back into the fray, I cut down a striker standing over a fallen adventurer, a young man no older than 16. Helping the boy to stand, I indicated that he follow me. Press forward to the gate, we have to close it off. Men and women rallied behind me, shouting their war cries, and we surged into the press of Alacrians, forcing their way through the rubble of the gate and the collapsing arch that had once held it. Behind us, a three-story inn collapsed as a wave of force radiated out from where Lance Micah and the Scythe fought back and forth through the air over the town. I focused on headhunting their shields, flowing past the fighters like wind over rocks to bring down the men and women that kept them safe. Without the practice or natural talent for cladding themselves in protective mana, my adventurers made short work of them without their shields. As we made headway, their force began to clog up the tunnel, stuck there, unable to progress forward against the backs of the soldiers in front of them. A few of the adventurers threw spells into the tunnel, trying to take advantage of having them so crammed together, but the density of shields made any such attack nearly impossible. All through town, I could hear the sounds of battle as our people hunted down those who had slipped past us. Their assault was flagging, the intensity of it diminishing each second that they struggled to force their way through the gates, and with each body that piled up only adding to the barrier. There was a lull, and I realized with some disorientation that I'd been tuning out the cacophony of crashes and explosions that were issuing from Lance Micah's battle with the Scythe. Looking up, I saw her wrapped in a mid-air wrestling match with the much larger man. His shield was gone, as was her hammer, and they grappled each other barehanded. She had one of his arms caught in the crook of her elbow, her fingers clamped tight around his wrist, while her legs wrapped around his other arm. Her right hand twisted one of his horns, yanking his neck around viciously. For his part, the Scythe's body was trembling with barely constrained power. The pounding of his pulse could be felt with waves of mana hammering down on us, thudding in my chest with more force than my own heartbeat. His lips curled back in a sneer and his arms closed inch by inch. I suddenly feared that he would tear the lance in half. Then, with a sound like thunder, his horns snapped. The burst of mana that raged out in a sphere threw me to the ground and struck the side of the wall with such force that it collapsed in on itself, the reinforcing mana finally seizing and failing entirely. I watched with horror as a crack ran from the gate tunnel all the way to the top of the wall. Stone shifted with a noise like an earthquake, then collapsed downward, a 15-foot-wide section of the wall falling into the void of the tunnel. Distantly, barely visible through the ensuing cloud of dust, bodies were tumbling down with the stone. "Move, move," I shouted, scrambling back to my feet and sprinting away as boulders bounced over the rubble and out into the street, demolishing houses and crushing entire battle groups of Alacrians. Above it all, the lance had released the Scythe. I could feel the wall of mana radiating out from her as she attempted to catch and stabilize the rockfall, both preventing it from taking down the rest of the wall with it and from swallowing half our forces. The one-horned Scythe reeled back, nearly tumbling from the sky, his broad face a mask of disbelief and agony. His right arm hung limply, badly broken, and he wept dark blood from dozens of wounds. Audible even over the collapsing wall, a horn suddenly sounded. It was a deep reverberation that came up through the soles of my feet, vibrating my teeth and pummeling me behind my eyes. The Scythe's shocked eyes searched the ground before he spun and shot off into the air, flying up and over the wall and vanishing from sight. I couldn't see any surviving Alacrians on this side of the wall, and there would be little left of those who'd been inside the tunnel when it collapsed. Although I couldn't see them, I could sense enough of their mana signatures to know that those outside the fortifications were turning and fleeing back to the beast glades. My mind reeled. The attack had come on like a summer storm and ended just as quickly, but why? My gaze drifted to the bullish horn still clutched in the struggling lance's hand, but it hadn't been the Scythe who had signaled the retreat. Cheers went up around me as people started to realize that we'd won and they'd survived. I could hear them all the way from the top of the wall. Closest to me, the cheers became shouts for the lance, her name repeated over and over. I could tell with a simple look that no answers to my questions would come from her, however. The armor she had conjured around herself, made up of interlocking plates of the black crystal spell that had been shattered earlier, was in ruins, blood covering as much of her body as the remnants of her armor. Her mana signature was fading and spiking dangerously, and her one eye stared around as if she were in a daze, only half hearing the cheers. My feet began carrying me away from collapsed gates toward a nondescript door in the base of the wall, one of many that allowed access to the forges and other essential operations housed within the broad wall itself. As the cheers faded behind me, I had the unshakable thought that they were somehow unearned. The door was open and several soldiers, Alacrian and Dicathen both, lay dead in the plain stone room beyond. Following a tunnel into a series of identical labyrinthine passageways, I made my way down into the bowels, picking up speed as I went until I was practically jumping downstairs. Reaching a lower landing, I found what should have been a secret door hanging off its hinges, smashed inward, the stone face shattered. Beyond the door, a narrow, hidden stairs went down in a different direction. Conjuring a gusting barrier of wind that ran just over my skin, I gripped my daggers tightly and proceeded down the hidden stairway, circling around and around as it took me into the bedrock on which the wall had been built. Below, I could only sense one mana signature alongside, something other. Taking a deep breath, I jumped down the final stairs, preparing to face whoever was waiting below but was brought up short with a gasp. The guard chamber beyond the vault, itself locked and barred, both physically and magically, lay open. The room beyond was slick with blood and littered with the corpses of those who had been set here as a last line of defense. "Durden?" I asked, my voice high and tight. My knuckles went white around the hilts of my daggers. Durden looked up at me from where he sat in the blood. His face was smeared with scarlet, as was his arm, and the prone form pulled roughly into his lap. It took a moment to see the features beneath all the blood, and I felt myself harden against the reality. Wrenching my gaze up and away from the sight, I looked past the outer chamber to the vault door Senor had crafted. It hung slightly ajar, and a silvery pink light was spilling out to reflect off the crimson pools. Stepping past Durden, who I could feel watching me, his heartbroken gaze attempted to find solace in my empathy, but I couldn't afford to give it, not in that moment. I approached the vault door carefully, my blades ready, already imbued with cutting wind that spiraled around the blades. "Arthur?" I asked, feeling foolish. I knew better than to hope. Still, I nudged open the vault door, which protested, its hinges twisted. Inside was the same plain room I had watched Arthur step into a day earlier. Some kind of mana construct now glowed from atop the metal pedestal that Senor had placed at the center of the room. The elongated orb filled the bowl that capped the pedestal, and itself seemed to be filled with a rich, purple energy that glowed out through the pure mana, giving the room its pink tinge. Arthur wasn't there. A cold realization spread from my guts outward, numbing me from the inside. Turning my back on the beacon, I returned to the guard room, my boots splashing in the lifeblood of those who'd watched over this empty chamber. Light, rush steps on the stairs drew my attention past Durden once again, who was no longer looking to me for support. Helen practically jumped down the last flight just as I had, and she too gasped at what she saw, though the noise she made was choked with an emotion I had been suppressing. Now, though, I kneeled beside Durden and carefully wiped away the blood that shrouded Angela Rose's features. Her eyes stared lifelessly, and it was that more than anything that broke through the hard shell I was trying to maintain. Those eyes, in life so bright and full of teasing amusement, now empty of their spark. With a shaking hand, I pulled down the lids, telling myself it would look like she was just sleeping, even though I knew it wasn't true. Durden opened his mouth to speak, but only a raw moan of pure, condensed lamentation bled from his lips. "Arthur?" Helen asked, her voice strained as she took a faltering step forward. I swallowed heavily, standing suddenly and striding away from the rest of the twin horns, both of them that remained. "Hopefully fine wherever he is, because he's not here and he never was."